So I'm on my backup page. Anyway, so I'm on the dating app, right? Mr. Wilkinson, watch. Let me show you something. You stay with me for a minute, because I really want to show you, because I know people. I'm on the dating app, right? I'm on the dating app on Facebook dating app, and this is what I have on my profile. Am I wrong for having that on my profile? It says, please, if you do not know how to be positive, if you're insecure and you don't know how to live in the moment, stay away from my profile. Your emotional trauma is yours, and I'm not a therapist. Am I wrong for saying that on my profile? But do you think they care? No, they don't fucking care. They don't fucking care at all. They still come to my fucking profile with their fucking damaged ass selves. I'm not here to fix you. I'm not the answer to all your problems. Actually, I don't think so either. So this guy told me, and it was usually, so the guy hits me up. One of these guys hit me up in my inbox, right? And so he's telling me, oh, I went to the dentist today. I went food shopping. It's laundry day. You know, talking about himself, right? Which is fine. And then he goes, so what are you looking for? How are you going to ask me, how are you going to tell me everything about you and then just tell me what am I looking for? I don't know what the fuck I'm looking for. I'm looking for a conversation. I'm looking for you to care more about my day than what am I looking for. I think you're right. Oh, okay, really? I mean, I did change it. Because I keep on getting the, what are you looking for? I don't know what I'm looking for. Each man is different. And I'm going to treat each man differently. So when I talk to you and have a conversation with you and I go out on a date with you, then I will know what I'm looking for. But right now, how I fucking know? I don't know who you are. Who are you, sir? So that's what I put on my profile now. My profile says, there's that same thing, but I kind of summed it up into 4 sentences because, you know, you can't sit there and write that much on a profile. So maybe if I answer that question, yeah, but it's not, let's see what happens. I just did it tonight. Let's see what happens. I guarantee I'm still, because nobody reads that shit. So anyway, so in this conversation that I'm having with this man, just through the inbox, because I didn't even exchange my number with him, he said that everybody is broken. And I'm like, I don't think everybody's broken. I think people hear from that, you know, whatever they're going through. I'm sure that, you know, really, we're all broken. So do you think that everybody's broken? I don't think everybody's broken. I think people heal. So then I said, okay, well, since everybody's broken, what you broken about? Why he blocked me? He fucking blocked me. Good morning, Jazz. He blocked me, which is fine. Which is fine, because I was about to block him. I was just catching some wreck because I wanted to laugh at somebody. That's what makes me broken. Men's emotional trauma, I laugh at, and that's what makes me broken. I do. I like it. Good morning, Poetic. I got banana off my other page. It's fun to me. Because it's fun to me. It really is. I mean, the day that somebody shuts me the fuck up, I swear, the day somebody tells me to shuts me the fuck up. Top of the morning. You getting ready for work? Okay, good, Chaz. Hopefully you can listen to me talk shit in the comments while I talk about my crazy day on weekend. So he blocked me. So I just wanted to know, good morning, Wilson. I wanted to see what everybody's. But while y'all think about that question, I'm going to tell you about my weekend. I did go out, Poetic. We went out for a whole 2 hours. We were in that bed by 12:30. We left to go party at 10 o'clock. Let me show you the pictures. Let's see. Let me see if you could wait. Look, me and my homegirl went out yeah, shut up, Mr. Wilkinson. I'm old. Fuck. So me and my homegirl, we went out on Friday night. It was her birthday. So we rented a hotel room. That's only 20 minutes from our houses, but we wanted to get twisted for our birthday and we didn't want to drive, right? So the hotel that we got was right there on the strip. So we go out. We not mind you. We just got out of work, so let's keep that in mind. We just got out of work. We worked all day. We got into the hotel room. We're hanging for a little bit. We get ourselves dressed. We go out to eat. We eating dinner. Dinner was good. I had the tuna. It was amazing. Then we start walking up the strip. So we passing the bars just to see because she wanted to go to Coyote Ugly. And as we were passing, we saw the girls on the bar dancing. So I was like, well, let's just walk up and down the street and then we could just go from there. So we end up going to this one spot and we got stuck there. We got fucking stuck there. The men, of course, look at us. Look at us. So the men were over there. Man gave me a fist bump. What's up with that? Why you giving? How's a man giving a woman a fist bump? I don't understand during COVID that was a thing, but it's not COVID no more. You could like give me shake my hand or something. Hey, Miss Juicy. So anyway, the drinks was flowing. She said she got to go to the bathroom. She said, let's go to the hotel so I could go to the bathroom. I said, okay, cool. We walked to the hotel so she could go to the bathroom. She went to the bathroom. I went in that bed. She jumped in her bed and we fell the fuck out. We went to sleep. We was only outside for about 2 hours. 2 hours. But I had a good fucking time in 2 hours, damn it. I had a great fucking time and so did she. And we fucking looked good doing it too. Okay, and then so yesterday I spent the whole fucking day recovering because the comeback ain't as good as it used to be. I had the shits all fucking day, and I slept. I was in my bed. I was recovering yesterday, so I had a good time. That's when you know you had a good fucking time. All right, so you want to hear another story? This is all in my fucking weekend. No, 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 no. Wait, I don't want to tell you more. I have another question, a dating question, because you stayed on these questions. So listen. Uh. So, this guy, there's a man that I met on the dating app, another guy. I met him on the dating app. He lives in Jacksonville. I'm in Tampa. It's only a 3-hour drive, right? He said, as a matter of fact, he don't even live in Jacksonville. He live in Orlando. He only is an hour away from me. He's an hour away from me. I met him on the dating app because I will put on the radius, an hour away because I'm not driving past an hour. So now he in Orlando. He tells me I met him on Monday. We made up a date. He said, "What are you doing over the weekend?" I said nothing. He was like, "I would like to see you over the weekend." What does that mean? When somebody says they want to see you over the weekend, what does that mean? So, got that? I don't even. Are you still in here? Nope, he left me. Anybody listening to me? I ain't repeating my story 20 times. That's why. I see you, Harmony. All right, so you want me to go with the story? Okay, good, thank you. Because I can't believe this shit. I can't believe. So now he texts me Friday, and he goes, "Hey, how you doing?" He's like, "What are you doing this weekend?" I said, "Oh, Friday at night I'm going out with my homegirl because it's her birthday, and Sunday I'm running errands with my mom." He said, "Okay, well have a great weekend." I said, "Okay, you too." So now 2 hours later, now I'm on the way to the hotel with my homegirl. 2 hours later, I get a text message. He said, "Can I ask you something?" So I said, "Yeah, what's up?" He said, "I guess we're never gonna meet." So I said, let me call him. Poetic. Even with me wanting to drive to them, they still don't want to meet. They still don't want to fucking meet. It doesn't matter. I just say that shit. Do you not realize I just say that shit? I just say that shit. Why does people really fucking believe me? That's what I want to fuck. Why do people believe me? You think I'm going to be driving 3 hours, 6 hours to meet a man? Come on now. But what it is that I just don't want to give them any excuses. Well, women don't know how to drive to the thing. I don't want to hear that shit. And they can't get me. It's because I want them to see. I want them to. They keep on saying it's easy. It's the women's fault. It's the women's fault. It's the women's fault. Well, now I'm giving you no excuses. I give you no fucking excuses. Now, what the fuck you gonna say? You can't say nothing. Here I am. Like, yo, I'm the shit. You the shit too, Harmony. You the shit too, okay? We all the women on this fucking app are fucking beautiful, gorgeous, smart, business mind. We don't need you men for shit. Nothing. Fucking nothing. Leave us the fuck alone. Stop being so damn insecure. Stop being so fucking insecure. I am thirsty. I am fucking thirsty. I am not. I am not. The other day on the live, the girl was sitting there giving me a tutorial how to use my rose. Fucking Harmony was sitting there, putting a tilto on the screen. We are. How come all of us amazing, gorgeous, beautiful, smart women are all thirsty? Where's the water? Where's the water, honey? Quench my thirst. Lord have mercy. Mama, money, they got me banana. Oh, I know, we know. You probably the only man on this app that's thirsty for women. My Valentine. Hey, my gorgeous. I had a live for literally 20 minutes, and they reported me. You could bring a bottle of water. That's only water. Listen, that's the only water you gonna get. Water. All right, so where was I at my story? Okay, so because Harmony, you still here, right? So now he tells me. So I call him. Oh, thank you, Mama Money, for my roses. Me and my homegirl went out. Did you go out, Mama Money? Me and my homegirl went out on Friday. So the guy said, all right, long story short, 'cause I'm catching you up. This man on the phone told me he wanted to see me over the weekend. What does over the weekend mean? That's what does over the weekend mean? So he called me on Friday. He said Friday. I told him. He said, "What are you doing?" I said, "Friday I'm going out with my friend, and then Sunday I'm doing errands with my mother." That means what? That means Saturday I'm free, right? So, I guess he didn't. Well, I don't know. So then he said, "Oh, okay, well, you have a great weekend." I said, "Okay, you too." Not thinking anything of it. Then he sends me a text message. He says, "Hey, do you want I guess we're never gonna meet," or some shit like that. Okay, so now I'm calling him because I'm like, obviously I want to know what you're talking about. He said, "Well, I told you I wanted to see you over the weekend." And I said, "Okay, well, I'm free Saturday." He was like, "No, I meant Friday, Saturday, and Sunday." I said, "You wanted to see me the entire weekend?" Now, mind you, he's in Florida. He's only an hour away. Why do you need to see me? I don't even know if I even fucking like you for more than 5 minutes. And you want to spend the whole weekend with me? And then where the fuck was you staying? I I couldn't fucking believe it. And then he gonna sit there and twist it around like it was my fault. Like, well, then he goes, "Well, I told you that I put my mother in a nursing home, so I had a lot of time on my hands." And that was supposed to mean what? Exactly. Nothing. I don't know what the fuck that was supposed to mean. That means you were gonna spend the whole weekend with me? Nah, I'm good. Again, making an excuse. So now it's my fault why we didn't meet. No, dude, it's your fault because you didn't communicate properly with me. Because if you actually listening, you would have known that I said I was hanging out with my friend on Friday because of the situation that we had. So because I know I had that conversation with you, you knew I was hanging out with my friend on Friday. So why didn't so now all of a sudden you twisting it up talking about I was gonna see you over the weekend. Over the weekend does not mean the whole entire weekend. Now if you lived in a different state, then I can understand. But you live an hour away. You could drive here in the morning and leave and be back home at night. Where is the problem? The whole weekend. And then again, did you already have hotel reservations or something? Because you didn't tell me you had hotel reservations. Where the fuck were you planning to stay? Did you know you were staying with me? Anyway, I'm blocking him. I didn't block him. Did I block him? I might have blocked him. I don't remember. I don't remember. I blocked so many people during the day. I don't even know who I be blocking no more. I've been on a blocking mission. Thank you for completing my life goal. You have hotel reservations. You always have hotel reservations. Hey, Candy. I got banana on my other page. I know you was on my other page for a little bit. I don't know if you know I got banana, but now I'm on this fucking page. And I haven't been on this page. And Mama Money, we've been doing good. We've been doing good, Mama Money. And I wasn't even talking. I had a panel. This woman, Casey, that we know, she was telling a story, and next, I got reported. I was probably live for only about 30 minutes. The lies they tell. I mean, why though? At this fucking age, if the truth ain't good enough, what are we doing if the truth ain't good enough? I don't know. I don't know. For some type of sexual activity. some type of smack for a whole week. I appealed it, but I doubt that because the way TikTok is going, I doubt if they sit there and put me back on. So I guess I'm just gonna have to wait for a whole week. Hey, Javier. But that's what happens because it's like with this page. Now I was getting good traction on my other page, and you know the haters be sitting in the background just waiting for you to say something wrong or do something wrong. Because at the end of the day, it's why did I get reported and not anybody in my panel? It has been sensitive. It has been sensitive. I get it because my videos are not moving like they used. You know, they keep on saying, yeah. Of course I appealed it. Of course I appealed it. But I mean, we'll see what happens. It doesn't matter. I really, you know how I am too. I don't really care. I just like having conversation. I like to talk shit into this. I like to talk shit into this phone. That's all I like doing. And listening to my music and hanging out with my girlfriends and us talking shit about these stupid ass fucking men. I know they are. Oh shit. People gonna get mad that you my moderator on this page too. You know I dropped everybody from being a moderator. Just don't say nothing. I told everybody. I said drop everybody's being a moderator. You're the only moderator. Well, not you, just you, but you were the you. You were the you. If you know what that means, I love it. It's taking the right. I knew you understood what the fuck I was talking about. It's taking the creator pages today for their panels. It said is that what you? Who told me that? Harmony. Somebody just told me that too, in the chat. Earlier they said that, and I don't want to lose. I think Asia Baby said that. I don't want to lose my main page. I don't want to lose my main page. So maybe I need to start going live on this page or the other page, because we hustled those first pages. You know, nowadays, you know, you would get a page in a second and go live. But back in the days, you could not. And you have to hustle those 1,000 followers. So I don't want to lose that page. And I got like thousands of fucking videos on that too. Even though I got all my shit saved and it's posted everywhere else. But I don't want to lose that page. It takes, and this is what I was telling Asia Baby too, you know, that's the problem with people, especially in relationships. Nobody want to work hard for it. Nobody want to work hard for it. You appreciate things more when you work hard for it. You really fucking do. And that's what happens with these pages. We work hard for it, so we appreciate it more. The bullshit pages that we get, we don't give a fuck if we lose that. Are you really? I don't got a manager on this page. Okay, that's good to know. Let me know how to sign you up. I'll sign myself up on Mama Money. Let me tell you, some guy has a way of putting the shit together you will never even believe. Every single time. I'm writing you love letter tonight. Mama Money, you ever wrote a love? All right, well you gotta, girl. You know I don't know how to do all this right now, so. Thank you. Thank you. Mwah. Anyway, so me and my homegirl went out on Friday night. Did you go out this weekend? Because I know you were kid free. Did you ever get to be kid free? Me and my homegirl went out. We had a good fucking time. Wait, want to show you? This is what we were doing all night. Wait, hold on. Look. We were doing this. You worked? Oh Lord. We were hanging out with these guys. I had a good fucking time. We were getting twisted. Look. We were having good. Like we were in safe company. Well, listen, one was from Britain, and the other one was from Germany. They were both assholes, but you know, I'm good with an asshole. So we were cracking up the whole entire time. We were twisted. I had a good fucking time. All right, let me go back to. I like to play. We had a good fucking time. Anyway, we only lasted it about 2 hours. We only lasted about 2 hours. We left at 10 o'clock. By 12:30, we were already in the bed. We were exhausted. And I don't even drink. I must have had about 5 rum and cokes. Because what happens is she got a hotel room near the place. Like, there's a strip here in Tampa, Mom. When you should come to Tampa. There's a strip. And then we shit, you couldn't even bring the kids. We couldn't even bring the fucking kids. Because right here up the block is, what do you call it? What is that shit? Busch Gardens. Anyway, so there's a hotel room that's on there. So she only lived 25 minutes away from the strip. And the strip is like bars after bar after bar. I can't compare anything into Atlanta to it because I never seen anything in Atlanta. It's more like Louisiana. It's like more like Louisiana, and you could just go up and down the streets. Everybody's partying. That bar Coyote Ugly is there. So we passed Coyote Ugly. We saw the girls on the tables dancing and stuff like that. I said, well, just keep on walking until we get to this. You know, we just keep on walking so you can see what's going on around here because she never been there before. I don't know what that like Memphis. Is that supposed to be Memphis? I don't know. I've never been to Memphis. And all right, you could come with no kids. All right, you could come with. I was trying to help you out. So, we had so we ate at the hotel at 10 o'clock. And so then after the 10 o'clock, after we ate, we started walking up the block, whatever. We found a place. This guy gave us a fist bump. Have you ever seen a man with cankles before? He had cankles. But wait, you don't have cankles. This man had cankles. And he was a young kid. It wasn't so it was like, why are your legs swollen like that? But he had some thick ass legs. He had some nice thick meaty legs. He had some boy shorts. Are they called boy shorts? With those short shorts and you sit there and show your thick legs. What are they called? Man shorts. I don't know what kind of shorts we wear, but he had one of those. And so he comes up to us. He's like, "Oh, pretty in pink," and he gives us a fist bump. People give people fist bumps. Hey, Grant, you gotta, yeah. We never even got to Coyote Ugly because we were gonna do that on the way back to the hotel. We didn't even get there because we were so twisted because everybody was buying us drinks. So, because I'm a friendly motherfucker, I talk to people. Hey, calm out. I'll talk to everybody. Hence, did you see? So anyway, I like to move. You like to move too. I seen you running that crowd, my money. You like to move. You don't sit in one fucking spot. I'm the same way. I don't like to sit in one spot. I like to go in different areas. I move alone. I seen you move alone. We know how to work a building. But she did, but my homegirl doesn't. So she was just sitting down. So she was sitting down. I was making excuses. I was going to the bathroom about 15 fucking times. I was moving around, but I let her stay there. But then I let her stay with these. She was enjoying herself talking to the German. The German had his phone out, showing us pictures of his wife, showing the pictures of the kids, she was all in a conversation. I wanted to move the fuck on. So finally she said she had to go to the bathroom, but she was like, but I don't want to go here. I said, well, let's walk back to the hotel. Well, she said walk back to the hotel and she'll go to the bathroom. Man, by the time she got out listen, I was already in the bed sleeping. So we went out for about, hey Casey again. So we went out for a whole 2 hours. And slept until like 8 o'clock in the morning. Yesterday I had a hungover the whole entire day. I was shitting. I was in the bathroom the whole entire fucking day. The comeback is not as easy as it used to be. But we had a good time. I had a good time. We only went out for 2 hours. That's all my body needed was 2 hours of hanging out. Hey, good morning, Liz. I had to remind myself. But then again, nobody. So he was Britain. He was from Britain. When the Britain guy left to go get me a drink or get us a drink, she was drinking a Cosmopolitan. I was like, how you going to drink in a Cosmopolitan? This round-the-way bar. This is not a Cosmopolitan type of bar. They give it to her in a little white, plastic cup. And she's going to talk about taste nasty. Duh, they don't make fucking Cosmopolitans here. That's why I was sick with a rum and coke. You can't go wrong with a rum and coke. Take me. Anyway, so when the guy was at the bar, another guy came up to me and he started talking to me. Some young kid. So he was like, what's your Instagram? I was like, don't. You laughing? Hey, Bistro. So the young kid right away got his number, go gave me his Instagram, and the Britain guy came back. So the other guy slipped away. Let me tell you, I had a good fucking time. I had a good fucking time. I'm looking for my next event. So which is I'm going. I don't know if I told you, but next week, the week after, the day after, Sunday after the 4th of July, the 7th, I'm going to Orlando. I got a time. Me and my mother got a timeshare in Orlando. My son from Arizona is coming down with my grandbaby. And so I'm going to take him to SeaWorld. Oh, thank you, Mama. You're the best fucking moderator. That's why I kept you. That's why you're my only moderator. That's why you're Shh, quiet. And that's the reason why I want to join your agency. Shh, be quiet. So my son's father, my oldest son's father, he's going to be there with his family. And I'm kind of crashing it. He's getting mad, but I don't care if he's mad. Because so my son's father is having a family reunion in Orlando with his family, and he told my son about it so that my son could go to their family reunion. And then my son said, "Well, my daddy's having a family reunion. Won't you come?" And I'm like, and he was actually he said, "I'll come to Tampa for a couple days and then I'll go with daddy." And I said, "Nah, I could go to Orlando." I know, right? And she will. And she will. Hey, Leah. Good morning. And she will. And she will, because she's gonna be hanging out with my son. Like, so my mother basically raised my son's father, because we known each other since we were 5 years old. So he was always at my house, because my mother didn't let me at nobody else's house. So he calls my mother mom and everything. So I know she hasn't hung out with him in a while, because she been going back and forth. So yeah, we're gonna have a good time. Even though he called him, he's like, "Damn, I can't have time for him by myself." I'm like, "Listen, why would you make him go back and forth?" I was just like, "It's just easier for us all to be in Orlando." I said, "You're traveling with a baby. It's not easy." I said, "Don't worry." So I said, "Don't worry, I'll leave you alone." Yeah, my mom is It's gonna be my mom, because my mom is still down here. She's not going back to New York until August. So it's gonna be my mom, me, Shannon, the baby, Angelo, and his girlfriend. It's a 2-bedroom. I haven't used my timeshare since COVID. I used to use my timeshare at least 3 times a year, and I haven't used it since COVID. And the points are accumulating, and I need to start using this shit because I don't want to lose that shit. So I planned one for my mother, to go to Orlando. And then before my mother goes back to New York, we're going to like the other side of Florida, like, I don't know, like Jacksonville, that area, some beach over there. Yeah, I doubt it. I mean, I'm bringing my computer. I'm working from home. So when everybody's doing whatever, she even wants to go to, because I asked her, I said, "Ma, you want to go to SeaWorld with us?" And then she just looking at me. I was like, "You ain't never been to these parks before, right?" She said, "No." I said, I said, "Ma, you could get on a scooter." Because my mother's very prideful. She's just like me. She refuses to get any type of help, use a cane or nothing, or a walker. She don't want to do none of that shit. She's 83 years old, and she still thinks she's 25. She keeps on sending me fucking selfies and going on dates. She gets on my fucking nerves. But so she doesn't think it look cute on a scooter. Ma, who gives a shit if you look fucking cute on a fucking scooter? Nobody's looking at you. I gotta keep on reminding her that nobody's looking at her. Yes, they are, Adrian. They are looking at me. I said, "You're 83 years old." She is 25 and fine. She sure is. She was telling me the other day, she said, "Adrian, can you see my nipples?" I said, "Ma, nobody's looking at your fucking nipples. I don't want to wear a bra." Then don't wear a bra. But I don't want nobody to look at me talking about, "Oh, that lady's not wearing a bra." I said, "Ma, they're not looking at your boobs." Did I ever tell your mama money that my mother got a boob job at 70 years old? At 70, she got a fucking boob job. Ooh, baby, ooh, baby, ooh. And that's the reason why she be self-conscious about it, because I told you about those ipples, right? So now she's an 80-year-old with her ipples out like that. So they are probably looking at her. But I'm not going to tell her that. She is. She's mine too. She's mine too. Just getting back in here. You heard me talking about Apple's Bistro. Love will drive you crazy. Ooh, like a 808. So I'm gonna have. Hey Mac, good morning. Hey Miss Shay, good morning. I'm on my backup page. Everybody that I don't see on my main page is coming on my backup page now. Cause I lost my main page. I can't believe I lost my main page this morning. Ooh, well, I didn't lose it. It's just on a suspension. It's just on a suspension. So good morning. Hope you rested well. I was talking about my adventures this weekend, Miss Shay. I was outside for a whole 2 hours. I had a great time for 2 hours, though. Me and my homegirls turned it up, and I had to recover from it. It took me. Look, I want to see. You want to show something real quick? And I ain't gonna show that. I ain't gonna show it because there was a lot of ass out there. There was a lot of ass. Look, we were tripping on this picture. Yeah. We were, I was going to show you the pictures. I was taking a lot of pictures of a lot of ass. There was a lot of ass showing. I can't believe how people be showing their whole entire ass. Like, literally, no clothes on. Like, literally, their whole entire ass. I did, Miss Shay. I did. I had a good time. Nobody answered my question. I had a question earlier. When somebody says they're gonna come see you for the weekend, does that mean, or over the weekend? I'm gonna see you over the weekend. Does that mean the whole entire weekend or just one day? Good morning, Chastity. Miss Chastity, they got my back up. See, I'm telling you, good morning, gorgeous. Did you have a great weekend? I had a great weekend. I went out for a whole 2 hours. No, listen, Poetic, you're right. If you lived in a different state and somebody said, I'm going to see you over the weekend, then I can understand the whole entire weekend. But if you live an hour away, why would I believe that you were staying the whole entire weekend? You could drive and go back home. What the fuck? And again, where the fuck was you staying? Because you wasn't staying with me I don't even know you, dude. You a fucking stranger. And I'm supposed to spend the whole fucking weekend with you? I don't think so. I don't think so at all. I don't even like men for 5 minutes over the phone. And I'm gonna spend the whole weekend with? Nah, I'm good. You ain't gonna, hey, look, I'm wearing your color, Bells. I'm wearing your colors. I went outside Friday, Bells. I had a good fucking time, too. Communication is fucking key, but you know what they do, right, Mad Lady? You know what they do? They switch it around and making it seem like it was my fucking fault. He said, oh, thank you, beautiful. I'm getting menopause belly. I'm gaining weight, but it seems like the men like it. The men like it because they all keep on reminding me, you getting thick. You getting thick. Okay, and they're like, I like that. Keep going. No, I ain't keeping going. Y'all. Oh, Chastity answered every single fucking question I asked her. Chastity in the house. Well, good listening skills. Thank you, Chastity. I'm glad your day is going well as well. I love that. Thank you, beautiful. So, what was I talking? I was talking about my adventures in babysitting because that's what it fucking feels like. Adventures in babysitting with these fucking men. So he gets mad at me. He said, well, I told you that I put my mother in the nursing home and I was going to have more time. Really? That's what that meant? That meant you was staying the whole fucking weekend? That's not what it means to me. That just means that you got more fucking time. I don't know. Like, come on, I'm not a fucking mind reader. I can't stand that shit. He had a fucking attitude with me. He's like, well, I guess we're not trying to see each other. Well, I guess not, because I don't even want to see you no more. I don't want to see you no more. And I know I told him I was going out Friday with my homegirl. I know I told him that shit. So I don't know why all of a sudden now you acting fucking surprised. Why you acting surprised? Why? I don't know you. I don't even know you. I told you I met you on a fucking dating app. I don't fucking know you. I don't even remember even having a conversation on the phone with him. I don't even remember his fucking name. Honestly, I don't even remember his fucking name. But you wanted to spend the whole weekend with me? Nah. So I went out with my homegirl and we went out for 2 hours because she can't either. She only turned 36. I don't know what her problem is. I know why I can't hang. I'm fucking 49 years old. My ass is tired. I've been at work all fucking day. I'm fucking tired and now I'm going out and hanging out and I'm in these streets. I'm in these streets because I was outside So I don't drink, but we had a hotel room right there on the strip. right down the strip. We had a hotel room, so I was ready. I was like, all right, let me go get 36. And she told me she wanted to go to the bathroom. I said, well, let's walk. She said, because I wasn't give a fuck. I'm 49. I done pissed in a lot of alleyways. Oh my God, I shouldn't say that. I don't do that now. I'm a proper lady. But when I was 36, I probably was. Anyway, she wanted to go ahead and walk to the hotel room so she could go to the bathroom. I said, that's cool. So we went to the hotel room and we both slept. She knocked out on her bed. I knocked out on my bed, and we were out for the night. I was home. Hey, good morning, DC. We was all outside for all of 2 hours. That's okay, but you know what? I had an amazing fucking time, and so did she. Because it felt good. It feels so fucking good to get attention from men outside. Like, you feel that fucking energy. You see how they work. You know what I'm saying? Like, I love men. Men are so I love that energy from men. Ooh, I love the energy from men. And good morning, DC. I'm on my backup page. So one of the men, he had cankles. One of the men, he came up to me. Well, actually, when we were walking to this bar, there was a young man came out the car. You know what I'm saying? I know how this look. I know how to catch a man's attention. So I'm sitting there. I look at him. He looked at me, and he was like, "How you doing?" Small chat. I kept it moving. I kept on walking because I was just, trying to, do what I fucking do. And so we get to the place. We meet this German and this German guy and this British guy, and he's sitting there talking. And he's talking to her. They're buying us drinks or whatever. While one of the guys, the Britain guy, goes to get us a drink. The dude that was in the car that we passed by, he's all up in my fucking face talking about what your IG is. I was like, well, damn. Mind you. So he got my IG. He has been hitting me up. But he's young. He's young. See, it's always the young guys. The young guys are like the most eagerest things. They don't care. No matter how many times, they don't care. They don't care. They will be on your ass. And they would not leave your ass alone either. And I'm like, nope, I'm good, nope. But the old man with the cankles, he want to give me a fucking fist bump. Why you giving me a fist bump? I can't believe we fist bumping now. At this fucking grown ass age. Now during COVID, I understand. Thank you, Miss Shay, for the roses. You want to give us he's like, hey, how y'all ladies doing? Pretty in pinks. How y'all ladies doing? Gave us fist bump. He's like, what are y'all drinking? What y'all drinking? So I'm telling I always drink rum and coke, and she was drinking a Cosmopolitan out of a fucking paper cup. And I was like, so he gives us the drinks, and then he walks away. And I'm like, why are you not standing here and talking to him? But no, he left. He fucking left. Keep him what? The young guy with the Instagram? First of all, men in Florida are short. They are short. I don't know if it's in the water, but it doesn't matter. No matter race, creed, color, their gender, even the women are short. Everybody's short down here. Everybody's fucking short. So should I am I biased against short people? Is it bias? I don't know. Prejudice? Whatever it is. But then again, that's it is. Yeah, well, now about my height. Like, if I feel like if I could fight you, then I can't be around you. Because if you think if I could fight you, then you don't think you could fight me, and that's gonna be a fucking problem. I told you, Mama, I fight dudes. Hey, Donna, good morning, Donna. They got me on my other page, Donna. I was live this morning for about 20 minutes. I was telling everybody my dating story. I don't know how many times I'm going to keep on saying it. If you want to know, you let me know. But originally my question was, yeah. I haven't had one. Not even of the fact that they keep on fronting on me. Even though they all got issues over here, because a lot of them honestly are from New York. New York men are not that tall either. I mean, the tallest people I ever saw was in Georgia. When I never, man and woman, Georgia got the most tallest people I've ever fucking seen. I guess that's that good slow living, I guess. Not saying like the most relaxed, easygoing. I don't know if that has anything to do with height. But you guys are tall over there. I don't know who this is, Mama Money. Who's interested in contacting Creator? Who is that? Because they've been following me all my lives. And they don't say nothing, but I sure enough see them coming in all the time. Donna, I'm not lying. Because you well traveled as well. Am I lying? Uh-oh, DC, I'm sorry. I wasn't talking about people. No, I was talking about you, not that you are. I don't know, but I think, well, listen, you prove my point every time, though. The shorter you are, the more confident you are. I will give every vertically challenged men that the you guys are the most, you guys, sorry DC, I'm gonna keep on saying that, the most aggressive, confident men I know. Outgoing. You don't see what anymore? Oh, okay. It says something. You heard what I said, right? Because you know I don't fucking remember that shit what you just said. Risto, are you vertically challenged? I don't think you're vertically challenged. Let me stop talking shit before I lose this fucking page too. Anyway, so and he young, and he fucking young, and he has something going on with his teeth. He has some, like, I don't know. He had, like, it was, you know, this is one thing to have a cap, like a gold cap or even gold fronts, but when you just got one tooth, what is that called? You know, when it was just around your tooth, what's that? And I was like, they still do that? Because he look young. He was probably about 30-something. But let me tell you something. In my IG, he did want to go ahead and set up a date. He said, hey, you play pool. What are your, he's like, what's your work schedule like? He's like, do you like to play pool? We could play pool this week. I mean, he was actually setting up open. Is that what they call open phase? Like, yeah, like a crown. But the crown is, I don't know if it's like a crown. I guess it is like a crown. You know, your people, Poetic, your girlfriends, the people like you that you like to go out with, they be having them shit. So you know what it is. Highlight a gold crown. Okay, Don, I think it is a gold crown. But yeah, okay, a gold open face. All right, so you guys knew what I was talking about. But I thought that only, you know, I thought that was like back in the day shit. I didn't know people did that right now. So the young kids are doing it. Alexa, play 108 Soul on iHeartRadio. You search for them. I know you do. They're all coming for you because they all need your help. They need your help with work. Let me stop being like that. Okay, let me keep my page. So, but like I said, but at least he's coming up with a fucking plan. Meanwhile, this other dude over here talking about, I'm going to see you over the weekend, and he thought he was spending the whole fucking weekend with me. I mean, communication, like you said earlier, communication. If you would have told me, hey, I'm planning to rent a hotel room, or I got a hotel room for the weekends because I didn't want to drive because I wanted to be able to have a good time. If you communicated that to me, then I understand. But when you tell me that you live in Orlando and you want to see me over the weekend, I'm just thinking one day, Saturday. That's over the weekend, not the whole fucking weekend. And then you want to sit there and turn it around like it was my fucking fault. Well, I told you my mother was I put my mother in the hospice in the nursing home so that she could, so I could spend more time outside. Okay, that meant what? I'm not a fucking mind reader. What? I don't even know what you're talking about. If it was my daddy had one, he would be like 85. I had what? Oh, a crown? Yeah, but this kid, honestly, he must have been about, I wouldn't even give him 30. I think he was young. Man, again, he was vertically challenged, so maybe that was maybe that's why I think was maybe 26, 27. He was young. But he already set up a time, like I'm saying, at least he had was in my Instagram talking about, I'm trying to make plans where these other or asking me if I like, instead of a man on stupid dating app talking about, so the guy on the dating app now, since everybody keeps on asking me, so what are you looking for? I don't know what the fuck I'm looking for. I don't know what I'm looking for. I don't know what, because I don't know you to know what I'm looking for in you. I don't know you at all. So he was just like, well, the young ones whine too. They probably do. They probably do too. But what do they whine about the same things? Do they whine about the same thing? Because they're not that damaged yet. So what are they whining about? The Xbox broken? I don't know. So what was I gonna say? So the guy on this dating app, he tells me, a different guy. He's telling me, oh, I went to the dentist today. I went food shopping. Today's laundry day. And what are you looking for? So I mean, it's like, so you're going to tell me about your day, but the only thing you care about me is what I'm looking for. That's all you care about. Like, to me, it's like you don't even care. Like, you just want to jump right to it. Just jump to it. What are you looking for? I don't know what I'm looking for. I don't know what I'm looking for. Cause you're different. You know, I don't. If I meet you in person and you sexy as hell and you turning me on, what I'm looking for in you is that one night stand and just some good dick. That's what I'm looking for. If I meet you and you boring the shit out of me and I'm ready to go, then what I'm looking for is the next man. So let me meet you first. Shit. Did they be so fucking quick? I got a trail mix. Ow, that's better than what Prophet said yesterday that I look like cottage cheese. I don't know what not cottage cheese. What you say I look like my money? He said who was on the panel? Was that you, Donna? Donna, no. Donna, he said I look like what I look like? Cream cheese. I look like cream cheese. I don't know what the fuck that meant, cream cheese. I ain't looking for nothing either. That's why I hate that fucking question. What am I looking for? I'm looking for a conversation. So I changed my profile. So the profile used to talk about I'm not your therapist. Now my profile says I'm not looking for anything, but not to be asked. What am I looking for? Please find something else to talk about. To me, I feel, and that goes back to what I was saying earlier. I love this song, but yeah, cream cheese is wild. He thought it was a fucking compliment. I was like, what the fuck does that even mean? I don't want to look like cream cheese. So now it's that. So it went from I'm not your therapist because that's what's on the thing. So he goes. Anyway, he ended up blocking me. He said everybody was damaged. Because when he saw the post I put on my profile, I said, if I'm not your therapist, go find yourself one. Only talk to me if you're healed, right? Or something like that. I don't know if you saw it. Hold on. This is what my dating profile says. I don't know if you can see it because of the screen. Oh, thank you for my roses, Donna. Donna, that's the Aries in us. The Aries in us put this in it. Thank you, Donna. It says, please, if you do not know how to be positive, if you are insecure, and you don't know how to live in the moment, stay away from my profile. Your emotional trauma is yours, and I'm not a therapist. That's what my profile says on my Facebook dating app. Listen. Leave me the fuck alone. But do you think that stops them? No. Absolutely not. It absolutely does not stop them. So the guy says to me, the one that says, what am I looking for? He said, it is true. And they don't realize it. That's the thing. It's everybody else's fault except for theirs. So he's going to tell me, well, everybody got trauma. Everybody got drama. What he said? He said not drama. He said everybody got everybody's broken. That's what he said. Everybody's broken. So I don't believe that. I don't think everybody's broken, because if everybody, yes, have everybody been broke before and had shit happen to them? Absolutely. We all been through shit. But you heal from that shit and you move the fuck on to the next bullshit. There's always gonna be fucking bullshit. Absolutely right. But it's when you stuck on the same bullshit for the last 20 years, that's the shit I don't want to fucking deal with. I don't want to deal with you talking about your baby mama from fucking 20 years ago. I really don't. It's the whining. Yeah, fucking whining. So I told him, he said, everybody broken. I said, okay, so what breaks you? What you broken about? That's what I said. And then he blocked me. Okay, you the one that said that everybody is broken. That includes you too, right? I would think. So if everybody's broken, what makes you broken? And then I got blocked. And I got fucking blocked. Fucking assholes. Come on. You want to sound intelligent? I don't know what the fuck it is. That's what I did today. What happened to the men like this? Last night. Can you hear it? Alexa, volume 5. Told me me. I didn't get a chance. I was playing to block him. I was playing to block him. But he beat me to it. He beat me to it because when I went to go off to block him, I was already blocked. I mean, that shit was real fucking quick. He blocked me with a fucking quickness. Lord, they're so long. They're old and bitter now. That's why they're old and bitter. Could it be happening again? Alexa, volume 2. They're old, bitter fucking men. Old, bitter, miserable fucking men. Damn, I need to keep my pace. I couldn't believe it. I mean, and it's like nonstop. It's like I can't even get a break. I'd be like, can I just get a break? Can I just get one good one out of the hundred? Out of the hundred of them that I be talking to, can I just get one good conversation? And so I had a good conversation the other day with a guy, but then by the second day, I found out all his fucking baby mama fucking issues. It's like, why we got, I'm not your fucking therapist. I'm not your mama. I'm not none of that shit. So the young men are damaged. What they damaged about though, Donna? Are they damaged about a woman that hurt them in their past? Because they didn't really have that much of a past. I wouldn't think they would have that much of a past. But I mean, shit, their drama is probably fresh and brand new. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe we could heal the babies. Maybe we could heal the babies. I ain't trying to do that work. Why is I don't understand why is it that women are so resilient? We are so fucking resilient to this shit. And yes, some of us may hold on to it, but you know what? But if it comes, it comes. We recognize it when it's here. We recognize it. We'll weed out all the little crazy guys, but when there's a good one, we know when a man is good. You know, we know. And yeah, I'm not a fucking therapist, and you're not even paying me to be a fucking therapist. Like, come on now, like you. Mm-mm. But they swear they got it all together. So that was my. That's why I was thinking about today. Are we really all broken? Because I don't believe it. I still have hope. I still have hope. I mean, I don't know. I think we all got issues, but I don't think we all fucking. Because broken to me is like there's no coming back. When you break a leg, there's no coming back to that. I mean, even broken legs get healed, but it's like having a broken knee. That leg, then I don't know. Mm. I can't believe the sun is out. So the guy that I had a good conversation with, he starts giving me. I don't know. It's just like I want to keep trying. But shit, then there was this guy that I was talking to. I talked to him for a whole 24 hours. I was in love. I was in love. Have you ever been there? And then somebody told me about um love. They said, well, obviously you haven't been in love before. Well, no, I love every man that I've been with. Yeah, at this grown ass age, Donna. I don't care. So I even lowered my profile to be 35 to 55. I love me an old man. I can't help it. I do love me an older man. But 30, I put 35 to 55, but 35-year-olds, you're right, there ain't no fucking better. 35-year-old thought he was gonna tell me what to do. He was like, well, you're gonna have to stop going to bed so early. Excuse me, young man. Excuse me, young man. I go to bed when my fucking old ass body tells me to go to fucking bed. He said but he was a massage an exotic massage therapist or something like that. So he be working late at night and he expect me to be up late at night. Nah, I'm going to bed. What the fuck? I'm going to bed. Ain't gonna talk about my phone because when I sometimes I guess when I text on an iPhone, my emojis don't translate well, so it always comes up like as a question mark. He gonna tell me you gonna get a iPhone? No, I ain't. I can't. I am not letting no 35-year-old think that they run me. If I'm letting a 55, 70-year-old man think they fucking run me, what makes you think I'm gonna let a 35 that's my child's age run me? See, that's why I have a thing. Good for nothing type of brother. I'm not gonna give up. Good morning, Clark. Exactly. But really? Do they do that? Do they do that, Donna? Do they do that? Do they buy shit and not tell you? I don't know. I don't know. Are they different from older men? Do they hold it against you when they do it? I bought you a smartphone. Give me hey Angie. See, I'm seeing all my friends that don't normally come on this live. Good morning, Angie. How you doing today, beautiful? Yeah, I know. No, thank you. And then once it then throw it in your face. I bought you an iPhone. I'm pretty sure we'll give me good dick though. I'm pretty sure he gives out good dick. They broke too. You know what? I don't give a fuck if anybody's fucking broke. Honestly, I got my own shit. I just want you to give me some good dick. Does your dick work? Does your dick work? Does your fucking dick work? Which is what I was. I don't know. Did you see my pictures from us going out, Donna? Me and my homegirl. We were hanging out with these guys. Let me see. We were hanging out. This guy over here is German, and this guy here was from Britain. They were buying us drinks. They were. I had a good fucking time. I had a good time. But they didn't. But they wasn't. They wasn't. They were just by. So I had like about. And I don't even drink, Don. Must have had about 5 rum and cokes. I was having a good time. But I like to move around. My homegirl was just sitting there. But we were having a good. Look, acting all silly. Yeah. All I got is pictures, but these pictures are not translating. Well, paid my bills. There you go. Yeah, I had a good time. That was Friday night. I went out Friday night. And which I know I told this man. I told him I was going out on Friday night and then Sunday I was going out with my mother to run errands. I know I told him that shit. But this guy that lives in Orlando, Donna, he's only a fucking hour away. He gonna talk about, yeah, we had a good fucking time. We were only outside for about 2 hours, but we had a good fucking time. I mean, the men were buying drinks. The men were buying drinks, but there was no action. That's what I was talking about. There was no action except for this young dude. Young dude was very aggressive, and he came up. He asked me for my IG. Of course, I had to figure that shit out because I don't know how to do that. And he's been calling me. Well, not calling me. He's on my inbox on my Instagram since. He's telling me, what do what's your work week look like? Do you like to go pool? Do you like to go shoot pool after work? Some like he got a fucking plan. At least he got more fucking plan than these old fucking men. I sure didn't, cause me and her had a good fucking time. We had a good fucking time. I was definitely white tea wasted. I was dancing. I was having a good time. This man with cankles, he came and gave me a fist bump. I don't know why, but then he bought us drinks. And, it was nice. It was a nice fucking time. But again, nobody was really like pushing up except for that young guy, which is okay too, because there was nobody really there that was worth looking at anyway. But I just like having the conversation. Hey, DS Manny's new room. Good morning, Kenny. So another guy from a dating app, he said he lives in Orlando. He's about an hour away. He said, I want to see you this weekend. I said, okay, cool. But that was Monday. I didn't hear from him since. Friday, he texted me. He said, what are you doing this weekend? I said, Friday, I'm going out. Sunday, I'm going out. He said, okay, well, have a good weekend. I said, okay, you too. Then he text messages me 2 hours later, which means he was thinking about it. Hey, Callie, what's going on, Callie? Stay out of it, Callie. Stay out of it. Don't be involved. Just stay out of it. I know it's hard because you're a peacemaker, which was what my quiet time was today. I'm a peacemaker's willing to have it to earth. But stay out of it, Callie. Enjoy your time. Hey, my gorgeous sweetheart. I'm so mad that I didn't get to see you, but I had a training class and I had to work. I'm just telling my dating story time. So this guy said he was going to see me. I'll see you over the weekend. So anyway, Friday. So he's been thinking about it for 2 hours. He sends me a text message and he tells me, can I ask you a question? So I was like, yeah. He said, I guess we're never going to meet. Are we ever going to meet or some shit like that? Are we ever going to meet? So I said, let me call him because obviously this is a phone call conversation. So I call him and I'm like, what are you talking about? He's just like, well, I told you I was going to see you over the weekend. And I said, yeah. He's like, well, but you already have plans. I said, well, I have plans Friday and I have a plan Sunday, but I can see you Saturday. He said, well, I was planning to be there for the whole weekend. The whole weekend? You live in Orlando. You could come on a Saturday and leave Saturday night. What you mean you want to stay over the weekend? And then, where were you staying? Because did you get a hotel room already? Because if you had a hotel room, then I could understand you being a little bit upset. But if you didn't get a hotel room, don't you think you were kind of assuming a lot of shit? So when somebody tells you, oh, I'll see you over the weekend, does that mean the whole fucking weekend? Now, if you lived out of state, then I can understand. Exactly. He planned it without me knowing. Exactly. I was supposed to be a fucking mind reader. Now, if he was actually listening and paying attention to me when I had that conversation on Monday, I told him I was going out and hanging out with my homegirl on Friday. So he wasn't using his listening skills, but I'm supposed to be a fucking mind reader. Then he's going to sit there and turn it around and make it like it's my fucking fault. Well, I told you that I put my mother in a nursing home, so I'm going to have a lot more free time. That meant that you were going to come here for the weekend? What the fuck? That's not what it means. That means that you got more free time. That's all that means. You say you're going to have more free time. That means, why do men keep on wanting to read in between the lines, sit there, dissect every single fucking word? Why can't it just be the words that are coming out of my fucking mouth? And why can't your words be just what the fuck is coming out of your mouth? Good morning, Susu. Exactly. I'm not sitting around waiting for your ass. Exactly. Exactly, Donna. At least communicate. Good morning, Susu. I'm on my backup page because I got banana on my main page. It was my panel's fault. It wasn't my fault. I mean, communicate. But what was I supposed to do? And then he gonna sit there. Well, I guess we're not gonna meet. What the fuck? I mean, comments. What? You're so silly. Don't worry. We know what you need. We're not gonna hold it to you. I couldn't believe it. He gonna have an attitude with me. And then he's gonna talk about and then he'll apologize for the miscommunication. There was no miscommunication. You didn't say anything. Miscommunication is I missed it too. I'm not taking any responsibility for what the fuck you doing because again, I don't even know you, sir. I don't even know you for 5 minutes. I never even met you before. I don't even remember being on the fucking phone with him. But you're gonna assume that I'm gonna spend the whole fucking weekend with you and I don't even know you. At this fucking grown ass age, and not even assume where the fuck was you staying? Because again, he didn't say nothing about I had now if he was pissed off, I can understand if he got a hotel room and he had paid money for a hotel room, and all of a sudden the plans was gonna again not communicating and assuming. Then I can understand you being pissed. But did you have a hotel room? Because you did not mention that shit not once. So where did you think that you were staying? You thought you were gonna be staying with me? Is that what you thought? Good morning, Elliot. That passive aggressive. Ooh, I can't stand a passive aggressive because I'm not stupid. I'm not fucking stupid. Because to me, I get insulted. I get insulted because I'm reading between the. I might be playing like I'm not reading in between the lines, but I did not think that's what the weekend meant. I did not think that, but I know that you sitting there trying to play it in my face, making it seem like it was my fault when it wasn't my fucking fault. You saying that you put your mother in a nursing home. And again, when I was on the phone with him, I know he has that type of brokenness. He misses his mommy. I get it. Good morning, Joey. I understand it because you could tell he was living with his mother for 14 years. She had dementia. She was sick. He couldn't take care of her no more. So he decided to put her in a nursing home. This is the conversation I have again with these men. Again, being a fucking therapist. I'm not your fucking therapist. Before you start dating, heal whatever the fuck you got going on in your life because I don't want to hear about it. I don't fucking care. All right, was that me? I don't care. So we had that conversation about his mommy and da-da-da-da-da-da. So yes, when he said when he told me that he didn't want to put his mother in the nursing home, and then another day later he had said something about, he got sick and couldn't go to work, and he was upset because he couldn't go see his mother that day. So I knew that he's dealing from that. Yeah, he was looking for his mommy. And mommy don't even know she's a mommy. She has dementia. She doesn't even remember who you are. Is that not nice? Oh my God, that wasn't nice. Was that not nice? That's what I wanted to say. But I didn't say it. I could have said it. But anyway, so he tells me that he's going to have more time now because his mother's in a hey Danny, that his mother's in a place now, so he has more time to date. Okay, cool. Thank you for my roses. Thank you for my roses, Danny. So he said, I'm gonna see you over the weekend. Okay, seeing me over the weekend does not mean the whole fucking weekend. So that started me off my weekend as being kind of bad because I was fucking mad. Like the fucking nerve. The fucking nerve. Because to me, again, you think it's that easy? I am. I am. But if you communicated with me, you know what I'm saying? Let me get myself fucking prepared for this shit. You think you just gonna pop up talking on waiting all fucking weekend or the whole week actually because I haven't heard from him since maybe Tuesday. And you thought I was so you know how many men keep on saying they're gonna do something for me and they don't fucking come through? So what makes you think that you any fucking different? And again, if I didn't, so again, I'm thinking that is everybody broken? Because I feel like everybody's broken, especially these men. I don't know, Danny, are you broken? Does anybody want to admit that they're broken? Because one of the guys on the dating app said that everybody's broken. And when I asked him how is he broken, he blocked me. So I don't know. Or we just like to say that everybody's broken so it makes us feel better about ourselves. Because we're not healed yet. And then if you're broken, why are you on a fucking dating app? Because okay, so there's this guy. There is another guy. It drives me crazy when men say that they're just so alone. I'm just so alone. I'm just so lonely. I just want to be married. I just want to be in a relationship. Because to me, that means you don't give a fuck who it is. You don't care. You just want anybody. It doesn't matter who it is. I don't care. But as long, and I think that's the reason why they keep on asking you that question. What are you looking for? What are you looking for? I don't know what I'm looking for. I don't know what I'm looking for. And why do you know? Do you know what you're looking for? Because are you looking for a wife? That means it's like they want to hurry up and jump to the commitment already. And so you want to make sure that we're on the same page already. Really? I mean, it runs in our family. So this guy Joey, right? He's on the dating app. And he's telling me everything about himself. Oh, he went to the dentist. He's doing it. He's telling me everything about himself. And then he goes, and what are you looking for? And I'm like, what am I looking for? I don't know what I'm looking for. Each man is different. Just like every woman is different. My vibe with you might be a different vibe with the next guy. Right? It depends on how the conversation is. Let's meet each other. And then I can see what I'm looking for. Because I'm not really looking for shit. I'm not really looking for anything. Exactly. Just past everything fucking else. If I meet you and you fucking extra sexy and you keep your mouth shut, you might get some. I'm looking for that one night. If you are in my face and you're very argumentative and you're nasty and you cheap and you all that shit, then what I'm looking for is the next fucking man. So again, I don't know what the fuck I'm looking for. And then, exactly. Hey, fluttery kisses. And exactly. I'm putting too much. Using too much logic, but yet they're supposed to be the logical ones, but yet they're the emotional ones who wants to be. I don't want to be alone. I don't want to be alone. I don't know what yes, that's what I want. The big silent. Good morning, gorgeous, beautiful. They look, but they're not. They don't want it. They don't want nothing of it. They just want to be married. They just want to be. That's the reason why they ask that question. What are you looking for? Because if I say, oh, I'm looking for some ex, then they go, well, that's not. Oh, she must be a 304 because at 50 years old they keep on calling us that. Oh, thank you, Susu, for the populars. And then if I say, oh, I'm looking for a marriage, then they're gonna ask me all the other qualifying questions that they want to ask us to be like. I'm not doing all that. And then again, this is what's all in my mind. I'm not really writing it. I'm kind of writing it, but I'm not writing all of it, right? So then I said, well, because I just put LOL. That's what I did. So then he said, well, what's so funny? I said, it's funny that you would tell me about yourself, but you're not even asking me about myself. All you care about is that I'm looking for the same thing that you're looking for. So you don't care anything about my personality. They do want their mommy. They absolutely want their mommy. You're not asking anything about me. All you know is that you see a picture of me. That's it. All you know is that you see a picture, and because I look fucking good, what are you looking for? Seriously, dude? And then they want to send you fucking pictures. I'm tired of the fucking pictures. They want a robot. They want me to be, and then I must be desperate or needy or something like that. I don't fucking know. I don't give a shit. I don't want your damage. Joey, did you see what I put? This is what's on my profile. This is literally what's on my Facebook profile. Because I was tired. I'm tired of these emotionally damaged freaking men. I don't think you should be dating. If you got issues, I don't think you should be dating. If you just want your mommy, you shouldn't be. Like, you should look into that, for real. So then the man said, everybody's broken. And then I said, because I put this therapist shit. He said, he said, everybody's broken. And I said, well, what makes you broken? And then he got mad, and then he blocked me. Oh, thank you for achieving my live goal. Then he blocked me. So I got blocked again, which, I mean, again, it is what it is. I just think it's funny. Again, was he in his emotions? Because honestly, I was putting logic to it. I was definitely putting logic to it. But I think he was being the emotional one. Because he got mad. Thank you, Charles, for joining the team. Charles, I was hanging out with your people this weekend. I was hanging out with your people. Look, Charles, what did you say? Look, Charles, I met this dude at the bar, Charles. He's from Britain. And, you know, British people are assholes. So, you know, I was able to get along with him. We had a good fucking time because I was cracking a lot of jokes and he was cracking a lot of jokes. I let him sit down for a while because I was sitting in the chair. He had knees, baby. He had knees because he must have been bending down because the floor was wet. So he wasn't sitting on the ground. He was just bending. He was on his knees, bending those knees for about a good hour. I couldn't speak. I was very fucking surprised. And he an old man, too. I don't know how old he was. I forgot how old he was. He just looked like an old man. But so I stood up. I stood up because I wanted everybody to look at this body. So I let him sit. I let him sit. Good morning, Anna. Him and his friend was buying drinks. The guy with the cankles. There was a guy that had cankles. He gave me a fist bump. He actually, and then here's this bullshit. He comes by. And he was like, he goes, oh, go ahead, beautiful ladies. How you doing this evening? He said, and then he gives us a fist bump. And me and my homegirl. It doesn't look, she looks blurry in the back, because it looks dark back there. So, hey, Scott. So, I couldn't get a good fucking picture of us outside. But look at them legs. Between her legs and my boobs, we was outside. We had a good fucking time. So the guy, he had cankles. So he came over. He's like, oh, pretty in pinks. And he gives us a fist bump. He's like, what y'all drinking? So I said I wanted a rum and coke. She said she wanted a Cosmopolitan. He goes, gets us the drinks. He's like, all right. Comes back. All right, you ladies have a good night. Walks back, and I see him in a table with a girl, with another woman. And it was his woman. Because the way that they were hugged up on each other, that was his woman. I know she had to see her man buy his fucking drinks. I know she had to see it. What was that about? Because she was in eye distance because after he bought us the drinks and brought it to us, I saw where he walked and she was right there and he sat up right next behind her and put his arm around her. He had kinkles anyway. He had kinkles and boys. Isn't she a pretty? That's my pretty friend Nayla. Let me show you. This is us going into. Let me see if I can picture of us. Yeah. That's us here. It was her birthday. She was 36. She just turned 36. Do nice men do that? Oh, I don't know that. Really, Donna? I don't know. I don't be outside. I haven't gone outside, honestly, for my birthday when me and never went out. Other than that, I haven't been out. Look at that pretty smile. It was her birthday. But yeah, so we went out. So we was outside. Isn't she pretty? Oh, thank you for roses. I have a beautiful friends. I don't know if you know to see the ladies in my chat too. They're very beautiful too. I think it's because I think pretty women attract other pretty women. Honestly, I mean, since I was younger, I've always had pretty friends. Even my son's father always tells me that too. He's like, you always be hanging out with pretty friends. I think because I'm not a fucking hater. I think pretty people are just not haters, and pretty people just love will compliment enough. Like we on our own. Thank you, Miss Shay. She is Scott. She is Scott. She's 36 years old. She had, oh, thank you for letting me kisses. And then she had this. Did you see the legs on her? She had this little dress, and these. She loves pink. She loves pink, and she had this little dress on. I don't see if you can see it, but look, you see her legs? And I had to keep on putting her dress down because you see her legs? And I had to keep on putting her dress down because she had this pocketbook on, and the pocketbook kept on lifting her dress up, which didn't matter because she had the most cutest, like, she's adorable. She's 36 years old. She's adorable. She's from San Francisco. She's 36 years old. She's adorable. She's from San Francisco. She's actually San Diego. I don't know if there's a difference, but she's from San Diego. And she just moved down here, and she never been to the strip that's over here in Florida. And we were supposed to go to Coyote Ugly. We passed by it because when we passed by it, we saw all the girls dancing on the tables and stuff like that. So I said, well, let's keep on walking. I said, because I want you to see, because there's bars and bars and bars and bars and bars. It's like Louisiana. And so there's bars everywhere. I said, but I wanted her to see because each bar is going to offer you something different. Oh, thank you, Scott. And we rented a hotel room that was right there on the strip, so we didn't have to drive or anything like that. And our goal was that we were going to have a good fucking time. And we did. We had a real fucking good time. We went to some bar. We got the guy with the cankle. Then we met these two. One guy was from Russia. Another guy was from Britain. They worked together. That's probably all I know. She knows more because she was actually paying attention. The guy was sitting there showing her the pictures of his wife and the kids. And I guess they're still in Russia, and he comes out here to work. And all this. And I don't like being stuck when I'm at a bar. If I'm at a club, if I'm outside, I don't like to be stuck with people. Like, I thank you for the drink, and we're going to have a good conversation, a good 10 minutes, and then I'm going to be moving to the other side of the bar. I'm going to the bathroom. I'm going to the next bar. I'm not sitting, but she was sitting there conversating, and I was ready to fucking go. So then finally she said she had to go to the bathroom, but she didn't want to go ahead and pee in the room. Okay, fine. We had a hotel up the block, so we could walk there. So we walked back to the hotel. She went to the bathroom. I went into my bed and fell the fuck and was stuck in the bed. She came, took off her shoes. She went in bed. We were asleep. We were asleep by 12:30. We went out at 10 and we were in bed by 12:30, but we had a good fucking time. Let me tell you, we had a good fucking time. We only needed 2 hours. Because mind you, we was at work. We were at work all day. This was us at the hotel room. Look, she was sitting there even eating her yogurt because it was about 5 o'clock when we got out of work. Thank you for letting me kisses for liking the live. I got bananaed off on my main page, so I'm over here just bullshitting on my what do you call it? Whatever this is, my backup page. It was nothing wrong with it. I had a good time, Charles. And yesterday I was recovering from it too. I shit it all fucking day. That's why I'm not a drinker. That should be just running through me. Now I know people have told me it's because it was the cheap liquor. I get it, and that's fine because I'm not a drinker, so anything's gonna get me. I had like 5 rum and cokes, and that was a lot for me because I'm not a drinker. But I knew I didn't have to drive, and I was only walking to the hotel room. So I was definitely on my bullshit, and I was laughing and joking, and I had a good time. So that was my Friday. I shitted yesterday all day and it was in bed. And today I felt energized, and I was thinking about my quiet time this morning was about being a problem solver. Are you a problem solver or a shit starter? I mean, that's not what the Bible app said. I'm just using it in my own words. And because the Bible says, I'm always bringing Charles to church, because the Bible said that the peacemakers wouldn't inherit the earth. So that was my quiet time. And in my quiet time, I was thinking about this man's situation, about saying that everybody's damaged or everybody is broken. And I don't believe everybody is broken. Is that what it is? You're right. I mean, I guess. I mean, when I was young, you know what it is? I think, Donna, what it is, I don't know if you knew this, right? So I used to be 300 pounds, and I had a gastric sleeve maybe about 10 years ago. And let me tell you, ever since I had that, now I can't eat a lot. That's why I can't stand when people be talking about food or let's go on a date. So I like coffee dates because I can't eat a fucking meal with you. I'm only gonna be able to eat one bite at a fucking time, and I'm gonna end up leaving with leftovers, and I ain't going on a date and leaving with leftovers because that makes me look like I'm fucking homeless. I ain't got no food in my house, and then I don't want to sit there and explain them why I'm not eating so much. Oh, you don't like? So that's the whole fucking thing. Anyway, with alcohol is the same way. So. Just like I ain't got no food tolerance, I ain't got no alcohol tolerance. So one drink will get me twisted real fucking quick. And so if I'm drinking, if I'm drinking a lot of rum and cokes, a lot of sugar, I'm in that bathroom. Now you figure after 10 years, just now am I starting to gain the weight back, but I've been steady the same weight for the last 10 years. I think, and that's why I think, because now I have to get a whole new fucking wardrobe. I don't mind the weight. I really don't. Men seem to love it. They keep on telling me, oh, you getting thick. I see you getting thick over there. I like it. I like to see you getting thick. So the men like it. As long as the men like it, I love it. Y'all want to sit there and squeeze on this thickness and squeeze up? Go ahead. Love it. Love all of it, baby. I'm just upset that I got to buy a whole new fucking wardrobe. That's the only thing. I ain't got no money to buy no clothes. And you know I like to dress. That's what I be worried about. This is what I was going to work with on I mean, I was surprised. Every time I go into my closet, I pull on a pair of I went to JCPenney's because they had a sale on fucking pants. They didn't fit me. Anyway, I don't know. I'm not talking about this. I don't know how I even got onto this. The drinking. Yeah, but it was good. I don't care. It was worth it, Donna. Just like milk. I can't drink milk no more either. But every once in a while, I'll sit there and eat a bowl of cereal. Good, Charles, because I'm tired of fucking talking.
Where's everybody?
Fucking talking.
Where's everybody at? You can say, damn, ain't nobody in the box this morning.
Good morning, Brittany. Good morning, gorgeous. It's not that, Charles. I was on my main page, and I had a bunch of people on my panel. KC, matter of fact. Your friend KC. She was talking about a story about her in a laundromat, and next thing you know, I got bananas. I was only live for about 30 minutes.
Oh yeah, I heard about the laundromat. Oh my god.
Okay, so she was talking about the laundromat, and I believe, because I think that sometimes people be listening, and I think that because I wasn't even saying anything, I wasn't even talking, and so instead of they giving her the violation, they got me, and for a whole week I'm down. I appealed it. I doubt if they put it back on because I've been doing pretty good. It's been like 2 weeks since I got any type of violation.
They seriously got you over a freaking that story?
Because of that story, right?
Seriously?
So you know the story. It wasn't even that much. It was suggested, but it's like,
but it was. I mean, it was assholeish and just weird and fucking whatever.
I told her she should have gotten herself a new drink. Why? Good morning, Miss London. But it is what it is. So I came on my backup page. So people were coming in here on my backup page, but it kept on glitching, which means, again, it was starting to get reported again. So I had people, so I'm like, listen, I'm not bringing anybody in the boxes right now. I said, let me just wait a little bit so that whoever's watching will go the fuck on and do something fucking else.
Yeah.
So I was just telling everybody about my weekend. Did you hear about my weekend?
I did. I heard a pretty good amount of it. Yes, absolutely.
This be every day. See, it's glitching now. See, I shouldn't even said anything. I wonder if because they're gonna use you. Keep on tapping the screen, please. Mama Money, do what you always do. See, Charles? Because I said something. Or maybe because you might be in my panel. And you know what? You know how it is too. If they're following people that's in your panel, then they will sit there to try to get in. They know they're fucking blocked. So you know what I mean?
I wish I knew how to be able to freaking know who was doing it. That's what
I wish I would know too. I wish I knew. And let me ask. So now, Mama Money. Now that you a manager. Okay, I got you. Am I up to 10? Oh, look, people tapping. I've been getting everybody to tap. I guess that's a good thing, right, Charles?
Yep.
All right, Charles. So, question of the day. Since you up here. Aha.
Yep, that's what I came up for.
Okay, so did you hear what the question of the day is?
Yeah.
Okay, which one is that? Because I did talk about a lot of shit.
So I'm a fixer. So
Okay, that wasn't my question of the day, but that's good. So you're a problem solver.
problem solver. Yeah, yeah. Well, that was a question I heard.
Okay, no, that's good. No, that's good. I see you do want to go to church with me on Sundays. I knew it. I knew it. But I'm gonna and listen when I and because right, let me look because it was because you reading the Bible and you didn't even know it. All right, so when I looked up, now you made me go back in the house. When I looked up, oh, thank you for achieving my life goal. Thank you, so. So a peacemaker is building bridges, resist wanting to hit back, a grace giver, humble, empathy, understanding the other person's perspective. That's what a peacemaker is. I love that. I love that. Life would be the world would be such a better place if everybody was more like that. Don't you think?
Yes, absolutely. I agree. I will say that most of the time I'm like that, but there are some times when I will get a little sideways.
I mean, I do too. Don't get me wrong. We're human. At the end of the day, we're not human. I mean, we're all human. We're all gonna sit there and lose it. I lose it all the fucking time. Hey, listen, I go to church every morning and have my quiet time. And by the time I get off this live, I done cursed out somebody, done said something sexual. I fucking broke every single rule. It's to religion. So it's okay because you know what? There's another day that comes on. There's another day. So my question of the day is, but there's a lot of people that live to be a shit stirrer, you know, you know those people too that just constantly they create drama, they create beef, they create shit just because I don't know it makes them feel important. I don't know what they ain't got nothing else to do. They're bored. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, I know those people.
Right. We see it all the time here on this app. We know who the shit stirrers are and who the peacemakers. On this app, I don't like being a peacemaker, honestly, because I'm not getting involved because that shit will always turn on you. That shit will always fucking turn on when you get yourself involved into something that you have no business getting involved in. Now it's your fucking fault. So I'm not that. I draw the fucking line.
Yeah.
I am not gonna carry on somebody else's fucking beef. I'm too old for that shit. Because I got energy for it. Because you know I like to argue. I do argue, but if you come from my friends, that's another story. You like it, like if you're on this, if unless you're on my panel, if you're on my panel and you sit there and you say something bad about my friends, I am gonna go off. I'm not no damn peacemaker on that because I can handle. I got thick skin. My friends got thick skins too, but no, you ain't gonna do that in my face. Anyway, I was meaning. So the question of the day is, you want the story behind it? Did you hear me talk about the story? Thank you, Susu. Did you hear me about the story about? All right, you saw my profile. What's in my profile for the Facebook dating app, right?
Yeah.
About people needing to get people, you know, you have therapy, and if you need therapy, I'm not a therapist, that type of thing, right?
Yeah.
So a man has said that everybody is broken. Do you believe that everybody is broken?
Nope.
I don't think so either. So what does broken mean to you?
Well, broken means that you have things you actually have to work on. You know, you actively are in a situation where you just got out of something or you went through something, right? So if I went to an accident or got into an accident, I have to heal from the injuries, right? So I'm broken. That's the way it is. You know,
that's how I saw it. I saw it the same way too, because I think so. There are healed people in the world. There are.
And you know, if you get in a and you know, if you get in a relationship, you get hurt that way. You know. Whoa.
You all right? You broken right now? You just. You okay, Charles?
Charles, my damn RV being broken. Shit.
Did you fall? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'll be right back. Well, I'm gonna mute. I gotta go out and check and see what just hit the RV.
So somebody just hit your RV. Oh my goodness! Look at that. Sorry, Charles. Did I jinx you?
No, we got weather coming in, so that's why I'm worried. Hang on a second.
All right, go ahead. Do what you gotta do. I understand. I want to sit here and talk shit like I normally fucking shit talk anyway. But so I don't believe it either. I don't think, and that's the whole point. I mean, we're supposed to be like, we all go through shit. Everybody goes through shit. But the whole thing is you learn from the shit and you do better next time. You do better next time. It's not always about no. Now if you could, now if you still, so I asked him. I said, well, what makes you broken? Then he blocked me after that. He blocked me. Hey Scott, because if you say everybody swipe left or swipe right or whatever, you gotta fucking swipe and move the fuck on. So he blocked me before. I was gonna block him anyway, but I just, I was curious because that's what happens. I get curious and what the dumb shit they're gonna say next. What dumb shit they're gonna say next? And let me make them feel stupid when I repeat those words back to them, because that's what we do, Aries. We sit there and we actually listening to what you say. My money, you do it too, and I know you do it too. So that's the reason too, and I know you do it too. So that's the reason why we always get into these arguments with these men, because we're actually listening to them. We're listening to what they say, and then when we say it back to them, they get mad at me and have an argument with me. Thank you for achieving the live goal. Yeah, every season, all day, and Aquarius, fine. And Aquarius women. I'm not gonna hold you on Aquarius, man. You want to see my Aquarius, man? I was showing out. So Facebook be giving you these Facebook memories. So I have a Facebook memory when my ex-husband came up. Look at this. Ain't we cute? We were definitely a very attractive couple, I must say. And that was the fucking problem, because we look cute together. That's the problem. And when I got divorced, everybody was just like, you guys got divorced? Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Because everything on the outside is not the mean. That's why pictures are deceiving. Pictures are deceiving. That's why I can't stand. That's why I can't thank you, Fluttery Kisses. We were a very nice looking fucking couple. We went outside. We always was outside. We always had date nights with our friends. I made it purposely having to work on that, because he didn't like to go outside, but I love going outside. So we always did something to make sure we always outside together. But yeah. But again, pictures are just pictures. Pictures are just fucking pictures, and it don't mean a fucking thing. And that's when people will sit there and they think that they could learn you or understand you. Thank you, Miss London. And when they keep on saying, oh, I'm just watching you and I'm just learning you and I'm just looking at, no, that doesn't mean, because they're just pictures. They're just fucking pictures. They don't, shit. Because we were church people. We were in church all the fucking time. But when we left that church, we was in hell. So, yeah, don't believe everything you see on a fucking picture. Thank you, Susu. I know, we did fucking look good together. Again, it was the title. It was more of the title than anything else. That's why I wouldn't do it. That's why I know what it takes. It takes a lot to be fucking married. And you know too as well. All my lovely ladies, beautiful ladies, smart, resilient ladies know what it's like to be married. We know what it's like to be a great ass fucking mother and a wife. We know what it's like, because we give it good. So it takes a lot of fucking work. This shit's not fucking easy. Oh, that was my ex-husband. That's my ex-husband. It takes a lot of work to be married. And that's why people making it seem like, so when the guy on my chat was talking, not my chat, but the guy from my Facebook, not just that one guy, all the guys want to know within the first 2 sentences, what am I looking for? I don't know what the fuck I'm looking for. Why I don't want to put a title to it. Let me see. Did somebody try to request up? I don't know if somebody tried to request up. I don't want to put a title to it, because I'm not guaranteeing you nothing. I'm not guaranteeing you nothing. So if I say, oh, I just want to smash, then what's that going to mean? If I say, oh, each man is different. And again, pictures don't mean a fucking thing. So when you sit there and you send me 20 pictures of yourself, that don't fucking mean anything. Oh, so I told one guy that, because he sent me 20 pictures of 20, like, oh, I was sending you what was in my camera roll. So again, I was trying to be nice. I said, LOL. And they want to know what's funny. And then I'm telling you, I said, well, can you just tell me what the point of you sending me pictures was? He said, what did he say to me? He said some crazy shit to me. He said, I'll pass. That's what he said. He said, I'll pass. Why? Because I asked you a question. Hey, Keith. Because I asked you a question about why you were sending me pictures. And it was like, if it was like, like, I can understand, like, this other guy told me, where you at? I told him I was at a concert. I sent him a picture of me in the concert, because I was doing that at the time. You asked me what I was doing. I was showing you where I was at. That I can understand. But if you sending me pictures on your camera roll from 5 years ago, I don't give a fuck about your camera roll pictures. Hey, it's the same thing, up and stuck as always. Like these tetas. No, I'm playing. Like these tetas, up and stuck. So, oh my goodness, I made a post about, and then these men be so fucking salty. I made a post, and this shit don't even have nothing to be doing with them, but they feel like they gotta put their fucking 2 cents in a conversation that had nothing to fucking do with you. I was talking about men don't know how to have conversations, and they want to talk about, well, women don't know how to have conversations too, and that's the reason why you women are bitter. Like, it wasn't even about the women. It was just about the, oh Lord, they always want to do that, you bitter ass old man. Like, Keith, you ran out of that room quickly the other day, didn't you? You ran out of that fucking room. I was on Wendell's ass. Yeah, but and listen, I don't want to FaceTime people either. I don't want you sitting there with your, because you could still screenshot a fucking picture. But I understand. I want to see you in person. Especially we in a dating app. You're local. There's no reason why we can't meet up. When I meet up with you, if I find you completely attractive and you smell good and the vibe is there, then what I'm looking for in you is a smash. That's what I'm looking for. But if I meet up with you in person and you nasty, you rude, you looking over your fucking shoulder, you fucking paranoid, you got an attitude, you're talking about your baby mamas and all that other crazy shit, then what I'm looking for is the next fucking man. I don't know what each man is differently. We can't just put everybody in a fucking box. Yeah, exactly. Me Too stuff. That's exactly what that shit is. Me Too. They be on that Me Too movement too. But the looks, again, but the looks can be deceiving, Mama Money. I just told you that you saw my handsome ass fucking ex-husband. Looks is fucking, that's why the woman that he left me for thought that she was getting a fucking prize too. Little did she find out. She found out real fucking quick. Looks are fucking deceiving. And my looks is deceiving. I'm fucking crazy as all hell, but at least I know my fucking crazy, and that's part of my healing. Knowing that I don't need to be in no relationship. That's part of my healing. Knowing I don't need to be married to somebody. I'm doing well, Keith. I'm doing amazing. How you doing this morning? I went outside, Keith. I went outside on Friday for a whole 2 hours. And looking good too. I want to show you this picture. And what's up with all these young girls showing their whole entire asses? I don't understand that. I saw. If I could show you the picture of an ass that I saw, and a whole dimply ass. Yeah. If you tell me I'm getting thicker, Keith, I'm gonna hurt you. Because every man that knows me, he's gonna telling me I'm getting thicker. And I know you like the thickness. I like the thickness too. I like being squeezed on. Oh, yeah, but I was definitely on one when I was in that fucking room. You ain't gonna sit there and play me. You ain't gonna fucking play me. And you was trying to fucking play me, and I wasn't trying to. No sir, no sir. I think that started my fucking weekend. Honestly, that I was on a live Friday. Was that Friday morning, Keith? I think that was Friday morning. And then there's a dude that was in the box that I had blocked. And I known this dude for mad fucking long, but I had to fucking block his ass. So I'm very juicy. But you would never fucking know because you be running and scared too. You're another one who be running scared. That's why you be blocked and unblocked and blocked and unblocked. You know what? But you know what gets you unblocked. You honestly know what gets you unblocked because you got that nice thick dry dick. That's why you began unblocked. Some people get blocked for good. You get unblocked every once in a while. Because I be like, there. Keep got that monstrous penis. See, that's what yeah. Have you ever seen it, Donna? I don't have your phone number. I'll send it to you. I send it to Mama Money. I send it to everybody, honestly. If you got your number, if I have your number, everybody's seeing your penis. Keith, sorry. That's why he don't like coming into my room because I always talk about his penis. All right, so let me ask you this, Donna. You saw, remember Mama Money? Okay. He ain't gonna comment. He gets mad when I say it. But shit, why the fuck you sent it for? You have it too, Donna? No, that should be looking ashy. That should be looking ashy as hell. What the fuck is wrong with these men? What is wrong with them? Why do they be sending their penis pictures around? You don't know what I'm talking about? You pleading the fifth? All right, so let me tell you about this beef about this other guy that I blocked. So I known him for a couple years. I've known him since I first started the app, right? First up, man, I mean, there's so many stories I can tell you about this guy because he's on this app, right? And so, but we never met up. We were talking. He knew I was single. I knew he was single at the end of the days. And what we know, I was like, okay, so he told me, I know. Hey, Jador. Good morning, beautiful. I'm on my backup page, and everybody's coming through my backup page that I haven't seen because usually I'm on my main page. But I got Banana on my main page, so I'm over here talking shit on my backup today. So, whatever the situation is, he says he's gonna be in Tampa, and I was like, oh, okay, cool. I'll meet you up at the truck stop because you're gonna be in Tampa. Meet you at the truck stop. Thank you. So I meet him in the truck stop, and he smells so good. Even though he was traveling, he smelled so fucking good. He was taller. I mean, I was on him. I was rubbing on his arms. I'm rubbing on his legs. And we're at the Popeyes, mind you, because we had the truck stop, and there's Popeyes and truck stop. And I didn't give a fuck. I was all over that motherfucker because it's 3 years of anticipation of us talking to each other, and now we actually able to talk to each other. Now I'm rubbing up on him. Yo, he was so busy eating his fucking Popeyes. He was so busy eating his fucking Popeye. He wasn't paying me no fucking mind. And we were laughing. We were having a good conversation. Because, again, it's just 3 years in the making of us talking to each other and just having a good time with each other. Over the phone, video chat, all that other bullshit. But so now I'm in my feelings. Because I'm like, yo, what the fuck? I'm like, yo. So he leaves. He says, but he showed me his truck. And we kicking whatever. But he goes about his way. And then I go by my way. And I'm like, yo, do I smell or something? Like, why wasn't he giving me back that same energy all of a sudden? I know you are. You don't stay long. I know you don't stay long. You glad? Oh, good. I'm glad. I'm over here just talking shit. So, because I'm talking about the other day, this is what started my Friday. This is what started my weekend. So after that, a couple weeks after that, I see him on a live, and he's on a live, and he's talking about his girlfriend. So I'm like, huh? You had a girlfriend? So I was just like, you know what? Cool. And so I came up there, and I'm talking to him, and he was just like, yeah, I had a girlfriend, and I didn't want to tell you because why you didn't want to tell me for? If me and you are friends, because at the end of the day, thank you for achieving the goal, flirty kisses again. If me and you are friends, we've been friends this whole entire time. If you had a girlfriend, why didn't you just tell me you had a girlfriend? Why didn't you just tell me you had a girlfriend? So to me, listen, you ain't trying to smash. You ain't trying to be my friend, obviously, because if you were my friend, you would tell me the fucking truth. So I blocked him. I blocked him up for fucking everything. I would block him. Fuck you, right? So now, so Friday morning, I happen to be on a live. He was on the live. Keith was on the live, and I came in there, and of course now he's like, all of a sudden I guess he realized that I blocked him. So he was like, Adrian, you blocked me? I said, yeah, I blocked you. He was like, but why you blocked me? So now we're going through. I said, yeah, I blocked you. He was like, but why you blocked me? So now we're going through all this whole shit. He of course he didn't take no responsibility. I'm like, yo. So now the women, of course, and then it's like, man, what's wrong with women? Because like, why you getting so emotional for? So what? I said, because, that rejection is a motherfucker. I don't know if anybody gonna be honest about it. But rejection is a motherfucker. And you start taking that shit personal. If you would have just told me the fucking truth, hey, I got a girl, I would have understood that shit fucking completely. But I think in my mind, he did, again, he did lie. And then not even that, you're disrespecting your fucking girlfriend at the end of the fucking day. Because why you hiding your fucking girl? If you had a girl, claim that shit. Yeah, I got a girl, da-da-da-da. Cool. So you ain't, and then meanwhile, you be up and down on this fucking app talking about positivity and all this other crazy shit, you fucking liar. You're a fucking liar because you're a fucking fraud. And I don't deal with frauds. I don't deal with fucking frauds at all. So yeah, you fucking block. So he didn't understand that. He was like, wait a minute. I know, no, don't get me wrong, Florida. then I'm going to tell you. I'm not going to give you information you don't need to know. That particular day when I'm all over him and he had a fucking girlfriend, I needed to know that information. I needed to know that. So then I was like, okay, cool. We still, cause we always had great conversations with each other. So it was like, we could still be friends. I don't give a fuck. Okay, so what? You got a girlfriend. But to me, this is what I think it was. I think he didn't tell me. And you ladies tell me what you think. I think he didn't tell me because he wanted to keep that door open. So if shit didn't work out between him and old girl, he could still come back and swing the block with me. I think that's what he thought. Because why wouldn't you tell me? If me and you are fucking friends, I don't give a shit if you got a fucking girlfriend. Good for you. I want you to have a girlfriend. He was a relationship type of guy. I knew he was a relationship type of guy. And that's the reason why I never pushed up on him or made plans with him or anything didn't go further than what it was. Because I knew me and him were not on the same page on what we wanted. So now you found a woman that wants a relationship. I'm happy for you. Great. I'm happy for you. Do that. But tell me, what the fuck? Anyway. So that's what started my fucking Friday. That's what started my Friday morning. I couldn't believe that shit. And they ain't gonna talk, and they ain't gonna sit there. Wait a minute, you got me blocked off your phone too? They ain't gonna ignore all the shit that I'm saying. He was like, cause he looks like my son, right? He looks like my son. So I know you know who it is. He looks like my son. Probably, but not really. I know you guys been you've been in these streets, so you know all the different parts of these streets. So we used to always play around about, because we both wear glasses. We always usually wearing the same fucking glasses. So people matter of fact, sassy fucking trucker used to say that we used to go together, and she used to go to every live and tell people that we used to go to fucking together. But at the time, I also had another situation going on, and he knew that I had another situation going on. So that's the reason why he kind of backed up from me, and that was fine. I understood that. But anyway, when I'm seeing you in person, and we here. We're fucking here. You smelling fucking good. I'm rubbing all up on you. If you had a fucking girl, you should have told me you had a fucking girl. Because I'm over here thinking that my fucking underarms stinking shit. Like, damn, then I'm thinking, am I ugly? Because not for nothing. That last bullshit that I went through fucking killed my fucking ego. Because I be thinking I'm the fucking bomb diggity. And next thing you know, somebody, what? You kidding me? Am I ugly? Like, what the fuck? How you go from me to that? And it happens a lot. It happens a lot with me. So yeah, so my ego was fucking hurt, and now I'm over here pushing up on this dude, and he over here act like I got the motherfucking cooties, and he want to sit there and too busy eating his fucking Popeyes. So yeah, I think you should have told me the fucking truth, sir. Exactly. Because of course yesterday on the live, that's exactly what you brought up. Not you brought up, but he brought that up. Well, you were talking to old boy, and okay, and what that got to do with anything? I'm single, you single, and he's single. So what the fuck that got? We all fucking single here. At least I told you about old boy, because I didn't want you being around the same circles. And you no, see, I don't shit where that's what I don't do. I don't shit where I fucking eat. So anyway, he should have fucking told me. But I think he didn't tell me because he thought if shit didn't work out between him and his girl, that me and him could still have a possibility. Now you have no possibility. So now everybody in the panel's going, but why did you block her? Why you block him? Because I don't want him to see me. Because I don't want him to look at me. I don't want him to see all this fucking thickness. He absolutely been had that fucking girl. You absolutely fucking right. Who you know I'm talking about? Who you think I'm talking about? I didn't. Well, this happened a while ago, my money. This did happen a while ago. This happened maybe about 8 months ago, maybe, if not longer. It did happen longer. I know it was the summertime when I saw him. I know I saw him in the summertime. So that had to be about 9 months ago. But I guess I haven't been in the same panel with him. And I guess he didn't realize that he was blocked either. And then when I saw him in the same panel yesterday, that's when he realized. He's like, I'm blocked? Yup. You sure the fuck are. I don't want you looking at me. Nope.
Only on New York's 108 Soul and iHeart
Fuck you. Fuck you and your fucking positive, whatever the fuck, positive being self. Fuck you and your positive being. Because to me, that's not spreading positive being. That's not positive. If you're a liar and you don't tell the truth, you're not being all you're doing is spreading lies and negativity. Unfucking believable. And you know what I'm saying? He was way more handsome in person. Way more handsome in person. He's a lot taller in person, too. A lot taller in person. He smelled fucking good. He was in his work uniform, but, he was still looking good. He was still looking good. He was looking fucking good, and I was really surprised. I really was surprised because he be looking like he be looking like Spike Lee and shit. So anyway, so now you're coming up asking about my kids, how your kids doing? My kids are fine. My kids are fine. Don't ask me about my fucking kids. Don't worry about them. They're all good. They ain't worrying about you. Yeah, Spike Lee. He look like Spike Lee. Oh, it's court time. What's gonna be on court today, Bella? I was gonna call you Bella. Bella's court's on now. It's 8 o'clock. He did look like Spike Lee. We had it's amazing how we're still all connected, Donna. Like I said, you've been on this app fucking long enough. Mama Money definitely. We all been on this app. We are connected and talk about, what's it, 9 degrees of separation, where we're all connected. That's why this app is crazy. All week long, and we wasn't scared of nothing. Everybody was genuinely themselves, or that, I guess, what we thought was themselves, I guess. Yes. Yeah, I know, I got it. And yes, you're right. That motherfucker. That motherfucker. And honestly, the only reason why I'm not even saying his name or showing you because we got a cute picture together too. We got an amazing fucking picture together. And the only reason why I'm not saying his name is because I have respect for his girlfriend. You know what I'm saying? Because of that shit. Because to me, if you was my man and you had some woman push up on you, you better tell this woman that you got a woman. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck? So it goes on a whole different other level. Screw me. And what the fuck? You didn't tell me the truth. Well, you don't even respect your woman. Because you didn't even tell you should have told me that you, because who want, I don't even have your, I'll inbox you. I'll inbox you. Or Mama Money, you text Donna and tell her. The fuck? I know, because again, we've been around the same circles for a very long time. I'm pretty sure you got her number. So Keith was in the box, and Keith has been blocked too a couple of times because, again, Keith is one who likes to look. He likes to look, and he likes to give me those little boogly eyes. I can't stand those fucking boogly eyes. To me, I think that shit is so fucking creepy. I think that means like you spying on me. I don't want you spying on me with those boogly eyes. So again, and then he likes to talk the talk. You want to talk all nasty and all that stuff, but at the end of the day, I'm done talking about it. Be about it. And I noticed again. So the other live yesterday, Brittany had a live and talked about there's a lot of 3 or 4 men on this app. Are they really smashing on this app? Because I don't believe it. Because I meet a lot of men. I meet a lot of fucking men, and they sure ain't. So now again, they sure ain't fucking smashing me. So you women, are they really smashing? Because I don't believe it. I don't believe these men are smashing at all. But maybe it's me. Maybe it is just me. Maybe they just don't want to smash me. Hey, Juicy. Good morning again. I was like, but I said, Brittany, I said, these men, they be talking a good talk, but I don't fucking believe it. I don't fucking believe it at all. Anywhere. My first violation was because of him. Because some girl was in her feelings about him. Okay, so it's not just me. Yeah, it's okay, Donna. Thank you, Donna. Thank you, Donna. It's not just me, and that's the reason why I end up blocking him. Because of that shit. It's creepy. It's weird. It's fucking weird. And yeah, so you block. But again, I'm fucking toxic, and if you've seen that picture, you know what I'm saying. Like, if you've seen the picture, it's like, hey, so funny. Hey, beautiful, good morning. Right, you know what I'm saying? So if the possibility ever came about, if you happen to be in Tampa, baby, definitely hit me up. Even though you damn near 55 years old, still making babies, you're kind of scaring me, but I don't give a fuck. That penis look like, and then he been incarcerated for 20 years, so he got all that fucking 20-year-old energy in him too. Oh, hell no. Yeah. Does he see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? I know he just had a baby. But the baby's 2 years old. But what the fuck? Why are you looking at me if you got a fucking woman? And then again, if you want to look, that's fine. You could look. But why comment? Why let it be known that you looking? That shit is so fucking disrespectful. I don't know. I see that's why he about to get blocked again. And see, I be protecting the women more than I be protecting these stupid ass men. Hey, Top Flight. It's weird. Do I don't know? Do women do that? Do married women? Hey, that's you. Let me ask you if that's you because you be in these streets too. Do married women be in single men's pictures and just giving them the googly eyes or being flirtatious with the married? Like, I mean, I do it. Like, there's certain men that you could do it with because you know she ain't going no fucking further than that. Especially when you've known them for a long time, they're like your brother and sister at this point because we're all fucking mixed in one way or another on this fucking algorithm. Because like, look, Mama Money and fucking Donna know exactly who I'm talking about, and you know he don't fuck with that these on our side of TikTok. Okay, yeah, I don't know if he's still with her. Honestly, I don't think he is because I don't think he is. I don't even care if he is because I really don't. I ain't fucking bothered because at the end of the day, I know he ain't about that action. I know he ain't gonna do shit about it. I know he just want to talk about it. So I'm not. I don't want to talk about it. I'm old. I'm not a teen. I'm not in my 20s who thinks it's cute to talk about smacks. I don't want to talk about having smacks. I can have smacks by myself all the time. I don't need you to mix with me over the phone. I want it in person. I want it in person, damn it. And he had the time to have it in person. Then he was like, then it was the excuses. Oh, but I'm at work. Okay, well, you only have a 30-minute lunch break. Okay, we could do a lot in 30 minutes. And you in a truck. You're on a big ass fucking truck, and we could sit there and go in the back of the truck and do something there. Oh, I can't do it because I'm training somebody. Okay, well, I brought my car. We could go to the back seat of my fucking car. We could do it that way. Listen, we got this time and opportunity. Fuck it. We got time and all. Let's do this. Let's get it in real fuck. I know it's gonna be fucking good because usually the first time is always good, especially when it's like out of the blue. Because I didn't know he was gonna be here. He just happened to say, "Hey, I've been happen to be in Tampa. You want to meet up with me? I'm at this rest stop." I was like, "Okay, cool." That was like 5 minutes away, and I met him at the first stop. Then of course you got the women in the fucking comments calling me a lot lizard and all judging me. They're all fucking judging me, not knowing the type of relationship that me and this man have. So why you so emotional over it? He didn't want. I'm emotional because at the end of the day, I thought we were friends. I thought we were friends, and I thought that meant something. When I say I'm somebody's fucking friend, I'm somebody's friend. Even if I don't even fuck with you no more, and I don't talk to you every fucking day, you're still my fucking friend. So I thought he would have told me that, listen, I have a girlfriend, and tell me shit. And I gotta find out on the fucking live that you got a fucking girl. And then you want to hear about the shady shit too? So he has a picture of him and the girl up. This is how I found out. He has a picture of him and the girl up. So I come in the room and I said, yo, who that? And he was like, so the girlfriend was in the comments. And so then he was like, so-and-so, you want to come up here and tell Adrian who you are? Why does the girlfriend have to tell me who she is? Why don't you just tell me who she is? I know you. I don't know her. You my friend. I'm not her friend. So why does she gotta tell me who she? Like, come on now. Now you embarrassing me. Now you embarrassing me on. Cause I don't like being embarrassed. I hate being embarrassed. So now you embarrassing me on a live. So I was like, okay. So that's your girl? Yeah, that's my girl. Okay, cool. I get off the fucking live. Then I happen to see him on another live. And no, actually, I'm on a live. He comes on that live. And I was like, now I'm catching you. Now we're on my territory because we're around my friends and my people. I'm not around your friends and your people. I'm around my friends and my people. So I'm like, so now I bring it up. I'm like, yo, what was that about? Yeah, that is my past. That is mine too. I think that's in everything too. I think that's our pride. I think that's in everything. And So now he's gonna tell. But so that's when I found out he had a girlfriend at the time, but he didn't want to tell me. I don't know. I still didn't get why he didn't want to tell me, and that he had a girlfriend, and that's the reason why he wasn't, taking on all my advances. I was like, yo, you could have told me that though. I said, because you left me thinking that I was some type of ugly bitch, that I smelt or something, that I didn't know what the fuck to think. Again, of course I'm being insecure because of the other shit that I fucking went through. So I'm over here being all types of insecure. And now you sitting there but you didn't want to tell me? You know what I fucking been through. So then you still couldn't tell me the fucking truth? And then I got to find out on a fucking live, but I thought we were friends. So I blocked him out. So he's like, you know what, Adrian, this is a conversation that we need to have offline. Okay, cool. I gave him a day to call me to have this conversation offline. He didn't call me nothing, so I blocked his ass. I blocked him up for fucking everything. Fuck him. Fuck him. Fuck your positive, what does he say? Positive being. That is fucking crazy. That's that phony shit. So you obviously wasn't my friend from the beginning. You obviously wasn't my friend from the beginning. So Keith was on the live, and Keith was wondering why he was blocked, because I told this. So I was gonna start talking about why he was blocked, and then he jumped off the live. He knows better than that. At least he knows fucking better. Hey, Candy. I was talking about your positive being friend. And the thing is, I don't even go in that live, because the last time I went in that live, exactly, Donna, exactly. Why we got to take it on the back end now? You know Why we gotta take it on the back end now? Because what? Because now we're on my territory now. Now we're around my friends, and they're not gonna agree with you. They're not gonna sit there and say that I'm a lot lizard. They're not gonna sit there and say that I'm too emotional over it. Why are you emotional for? I'm emotional because I thought this person was my friend, like always. I'm thinking that somebody's my fucking friend, and now I'm not a friend enough for you to tell me the truth. Tell me that I'm a big girl. I can fucking handle it. The fuck? I know I'm a big girl. I'd rather you tell me a fucking hard truth than a fucking easy lie any fucking day. He knew the truth about what was going on with me, so I couldn't know the truth about what was going on with you. And then again, I blocked you more for the one. Yes, I didn't want you looking at me, but again, you got a whole fucking girl. You got a whole fucking girl, and I'm not about to make your girlfriend feel uncomfortable. Because you men on this app who got girlfriends, who got wives, don't know how to just look and not comment. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Candy. Oh, I know you do, Donna. But again, it was an unfamiliar territory, and with the person who thank you, Candy, because I haven't been, and you know, Candy, I have not been on that live in a very fucking long time because my first TikTok beef was on that fucking live, so I haven't been back on that live in a fucking long fucking time. But I came in that live. I was bored. That's what happens when you're bored. And I was kind of being petty because I knew he was in the live, and I was being fucking petty. You know how we live. I'm toxic as fuck. But again, I wasn't in familiar territory, so the girl. What's up with women? And I know you don't do it either, Donna. I know you don't do it either, and I know my money. You be doing it too. But you know, men. Some of these men creators have a following, and I get that. And a lot of the following are women. And a lot of women don't like when other women other women that they don't know come into their panels. Because I don't know if it's like a territorial thing. I don't know what the hell it is. Like, I'm not like that. So I usually don't go into men's panels when there are women there that I don't know. And if I haven't been there for a long time, they don't know who I am. So they feel like they always got to check me and shit. I don't like that shit. And I don't like that shit at all. So I'll catch you on my live, and I'll talk to you when you're on my live. But other than that, I'm not going on your They do. And they be acting like they know the person better than I do. Just because you never seen me in a panel before with that person does not mean that I don't know that person. I know a lot of fucking people on this app. I've been around this fucking app for mean that I don't know that person. I know a lot of fucking people on this app. I've been around this fucking app for a very motherfucking long time. I know a lot of people, and the people that I know is not because I be in their fucking face every day on a fucking panel. You think you know him? You didn't know that he was fucking inboxing me. You didn't know that shit. Right. You know how many times. Right. You know how many times I was on one panel one time, the guy invited me on the live. I said, let me go ahead and fuck with this dude real quick and get on the live. And then, I'm doing what I normally do. I'm an asshole. I be always giving these men fucking problems. I had one of the ladies come up, we don't do this here. We don't do this here. We don't man bash. We don't do. She felt like she had to fucking tell me something. And of course, the guy that's supposed to be my friend is not checking the girl, but like, yo, I know Adrian, this is how she is. She just got a smart ass mouth. Hi, mommy. Instead of just saying that, he let the girl fucking curse me the fuck out. I was like, and then another dude that I fucking know, he comes up and he's over here trying to feel like he was trying to check me too. I said, let me get the fuck out of here. That's the reason why I don't go on people's fucking panels. That's exactly the reason why I stay in my little fucking corner of the side of the world. and hang out over here where it's fucking safe. Because I am, and another thing is like I am not the type of I don't like to argue with women. I really don't like to argue with women. I really don't. Now I could argue with a man all fucking day, but I don't want to argue with a woman. And then the thing too is that if we're in the same places, and we all fuck with the same places. That's why arguing with people don't even make any fucking sense anymore. Back in the days, maybe. Because like I said, I haven't been on that man's panel in a very fucking long time. Matter of fact, my money, since you just came in, my first TikTok beef was because of Touch. Me and Touch was on this panel. Some young man decided, and this was 5 years ago. Some young man started cursing out Touch and calling her all types of itches. And of course, I'm sitting there defending fucking Touch. And I didn't even know her at the time. I'm defending her. And so he goes off and he starts crying off to another creator. And now the other creator is fucking talking shit about me because I cursed the man out and talked about his mother and all types of shit. And I went the fuck off on this man because as he's sitting there talking about Touch, I went off on him. And again, the live creator, that man, he didn't say nothing. He hears that this young man is cursing out Touch and he's not controlling the panel. And again, I was just new to TikTok. I didn't know what the fuck was going on. I just saw a young man, Little Touch. And I saw a young man cursing out an older lady. And I was like, yo, what the fuck? That was the first time I ever really fucking seen that shit like that. I was like, oh my God. He was horrible. You know how they are with her. He was horrible to her. And I didn't know what was going on. So I just got into it. I'm not going to mention the person that I got into it with because the last time I mentioned her name, she got pissed off because I mentioned her name and didn't share the fucking lie to her. So I'm not going to fucking do it. But me and her still cool. We cool. Again, we got into it. We were arguing. We was beefing. We was doing all that shit. And then, you know what I'm saying? Next thing you know, again, not thinking it was that was a whole different corner of the world. Because, that side of TikTok don't really fuck around with messy side of TikTok. They stay in their own little side of the world. So now, I happen to see her again. Now I'm happen to see, me and Touch still remain friends, after that shit. But anyway, I'm talking a lot. I am running my mouth. I'm making myself another cup of coffee. But anyway, so ever since then I haven't gone to that man's panel because I'm like, to me I was just like, yo, you could have said something. You could have shut this down a long time ago, but you allowed it to happen. And I guess that goes back to my quiet time. Everything always God is so good. Oh, God is so good. That goes back to what my quiet time was this morning. Are you a peacemaker? Or are you a shit starter? Are you a peacemaker? And so when I was looking up the definition, peacemaker means building bridges, resist wanting to hit back, grace given, humble, empathy, and understanding the other person's perspective. I could talk. I don't know if you could tell, Donna. I like to talk. Hence is the reason why I like men who don't talk. I don't like men who talk. I can't stand a man who talks. But that's why I always say the less they talk, the better off they are with me. I don't want you talking. Just be quiet. Just be quiet. Because I don't like to talk. I like to sit. I like to just sit in quiet with a man. My ex-husband told me that. And I believe it. He said, what you fell in love with me for is what you're going to hate me for. And that's what I could not. He talked all fucking day. He did not fucking stop talking. My ex-husband ran his mouth so fucking much. I was like, would you please shut up? You want to hear a funny story? No, it's not a really fun. It's not a funny story. It's kind of sad, but it's funny. I mean, I'm not a shit starter. I don't think I'm a shit starter. I'm a shit finisher. I'll finish some shit. I would definitely finish it, but I won't start. I definitely don't start. So my ex-husband, we were again coming home from church because again we did good when we were in church, but as soon as we left church, we were beefing. I don't remember what the fuck he was beefing about, but he was fucking beefing. And now I used to go to church, Mama. I don't know if you're in here, but I used to go to church in Marietta, right? But I lived in Cartersville, so it's about good 45 minutes. It was like right across the street from Whitewater, and so by the time we leave in Whitewater, going into Cartersville. And we was beefing. We get off the highway. Literally, we slowed down to a red light. Yo, I jumped out that fucking car. I jumped out the car. I was tired. I couldn't do it anymore. I couldn't do it. But I didn't realize that there was a fucking ditch. And I rolled down the fucking ditch. Me and my fucking pride. So I just had to get away from him because he fucking talked while I was Because you know Georgia be having those fucking ditches. There's no sidewalks. It's just a fucking ditch. Yeah, I jumped out. The car wasn't even stopped yet. He was just slowing down to a red fucking light, and I just jumped out that fucking car. I would say that was the first time I did it, and that wasn't the first time I've done it again. I didn't fall down a ditch, but I definitely jumped out a fucking car because he wouldn't stop fucking talking. I can't. It wasn't. They noticed, and it wasn't talking. It was the nagging. The nagging. I can't stand a nagger. How women are supposed. Like, if I'm not nagging, why are you nagging? Ain't nothing worse than a nagging ass man. So of course that was like the running joke. Yeah, remember the time that you fell in a ditch? Yeah, you're gonna remember the time that I fell in a ditch, but you're not gonna remember the time why I fell in a fucking ditch, because I was just running away from your ass because your ass wouldn't shut the fuck up. I don't even remember what he was beefing about. I'm sure it was stupid. I'm sure, because usually it was always something stupid. But that's why they go by the saying, that's when I realized he wasn't lying. He said, what you fell in love with me with is going to be the reason why you fall out of love with me. And that's exactly why, because he wouldn't shut the fuck up. He was just talk. He didn't know how to be quiet. It would be 3 o'clock in the morning, and my mother's in here, so she would know. Yeah, I was jumping out moving cars. Like I said, it happened twice. It happened maybe 2 or 3 times. I jumped off them. That's how aggravated I was. That's how aggravated it was. But I'll be dead sleeping. It'd be 3 o'clock in the morning. He would sit there, turn on the fucking lights, and start talking to me. Yo, I'm fucking sleeping. Just because you up don't mean that I gotta be and then you're gonna turn the lights on top of it. He's like, I'm like, well, and then of course now I'm got attitude, because you ain't gonna wake me up out of my motherfucking sleep and think that it's gonna be all good. So now I got an attitude. And he's like, well, I was talking to you when the lights was off. How you gonna talk to a sleeping person? I'm sleeping. I'm fucking sleeping. Yo, he talked all the fucking time. Oh, that man talked. But anyway, yeah, I definitely moved. You guys never jumped out of moving cars? I'm alone on this shit. Gee, thanks. I appreciate you guys not helping me out with this. You're supposed to be helping me out with this. He's like, yeah, I done that too. No, I understand. I do have crazy in me. I definitely have crazy in me. Which my first son's father tried to warn my ex-husband. He did tell him, he said, Agent crazy. He's like, you sure you want to get married up? Because Agent crazy. I don't think I'm crazy. I just don't take no shit. If that means I'm crazy, then fuck it, I'll be fucking crazy then. I'm not going to let nobody, nah, I'm good on that. Yeah, so again, marriage takes a lot of fucking work. So then when somebody sits there and tells me, what am I looking for? I'm looking for a healed person. I need you to be healed. I need you to be confident in who the fuck you are. I don't want no insecure fucking man. See? Okay. Oh, she's so stupid. How did you jump on a moving car? Well, I don't know. Because I'm thinking in a sexual way. I've done it in a sexual way. You mean like to stop, but do you mean like to stop somebody from moving? I don't think I've ever done that. I don't think I jumped in front of a car to stop somebody from going nowhere. Is that what you mean? Because that's crazy. You jump in a... You crazy too, Donna. I love it. That's the Aries in us. That's the Aries in us. Like, you gonna speak to me now. Hey, old head. We gonna finish this conversation, because I mean, at the end of the day, listen, I've been there too. And when we got something to say, we got something to fucking say. You gonna say and you gonna listen to what the fuck I gotta fucking say. You ain't going fucking nowhere. That's how I like. See all that work that it takes. No, I don't give a shit. I'm not doing. No, I don't give a shit. I'm not doing it no more. I'm not having conversations. On the top of the car, and your little ass, what you doing? Did you think that was gonna stop the like in the movies, Donna? Which one? That's my girlfriend from work. She's my coworker. We went out for her birthday on Friday. It's the only I have better pictures, but I wanted you to see her legs, because don't she got some beautiful ass legs? She had that. She was wearing that little mini skirt or mini dress. Let me see. I want to see if you see her face now, because she's a beautiful young lady. She was turning 36. Let me see. That's all. Isn't she beautiful? My friends don't do that. I lied. Lied about what? Trying to break a windshield. I had my windshield broken. Like I never done that too. I don't think I've done that. I don't think I've jumped on top of a car to get to do that. I've done that. I don't think I've jumped on top of a car to get to do what I needed to say. I don't think I've done that. I've done a lot of things, but I value my I don't think I'll stop doing. I mean, but at the end of the day, probably in the beginning, but towards the end, I didn't give a fuck. I was like, whatever. I was the one leaving. I was the one. I used to walk around with my license on me, so I could just bounce whenever I needed to fucking bounce. Oh, thank you, old head. I appreciate that. You were being sarcastic. Hey, Nina. Good morning. Good morning, Nina. But thank you. I appreciate that, old head. That's me, baby. I know I got thicker. Everybody keeps on telling me I got thicker. I'm menopausing, damn it. I got menopause weight, but that's okay. I'm fine with gaining the fucking weight. I just need to buy more clothes because I like to dress. So that's the only issue with this, but it's okay. It's okay. So anyway, so I had a lot of questions of the day, as you could tell. I had a fucking weekend. I definitely had a fucking weekend. And got twisted, drank, and had the shits all day Saturday. And I'm still kind of recovering. Then I woke up this morning, and then I went live on my main page and got banana on my main page after like 15 minutes. And then I came on my backup page. So I'm just been sitting here talking shit. Please don't. I mean, come on, mommy. It's okay. They know that we're. I don't know. Would I do it now? Nah, I wouldn't do it now. Now, again, that's part of being the healing. Being broken is it's like how you know not to even get involved in those types of situations from the beginning. When you see them red flags, not to want something so bad that you don't see the fucking red flags. You not wanting the title so bad, wanting the thing, oh, I want to be a wife, or oh, I just want to be married, or oh, I want to be a husband, so bad that you would deal with anything, any type of the bullshit. But that's part of being fucking healed. And I've noticed with the on this fucking dating app that I'm going on, they just want a woman. It don't matter who the fuck she is. They just want a woman. And if you just want any fucking woman, then I don't want fucking you. It's not worth. It really isn't worth it. And again, it's trying to fit a ball into a square box. If it doesn't fit, it doesn't fit. It's okay that it doesn't fit. Just move on to the next one. I'm not trying to make nothing fucking work. I'm not trying to do any type of fucking work. It either is or it isn't. And it's okay if it isn't. It's okay. But when you first have a conversation with me and you're sitting there talking about what you're looking for, I don't fucking know. To me, you desperate and you needy and you just want a woman. And then so I had another guy that I was talking to. I don't know why I keep on trying. I really do keep on trying with these men. So there's another guy that I keep on talking to, and he's texting me back and forth. He's been on vacation for the last, and if he listens to this, I'm sorry that I'm telling the story, but I mean, I kind of told you yesterday, but I'm going to tell you again. I'm telling you on live. It's not that I have any hard feelings for you. It's just that I got to listen. When you tell a woman that you alone, that you just alone, and that you just lonely, and meanwhile you got family, you got kids, you got responsibilities, you got work. To me, I don't want you because of that. Because I don't want you because you're just alone or just because you're lonely. I want you because you really genuinely enjoy my company. Know who I am, know the ins and outs of me, spend time getting to know me, and then you can make an educated decision. And I can make an educated decision too. But just because you see my pitches, and just because you hear me having conversations with other people, not you, but with other fucking people, doesn't mean that just because you're lonely, I should be with you. I'm not lonely enough. I love being alone. I love it. I love it. That's what my cutoff game is strong to. It is a needy man. And why don't they understand that, Donna? Because no matter how many times I feel like I be telling these men this, Listen, stop telling people that you're alone. Stop telling us your telling women about your tragic stories of what happened to you 20 years ago, about your ex-girlfriends and your baby mama drama. Stop telling me about your drama about your I don't want to hear about your drama. If you're trying to make a relationship with me or trying to get to know me or even shit, try to screw me, the best you do is stop fucking talking. Stop fucking talking. Stop talking because you keep on digging that fucking hole, and now I'm not attracted to you no more, and now I don't even want to fucking smash you. Charles, you're back. What happened to you, Charles? I know they don't want. I don't want to hear it either, but that's what it is.
Stop talking. Damn it! Stop fucking talking. Tell them.
I mean, I should maybe I should have a fucking T-shirt. Maybe I should put a T-shirt on and say "Stop fucking talking."
No, you should on the T-shirt say should say "Shut the fuck up."
No, I wouldn't do that. Those are fighting words to some men. So I don't want to do that.
I mean, need to hear it.
Fight words. I'm sorry. Say that again, Charles.
Maybe they need to hear it.
I'm pretty sure they heard it a lot. I don't care if they hear it. I'm not trying. Like, again, these are people that I'm in person. I don't want to show someone because I fight dudes. So I'm not gonna sit here and start having an argument with a man because I told him to shut the fuck up. There's certain words that you don't tell certain men, and shut the fuck up is not one of them. It's not one of them. But
sorry about that. We had tornado storms start to hit this
morning. I heard what you were saying. I heard you. You okay?
Yeah, we're good. It just we had 65-mile-an-hour winds.
Oh, goodness.
The rain was going sideways. It's supposed to continue to hit until about 9 o'clock, but so we had about an hour and a half left. But everything's kind of calming down. That tornado area moved
good.
out. So I think
you guys have horrible weather over there.
Yeah, we do. We're literally right next to Iowa, so we get all the stuff that starts here in Nebraska, and then it moves to Iowa and tears Iowa's ass up. You know how Iowa always gets beat up by tornadoes.
No,
but it starts over here. But anyway,
the only thing I know about tornadoes is that Dorothy got stuck up in one.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, that was Kansas where she was at, and that's right, and that's just below us. As a matter of fact, about
I don't know shit.
About 2.5 hours south of where I'm at is where Kansas is. So yeah.
Okay, so it's in that area. I don't know. I think I just saw it in a movie. That's all I fucking know.
Yeah, we're doing good. We're all right. We got hit by a couple of things, a couple of pretty big tree branches, but I think we're all right.
Well, I don't know if you paid attention to me before, Charles. My next event
came back in.
I work for a company that does how can I say it without saying it? That goes to disaster areas, like tornadoes and stuff like that, right? But I don't do so. I work on the legal side of it, right? Yep. So I was thinking, I don't know if you remember my friend Creamy. She would come up.
Yep.
Okay. So it was something about she was talking to me about what she does. And I was like, I could do that because I happen to work for a company that does that type of stuff. And so I found a mentor. And so what that does is, again, I'll be traveling. So I'll go travel 3 months at a time. I'll be going to different parts of the country that has these type of situations, like the tornadoes and stuff like that. And and it'll be on their dime. And so I'll be able to, still maintain my house in Florida and be able to travel the country. So I will get to know about where Kansas is and Kentucky and Nevada. You're Nebraska and Nebraska.
You might meet Nebraska a little bit. Nebraska's not too bad. The problem is most of this time you'll be spending in places like Oklahoma. Oklahoma and North Texas, places down there, going across Arkansas, that's where the main tornado belt is. So like from Kansas City, so here's the easiest way to look at it is anything from I-70, between I-70 and I-40.
All right, now you're doing the truck. I don't know I-70 and I know I-95 and I know I-75.
Hold on. There are 4 major interstates that cross from one side of the country to the other.
I don't know those. Only know the ones that go from north to south, from New York to Florida. Those are the only ones I know.
Okay, well, 95 crosses I-70. 95 crosses I-40.
Okay. Where does it cross?
I-40 crosses in Georgia,
Right, exactly, Donna.
and
Oh, in Georgia.
I-70 crosses
Okay.
in Pennsylvania.
Okay. I got you.
So,
Okay. I know
so
what you're
in
talking
between there and there,
about.
going west of that, all the way over to where Oklahoma
Mm.
is basically where most of the tornado action is. And then Iowa is just a friggin' beat pot where Iowa, southern Indiana, and southern
Oh,
Illinois.
all right, Charles. Well, it's that way. It's in the middle. I'm gonna go ahead when I have because what happens is they're gonna give me an F-150. And so when they tell me, hey, there's I guess, because now, like I said, that fires in California, we need to go to California. I'm going to be driving cross country, which is what I love. I love to drive because then I can stop in the small towns and I can really like see the land. I love scenery. I love looking at mountains and just and flatlands and deserts and stuff like that. So I'm really
There you
excited.
go.
Yeah, so hopefully
Awesome.
a posting just went down, so I missed that. So I just gotta wait for a posting to come up, and I don't need no type of. They'll do me on the job training. My mentor said it was really easy, and he, like I said, I'll get to go ahead, yeah, drive. I can't drive at night because that's where the old in me comes in, but they give you like 3 days to get there.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Well,
it's
and
amazing. Oh, go ahead.
you can always drive, earlier in the morning, 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning till 4 or 5 in
That's
the
what I usually
afternoon, and
do.
then you
Just
get
like
shut
what.
down for the day, but
Right. Like when the
yeah,
sun is about to, like I like to leave, like when I used to go to New York, because I used to drive back and forth to New York all the time. And what I would do is from Georgia. And so what I would do is leave like around 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. And so by the time, the sun is about to go down again, I'm almost home. So I don't got to worry about it. So I only got a couple of hours in of drive in the dark. Now my old ass eyes can't drive. And then I got the most darkest tint on my damn windows. So I definitely can't drive in the dark or when it's raining because I have to
yeah.
drive with my windows down. But so, Charles, let me ask you something. Do you find because you a driver? Because I don't know if I ever told you this either. But when I used to live in New York, I had like 3 jobs because that's what happens when you live
Yep.
in New York. You have to
You
have
told
like
me
3 jobs.
that.
And one of my jobs used to be a cab driver. Did I tell you
Uh-huh.
that?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So can you imagine now that we have GPS, if we would be, could you think that who has time to be looking at a actual map anymore?
You know, I will say this: it is a skill you should learn, but a lot of people don't have it, and they
No, a
won't
lot of
they
people
won't
don't
learn it.
have it because you see, I was able to visualize what you were talking about with what you were saying, right? Because now
Yeah.
so I'm picturing a map in my head. You're telling me east, west, north, south. I understand. So I'm visualizing where you actually talking about. If you have using your GPS, if you got brought up in the GPS era, the GPS is telling you make a left, make a right. So you can't really visualize where you need to go.
Nope, you can't, and a lot of people don't. Uh, you know, it's it's a so. Remember back where when we grew up, though, right? The only thing we had back then was maps, so we had to learn how to do it,
Right,
right?
right.
And we were forced to. And here's the thing, right? If somebody told us, well, the most people, a lot of times, you get those directions of those people who are out in the country, right? Well, turn at the freaking weed at the what do you call it, bush or the goofy tree or all that
Right,
kind of
right,
weird
right,
shit.
right, right,
You
right.
know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
landmarks. Hey, good
yeah,
morning,
so a
Mom.
lot of times everything was landmarks. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Today nobody knows how to even read a landmark anymore,
No,
understand their landmarks.
no,
So like
no.
when I went to New York, to learn how to drive in New York. Yeah, we won't even talk about that mess.
I see the shade coming, but I already know that you
Yeah,
shade about New York driving. So, but go
the
ahead.
the quarter length blocks and the 5,000 blocks in one little tiny area, and y'all are doing like 0 to 90 miles an hour in that little tiny block. But anyway,
Oh,
um,
boy. It's not for the week, Charles. It's not for the
I
week.
know
New
it's
York is
not,
not for the
definitely
week, and
not.
neither am I. Good
So
morning,
they,
Keith.
so I had a load. Believe it or not, I had one load that I had to bring all the way into the heart of New York City into Times Square.
I love
We
that.
were unloading in Times Square, and of course, I've always gone either to somewhere like over the GW Bridge to the Bronx or something like that to a warehouse. It was not a big deal, right? Because you just follow the map to where you're going, out
Donna's
there.
not a believer on maps. That's why.
But then when I got into the city, and they said, well, you got to, you just use the map. There's no map, or the regular normal human map that has the city.
Oh my God, it's the most driving around in New York is the most
It
easiest
is
city
not
to.
the
Yes,
most
it is
easy. Don't
because
listen to her.
everything is in numbers
Yeah.
and letters, and so and then so odd numbers go south and even numbers go north. So if you know the rule of the street, then you know how to get around.
Yeah, exactly. So my big ass with 80,000 pounds and my big ass truck with my 300-inch wheelbase pulled into New York. Yeah.
All
And
right, well, that's
that was
okay.
a
We
myth.
don't want
But,
we don't want you Midwesterners in our city anyway.
well, I was from the West back then, just saying.
Well, I don't whatever that's called. I don't whatever that's called.
I was
It's
from
not New
Montana back
York.
then, just saying.
It's not the North. It's not New York. We don't want you non-drivers in our state. Stay where you are. But I get it. We have to have goods. We have to have
Now,
the
I
goods.
will say that you have a very specific grid pattern. This is what I was trying to get to, right?
Yes.
So I had to learn. I didn't learn about a grid pattern specifically until I learned how to drive in New York. That's what I was trying to get to.
Right.
So it is a very specific grid pattern. Now,
Exactly.
if you take that same grid pattern like you have in New York, which is evens go east and west, odds go north and south, right?
Yeah.
So,
Oh no, south, east to west is alphabet, is numbers, and north to west is letters.
okay, well, however you want to do it. But
Right. Okay.
anyway, it's a specific grid pattern, right? You run by the alphabet or you run by numbers going up and down, right? That was what I learned specifically about New York and how to learn how to read a grid pattern.
Right.
Now, with a GPS,
You don't need to know that shit.
you don't learn that.
No, you don't. You don't know it. Because I remember, so I was doing more. I wasn't driving. So I'm from Long Island, so it was more the suburbs, right? And so I used to have those big ass paper maps or a book. It was the book. And you find the name of the street, so the dispatcher will call in, and the dispatcher will be like, pick up on 123 Smith Street, and I will have to look up where Smith Street is, and then go to that particular page, look on the grid, like you said, that grid pattern, and it will tell me Smith Street is on G5, and then I will have to go to that page, look up the grid G5, and navigate on myself. Okay, how am I gonna get from where I am to G5?
And God help you if you mix that.
was?
And God help you if you mix up avenue and street, by the way. in New
Exactly.
York.
Exactly.
Because you will be on the wrong side of town real quick.
Absolutely, absolutely. But again, if you're used to it, you know what I'm saying. But I think nowadays, I don't know how. Okay, they got GPS. But let me tell you, if we didn't have internet, one day there'd be all these cab drivers, Uber drivers, Lyft drivers. They'd be completely lost because they're not gonna know how to. They don't know their directions. I even tell people, right? I go. They'll ask me where I live, and I'll be like, I'm near the mall, and they'll go, well, we're near the mall, and I'm like, I'm south of the mall. They don't know what south of the mall means. I'm like, south of the mall.
And the problem is, right, and we've had this situation before where a Swift driver ended up in a field because of the fact of GPS. But, they are so dependent on it.
So dependent, because you know what? When I go to, I don't know if you drove in Atlanta. For some reason, my GPS is not working in Atlanta. If I'm like in the city, not because everybody says Atlanta, it's not really Atlanta. But if you actually in the city where the buildings are in Atlanta, my GPS never works. Yeah,
downtown GPS doesn't work right.
And I could go around because everything's Peachtree Street. Hey Arthur, oh hey Arthur, I love seeing you perform. So if there's like 1,000 Peachtree Streets, Peachtree Avenues, Peachtree. There's a lot. So I can't get myself out of Atlanta because the GPS doesn't work and everything is a Peachtree Street and I don't know how to get back to the fucking highway.
Yeah. Well, I always learned that a lot of these big cities, if you had, here's something again where we learn with a map, right? You learned it the same way I learned it. If you head directly one direction, south, north, east, or west, right? And you continue that direction, you're going to eventually end up on the outside loop of the city, right? A lot of people don't know that because they're focused on GPS now.
Right.
But if you go straight south, straight
It's
north,
not the problem,
straight
Donna. It's
east,
coming
straight
out.
west, huh?
No, I'm talking to Donna. But again, I'm listening.
Oh, you will eventually end up on the outer loop, which is the hazmat loop. around like 495 or whatever those loops may be, right?
That's what that
Uh,
doesn't make. You talking about going into Atlanta?
yeah. So if you're trying to get out of Atlanta,
I can't
right?
stand it. I can't. Yeah, I gotta go around a fucking circle just to go. If so, I gotta go. So I used to live in North Georgia, right? So in order for me to go to East Georgia, I had to go south, go around. So I had to go south, then I had to go west, and then I had to go back. I mean, go east, and then go back up north again. It's like instead of just going across,
Yeah,
which would have been a
285.
lot
Yeah.
easier, I have to go down and then to the right and then back up again. Yeah, 285.
Yeah. Then, but eventually, but that loop is 285. It goes around the city.
Mm-hmm.
That's your hazmat loop,
But why do I
and
have to go around the city in order to go to the other side of Georgia?
I don't have a clue.
I don't have
But
to get
it's just the
food. That's why
way.
there's so much traffic.
That's why Atlanta's Atlanta. We would just say it that way. That's why every time I ever hit Atlanta, it was at 3 a.m. or midnight.
Right.
So so I could. But even then, it wasn't the greatest. But at least then, trying to get in from the north, it wasn't that bad.
Right. It does. But
But
Donna sold
always
on
at
it. Yes,
3
it
a.m.
does. Yes, GPS. GPS, and it does. I don't know where. No, I don't know. Because and then it's like Georgia's so big. Georgia's huge, and I knew a lot of people in Georgia because a lot of my friends from New York, of course, moved to Georgia because it's cheaper to live. And but we hardly saw each other because everything was like 40 because of that ride, that drive. That drive was too much. So I'd rather drive in New York any day, Charles. Charles got me on mute.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. What are you doing? You drinking your coffee?
Yes, drinking my coffee this morning.
Okay, I'm glad. I think I'm on my third cup of coffee. I was supposed to go take my mother to do errands. Did you hear about that? Did you hear my story about the man? About he said that he was coming for he wanted to see me over the weekend.
I did not hear this story. No.
Okay, so I met this guy on the dating app, right? And he lives in Orlando, which is only about an hour away, right? He told me that he wanted to see me over the weekend. I said, okay, good, right? So I'm cool with that. So Friday comes. Now I haven't heard from him all week. Friday comes, and he's like, what are you doing tonight? He said, what are you doing today? No, he said, what are you doing over the weekend? I said, Friday night I'm going out with my friend because it's her birthday. And I said, and then Sunday I'm doing errands with my mother. So then he was like, okay, well, have a great weekend. I said, okay, you too. And that was it. Now, 2 hours later, he must have been thinking about it. And 2 hours later, he sends me a text message. He's like, can I ask you a question? I said, okay. I said, yeah. Well, I said, what's up? He goes, something like, I guess we're not planning to, or do you still want to meet me? That's what he said. Do you still want to meet me? So then I said, yeah, why? What's up? And he's like, well, because you already made plans today. I mean, you already made plans for the weekend. So I said, let me call him up. So I was on the way to the hotel from work to go with my friend. So I was driving. I couldn't text. I said, let me go ahead and call him. So I call him up and I asked him. I said, what's going on? He was just like, well, I thought we were gonna hang out over the weekend. I said, yeah. Why we still can't hang out? I said, I'm not doing anything Saturday. He's like, well, I told you we were gonna hang out over the weekend. And I'm like, what exactly are you saying? I said, wait a minute. Are you mean the whole weekend, like Friday, Saturday, Sunday? And he said, yeah. I said, oh, I didn't know that's what you meant when you said let's hang out over the weekend. Would you think that if you lived an hour away from somebody, when you say let's hang out over the weekend, that meant the whole fucking weekend?
No. That
I didn't
that
think so
no.
either. I
No.
didn't think so either. You live an hour away. I drove to Jacksonville, which is 3 hours away, in the morning and came back that night. So why do you have to stay the whole fucking weekend? Now, if you were in Georgia, or if you were in a different fucking state, then I could understand you coming from out of state. Yeah, you're gonna spend more than one fucking day. You can't just drive back. But if you live an hour away and then you take it for granted that I was supposed to know this as well, I didn't know that shit. And then honestly, if you was paying attention to me, you would have known that I already said that I had plans on Friday to go hang out with my girlfriend. So then he's like, but I told you that I put my mother in a nursing home and now I have more free time. Okay, so that means what? That means I was supposed to know you were spending the whole fucking weekend here? And then on top of that, Charles, where the fuck were you staying? Where the fuck were you staying? Because I didn't hear anything in this conversation. Well, Adrian, I booked a hotel room for the whole weekend. I wish you would have told me you had plans. Now we're just wasting money. He didn't say nothing about booking a fucking hotel room. So obviously, what? Did you think that you were staying with me?
I was just gonna ask that. Where's he gonna stay for the weekend? But
Exactly. Here you are, a stranger that I fucking met on a fucking dating app. Well, I talked to you about all about 5 fucking minutes, and then you automatically thought you were staying in my fucking crib. You think for real? Word? And then you're gonna sit there and flip it around like it was my fault. I guess we're not gonna meet. Like I'm the one who had a fucking problem.
that
I couldn't
definitely
fucking
didn't
believe
happen.
it.
You ain't staying in my house.
You ain't staying in my fucking house. And I don't even fucking know you. I don't even know if I like you for 5 minutes yet. You know what I'm saying? Like, how you gonna, the first time you meeting somebody? Now, again, if we been talking on the phone and we had this thing going on for a while, then I could understand. No, I couldn't. No, you ain't staying in my house. But maybe I would have probably stayed maybe the weekend. We got a hotel room. We could stay the weekend together. But again, I don't know you from a hole in the wall. You didn't make these arrangements with me. You didn't tell me. He's like, well, I wanted to drink and I didn't want to have to drive back. Okay, again, you did not communicate this with me. If you would have communicated with me, then I would have told you, hey, or reminded you, I had plans on Friday. But you didn't, but you're going to get mad at me. Oh, I guess we're not going to fucking meet. Okay, guess we're not meeting then. I guess we're not meeting. I guess we're not going to fucking meet. Okay, guess we're not meeting then. I guess we're not meeting. So now I'm all the way turned the fuck off. Again.
Boy.
I
wonder why so many men make so many assumptions.
I don't know. Instead of just saying what you mean what you say and say what you mean. It's okay. And I'm not a mind reader. I don't know what that means. You having more time because your mother's in a nursing home it does not mean anything to me. It really doesn't mean anything to me. It means something to you because you're going through it. But I don't know you. How would I fucking know what that means? So that's how my weekend. My weekend started again. I don't know if you heard me before with this conversation that I had with the man that I blocked, and then it ended up again twisted it around like it was my fucking fault. Twisted around like it was my fucking fault, and then I get this phone call from this other guy talking about he thought over the weekend, man, we were spending the whole fucking weekend together. So, but again, I did have a good time because I did go out with my friend. I was outside. I was looking good, smelling good, being my lovely, friendly self. I met a whole bunch of men, of course, who didn't ask me for my fucking number, except for the young guy. The young guy asked me for my number. Do you think I should go date younger, Charles?
Well, I don't see why not. If he was a cute guy and he was nice.
He wasn't cute. If he was he wasn't really cute. He wasn't really cute.
He wasn't really cute. Oh,
he
God.
really wasn't cute. He wasn't cute. But he was aggressive. Not aggressive in the fact that I was talking to one dude, and when the one dude went to go get me another drink, he slipped in there and he was just like, hey, because he found his opportunity, and he came over and he was like, hey, how you doing? What's your Instagram? So I knew he was young then, and that because he asked me for my Instagram. And then he's been messaging me ever since in my inbox on Instagram talking about, well, what are your plans for the week? What time do you get off of work? Do you like playing pool? Do you want to go hang? So he's actually making an initiative, a plan to actually do something instead of wanting to have a conversation with me over the phone to talk about fucking nothing. Which the overnight guy, I already knew it wasn't really going to work out. What was going to work out? Because again, I only talked to you about 5 minutes, but I already know your whole fucking sob story about your mom being in a nursing home. I know that you took care of your mom for 14 years. That's the reason why you moved down to Florida. I know that your mother got sick and you couldn't take care of her no more because of her dementia, so you put her in a nursing home. I know that you having surgery. I know I know all of this shit. I don't need to know all of this shit. Right, Charles?
Damn, he gave you his whole life story.
His whole life story in a matter of fucking the 5-minute conversation that I had, and then I was supposed to sit there and spend the whole fucking weekend with you. What? So I can hear your fucking sob story. I'm not your therapist. So
the question is, did you get to talk in that conversation at all?
Probably not. I mean, I tried to. I don't, man. No, I did. I know I did because me, as you know, I'm a good deflector. I would sit there and change the conversation up. I would sit there and shit. If the conversation is not going in the way that I want it to go, I'll sit there and I'll move the goalpost. So we talking about something. So I started talking about, how I was going out with my girlfriend and what we were gonna do. So I know I had this conversation, but he was so busy talking.
Y'all ladies looked very pretty. Was very pretty.
Thank you. Yeah, we was outside.
I saw that. Okay. And then I saw the picture of the British guy.
You saw him? Yeah, he was from Britain. He was an asshole. But I like an asshole. I like the banter of an asshole. Because he's British and the other guy was Russian. So they were both European assholes. And but my friend doesn't move around like I do. Like I move around. I don't like to stay in one spot. When I go outside, I'm going everywhere. I'm just walking around, meeting different people, talking, da 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 da. And my friend wasn't like that. She was stuck. She was listening to this man's sob story, the Russian guy's sob story about how he misses his wife and his kids. And he was all on his phone showing the picture. This is my wife and this is my kids. I'm like, we had a fucking bar. You know what I mean? Like the music is playing. We're dancing. We have this whole conversation.
What
Say
the
that again.
hell? All right, listen. I'm about to make the damn shirt that says "Shut the fuck up" in a minute. I'm just saying, y'all freaking what the hell? I'm just
Because these are alone. These are lonely men that are alone. Which is what with this other guy that I was talking to too. I had to tell him yesterday. Like I don't want to telling somebody that you're alone or that you're lonely or you just don't want to pass away by yourself or you just to me is very
we
unattractive.
just fucking. That's a weird ass statement. I don't want to die by myself. So, well, you want to go on a date? You want to get married? What?
You know, I don't know.
No.
I don't want to hear that. The first for me, I don't even know you yet. So why? But you to me, it seems like it's very insecure, and you just want anybody. It doesn't. As long as
Yep.
it's somebody to keep you company, you don't give a fuck who it is. It's whoever's willing and able to. And I'm not
So
desperate.
my
And I'm not.
question, if they said that, my question would be: so, do you want me to like? Are you wanting to make sure that you have somebody to change your diapers, or what's going on here?
Basically,
You know, because I need to know because I'm not
and
in the
I'm not
diaper
doing
changing
that.
business anymore. I did
And I'm.
that for.
I did that already. I done that. I did that. And I would have done it if I was still married, but I'm not married anymore, so there's no reason for me to do it anymore. And
If
I'm
it's
not.
somebody who actually is worth it, you know. But
I don't know if anybody's worth it. I don't know if anybody's worth it.
well, you know, I
I've
mean,
been outside for a
there's
very long time. I don't know if anybody's worth it. And the thing is, I enjoy being alone. So to me, I don't understand that. So to me, it's like I like the peace and quiet that I have when I come home from work and I'm fucking tired from a hard day of work and not having to worry about nobody else but myself. I can just sit there, lay on the fucking couch with my fucking clothes on and just relax for a fucking little bit instead of just sitting in the car and just
put
waiting
your
till I.
clothes off. I mean, either way. I mean,
I
it
mean,
is
or
your
either way,
house.
because nobody's here, right? Exactly. Either.
I agree. Absolutely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so for somebody to tell me, oh, I don't, and mind you, again, if you have a family and you have a kids, you're really not alone. You're really not a fucking alone. You have
Nope.
spend your time with your children, spending time with your mother, spending time with your family members. That's not being alone. Just because you don't have a woman up in your face all the fucking time does not mean that you're fucking alone. I
That's
can't
right.
stand it. I
That's
know.
right.
So
Well,
I had to
it's
get on his ass. Go
so,
ahead.
and I will say this. I mean, you can feel alone in a crowd, right? If it's not somebody you know, I guess that could be a case. But if you have your whole family, and yeah, no, you're far from alone. And if you
There's
miss
always something to do
like
with
the
the
Russian
family.
dude, if you miss your family, go to fuck home.
Well, I think it's like with a lot of people that come out here to get to work and then send money home. I don't know why,
Okay,
but
but
again, I don't know.
save some of that money so you can fly your own ass home. I'm just saying.
Uh, I don't know. Again, it's
I'm,
not a conversation to have at a bar with a bunch of random women that you
no,
don't fucking know.
you don't. No, no.
Right. So I think that so I think that's what it is. Men they like to talk. They're alone. They're lonely, and they want to have a conversation. I guess their wives don't want to hear their conversation again because they're tired. And then again, when you marry with somebody, you hear the same conversation over and over and over because you don't have no fucking new stories. If you're not talking about your job, especially if you're here on TikTok, I'm pretty sure I can understand how some of these married men will probably go off and tell their wives about everything that happens to TikTok. Like you know what I mean? So they're making the wives don't want to hear them no more. They're fucking tired of the same fucking stories. So I understand they're wanting to have conversations, but I don't. That's the reason why I said I think the less they fucking talk. Again, to shut the fuck up. The less you talk, the better fucking you are. I
Well, just
understand you
like
want
that
to
one
talk.
dude that we you had in the live that one day. You know, I was so blown away by the dude would not listen. You literally told him, if you showed up to my door, you have a better chance than talking to me on the goddamn phone. But you don't listen. And no, I have to talk to you on the phone. I have to talk to you. Listen when they talk.
But like I'm
Good
not meaning
God.
anything about what I'm saying, but then what I'm saying, like I say what I mean, and I mean what I say. So it's like I'm not mean.
Fucking
So
hard.
why would you dig into that? Why do you need to? So you know what it is. They want to make sure that we're on the same page. They want to know. They want to know before they go on this assignment of actually meeting and just laughing and joking with each other or smashing. They want to know if it's a for sure thing. They want to make sure that I like them, that I'm interested in them. It's fucking insecure as hell. Instead of
Yes, it
just
is.
meeting me, it really is. And so I keep. Also, I'm on this dating app, and the first question they keep on asking me is, "What are you looking for?" I'm not looking for anything. Hey, Empress, good morning.
I'm
I'm
looking
not
for
looking.
a heartbeat, breath, and a normal person.
I
Wait,
know.
I can't
Well, I
find the
mean, I
normal
don't even
person.
care. You know, I don't even care if they're normal. I don't even care if they're fucking normal. It's just like it just because even if I could crack jokes on your ass, I'm still having a fucking good time. But every man is different. So if what I'm looking for you and you, Charles, is gonna be something different that I'm looking for DC, and something that I'm looking for like everybody's a different because you guys bring different things. You guys have all different personalities. So if I'm on a dating app and somebody's telling me, well, I don't know who you are for me to know what I'm looking for in you. If I go on a date with you and we're getting and you smelling right and you looking good and the energy is there, then for you, I'm looking just to smash. If I go and meet up with you and you have an attitude problem or you angry, all you doing is talking about your ex-wives, then all I'm doing is what I'm looking for is the next person. I'm moving the fuck on. I mean, why do we have to make sure it's a sure thing first before we actually meet up with it? And that's what happened with what you were saying, Charles, with the guys and all the guys that you hear on this fucking app is they want to make sure that we're on the same page first. And again, how would I know that if I don't even know who you are?
Well, and at the end of the day, you're never going to know that until you meet the person totally, right? So
Absolutely.
even with the young lady that I'm speaking with, and I've been speaking with for as long as I have, which we're looking at going ahead and meeting up and doing dinner and stuff like that.
I love that.
You know, at the end of the day, we're still not going to know we're on the same page, even though we've been talking for a year and doing the FaceTime and doing the voice notes and the text messaging and all that stuff. We still don't know that we're on 100% on the same page until we meet each other. And
Right, because you don't know, Charles. She could be sitting there and eating dinner with you, and next you know, you start picking your nose right in front of her and wiping it on your sleeve.
well, that ain't going to be me, but yes, that can happen. But no. Learn how to use. Take your ass to the bathroom. Use toilet paper. Learn how to have manners at the table. Just saying.
Well,
But
but
anyway,
again, you might think somebody has manners on you know, but again, until you out in public, they might have manners with you. But do they have manners with your waitress? Do they have manners with the chef? Are they the type of person that's going to complain about the food and the food is not made the right way and it's a little too raw? You know what I'm saying? Those are the type of things. Those life experiences is what makes you actually really know somebody.
so I will say this: for me, if the food is wrong, the food is wrong. I will say something about food if it's wrong, but I'm not going to be disrespectful to the waitress because the waitress didn't cook the damn food. And I hate when people do that. They take their shit out on the waitress. It's like, just say, hey, mention it to, hey, my steak, it's not quite a little done as much as I would. Would you mind running that back and having them do it a little bit better?
You're one of those, Charles.
If it is, if I'm paying $100 for a damn steak, yeah, you're damn right I am. If it's freaking $20 for a fucking burger and fries or whatever, no, I'm not going to do that. But if it
I
is,
would be afraid because I don't think that, and they're gonna now spit in my food because I complained about it.
no. It's how you ask it. Remember, how you say things is more important than what you say. Yes, absolutely, 100%.
No, I get it. No, but those types of things you won't know until you actually meet the person in person. Because like I said, I could be any. I mean, yes, we could be FaceTiming while we're in a restaurant and stuff like that. But there's certain things that you're not gonna really catch on to. If you'll catch on to you in person, but you won't catch on to it unless you actually in person with somebody. So that's the reason why I always just like to meet them. That's the reason.
And wait staff. My family is all passed away now, but wait staff or how. I also will watch how their family treats each other. If that makes sense.
I believe that, Mama Money, because you think of others before yourself. But go ahead, Charles.
But I also watch not just them and how they treat people like their waitress staff or like one of my biggest things is watching how they treat people at a supermarket. The supermarket cashier.
Yep, that's true. That's a good one too.
That they how many times have we seen people disrespectful to them?
Right.
Well, just because something didn't add up or something didn't whatever doesn't mean you have to be an asshole.
Right. Exactly.
But you see it all the time. You look at somebody, and I've literally said, "Here's the extra fucking $1. Now get the fuck on." Get a dick, That she didn't do anything to you. She just added the shit up, and you added wrong.
Now, don't get me wrong. There are people who don't like their jobs, and those type of people. Again, that's knowing what you could do and knowing what you can't do. Because I do see it. There ain't nothing worse than somebody working doing a a job that is customer service related and they don't like people.
That's true. I agree.
I can't stand that because it's like I
Odds,
didn't tell you to have this job. I didn't tell you better work here. If you don't like people, then why are you working with people?
I agree. But the odds of that, though, more often than not, is not really ever going to be the case, right? I mean, if we look at, I think that most people who do customer service are people who do enjoy being around people. There are people, like you said, there are those people that don't like their job, but I have run into very few and far between. I'll say it that way. Most enjoy their job, but I don't. But even then, just because they're rude doesn't mean I have to be rude.
Exactly. You're exactly right. Because at the end, we're all responsible for our own our responses to situations.
Exactly.
Right.
Hmm.
So just because all they're gonna do is be rude bad. Now we got a situation. Now, but meanwhile, you got my fucking food. Can I have my food, please? When we
Exactly.
over here arguing about your attitude problem that you got. All right, you have an attitude about having that, and then I'll do the Lana stuff. Bless your heart. Bless your heart. Do they say that, Charles? Where you from? Do they say bless your heart?
Not where I'm from, but I have heard a lot about it. Yes,
Yeah, they do. They
and
do
I've
that
heard
in
it because
Georgia.
I've been in the South with driving a truck, but
Yeah.
I've never lived there. I have heard. So I watched a video where a lady did the bless your heart thing, and she said it's
Hmm.
not when you say it, it's how you say it. And she said like 17 different ways to say bless your heart
Yes.
and 17 different meanings of that shit. And I'm
It
like,
really is.
yeah, from now on, I'm just going to assume that it's bad and moving on, you know? So,
Like that's like saying shut the fuck up. It's one of those things. Because I could be like, girl, shut the fuck up. That's different than yo, shut the fuck up. See how there's difference?
it is. I can hear the difference. Yeah, I can definitely hear the difference, but, you know,
There is a difference, and there's the
and
same thing with bless your
the
heart.
other statement that I hear a lot on TikTok is, I know you're fucking lying. I hear that. But
Oh,
again, it's how you guys say that is very different. You know, some people
and I
can
think
say
it
it.
also means it's a difference depending on what part of the country that you live in. And I think that's why it's so important for people to get out of their little comfort zone of where they live and go somewhere else. And I learned again, that's a lesson that I learned the hard way, but I learned it because I didn't think that I thought everybody thought like New Yorkers. I thought everybody thought like New Yorkers, and then I moved to a different location, and then I realized that no, not everybody thinks like New Yorkers, and I learned that, and I had to learn how to adjust to that, and I did, and honestly, I didn't realize how rude New Yorkers was um until I moved to the South, and then when I went back to New York to I was like, damn, are we that fucking rude? I didn't really, I was like, we rude in New York. I didn't think we were that rude. Now, bless your heart, I don't think have ever said before. I don't think because I know what that means, and I don't know if I could say it the right way.
Well, I mean, from what I understand, I mean, it just depends on, at the end of the day, it's just, just say it. But, it pretty much means the damn same thing. But, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of, yeah, there's a lot to it. And
Did you mean to come up here, Donna? Because I don't know if you meant to come up here.
No, I was down in the chat chilling. Good morning.
Okay, good morning. I got you up
good
here by
morning.
accident. I'm sorry. I'm over here was clicking buttons, and I clicked
See
the
how
wrong.
you are? There you go, clicking buttons again.
I know. That's why I need to stop clicking buttons. Mama Money, yeah. So if you want me to drop you down, I could drop you down, beautiful.
It's all good. I can
Um,
entertain the conversation or I can type in the chat. It does not matter.
whatever you want to do.
Feel free to join the conversation. How do you feel about how people treat wait staff and store cashiers?
So I don't like it at all. Especially like when you talk about going out on a date and somebody is rude. I don't even like when somebody asks something and you say, yeah.
Oh yeah. I don't like that either.
You know what I mean? Like just really
Yes.
brushing them out like, yeah. I don't know. Like I'm always like, yes, thank you. Please,
Yeah.
thank you. You know what
But
I mean? So
but let me ask both of you, since you both said you don't like it. Let me ask you a question though. Do you believe? And let me ask this a certain way. I'm going to ask it the way that I want it heard, so I can get the right response. Do you believe that if you pay for something, you should get what you pay for?
yes.
Okay. So if that is the case, then why, if the food does not come the way it's supposed to be, because I'm paying for it, would you not then again, but respectfully, notice how I do that though, very respectfully ask them to fix that problem.
Donna, would you do that? I'm the type of person. I'm just gonna eat. I'm just gonna eat it or not eat it at all. I don't sit there and complain about it. What do you do, Donna? Do you say something about it?
It depends on what it is. Like if if we're talking about like a steak or something, I know Charles you mentioned that earlier. If we're
Right.
talking about a steak, I may or may not. Depends on how far off they were from getting it the way I asked. If you bring me a very well done steak and I ask for a medium, I'm not gonna be able to eat it. So you can just take it off
Right. Okay.
and refund it, or
Right.
I'll allow you to fix it again.
Okay.
But remember, again, you can always ask them very respectfully. Listen, I appreciate the fact that you did this, you brought this to me and stuff like that. But I did want to mention that I did ask this for me be a medium. Would you mind doing me a favor and just having them redo this real quick for me? And I know it's not your fault. I know it was the cook or maybe a miscommunication. Not a big deal. If you just have them fix it for me real quick, that'd be great. I appreciate it. And there's a difference between asking that way and the way that I've seen a lot of people act and
Yes.
ask.
And
Be
that's
just disrespectful. Oh, I can't believe it. I can't fucking eat this. You know,
this is nasty. Why you
that
gonna
dude's
sit
gonna
there
get
and
his shit
say
spit
it?
in. I'm just saying.
Absolutely. I do think it's how you approach the person,
Right.
whether you're gonna get your food played with back.
Hey, and those are the things that I look for when I go on dates, right? I look at how you treating the wait staff. How do you ordering the food? How are you treating the customer service? Because like you said before, I look at how you treat other people because what happens if I don't make your steak the right way one day?
Right. Right.
What are you
But
gonna do? Throw it in my face, talk about take your fucking steak, do it again?
no, you're gonna eat the shit. And you're gonna like
Exactly. or starve.
you have options, you have choices.
Or in that situation though, why don't you? If it's just you and her, right? And she's cooking, and you like a steak a certain way, why isn't your ass in there helping cook?
I don't want
Just
nobody.
saying.
Do
I mean,
you like people in your kitchen?
I do.
I know you
But
do,
I-
but I'm
The
asking
only
Donna.
reason, but understand though, I'm a little different because there's a lot of fun that you can have in between while you're cooking.
But but on an everyday thing, we're not. If I'm over here, I'm on a zone. I'm on a cooking zone. I don't want nobody in my fucking kitchen.
yeah, you probably should move out of the way and let me get this shit finished, or it won't get done at all.
Lisa, happy
So-
birthday. Yeah, it's like I'm not. You over here trying to dance with me, and I'm over here trying to get this shit done because my ass is tired. Good morning, Miss Sanford.
Don't nobody have time to
But
be
guess what?
walking
At
around.
the end of the day, though, here's the deal. I might be dancing with you, and it might take a extra minute. But at the end of the day, that little moment of stealing you and dancing with you just for a minute is taking a moment to just enjoy you versus and show you appreciation for what you're doing. Think about it that way.
Well, come on and send us that. I get what you
Yeah.
said. Oh, yeah.
Right.
Me?
We both like, yeah.
I have been known to
Very
sneak in the
romantic,
kitchen
very
before,
romantic.
even though I've been told to get the fuck out. But I will still sneak in there just for a moment, and show my affection and then leave and get out of the way. But I'm still going to find a way somehow to get in there and do that just for a moment.
I mean, every once in a while, and a pass through the kitchen to get a water or whatever, and you
A
give a
little
kiss
tap on
on
the
the
ass.
forehead
Right,
or pat on the booty or
Right.
something like that, and you
Yeah, that way.
that's cool. But if you want to hug and
No, it's the hovering for me.
yeah, like,
It's-
back up. Let me do my thing. Back up.
I
You
couldn't.
don't like hugs, Adrian?
Yes. What you said, Charles?
You don't like hugs?
It's because to me, I don't know if it's really a hug or you watching what I'm doing. I see it as you watching what I'm doing because you're trying to see if I cook like your mama.
What the? About that? What the hell?
To me all the fucking time. And I
Seriously?
the fuck alone. And listen, don't worry about it. Just eat your food. Just eat it. And all the many times I've even told them, I would leave everything right the fuck there and say, you know what, you cook it. And then I would just fucking leave the house. I'm done. You can go ahead and finish cooking because you want to sit there and tell me how to fucking cook. Like I don't know how to fucking cook at this grown ass age. So, yeah, no, I don't like it. Just stay out of my kitchen. That's I guess maybe Maybe I'm not healed from that, Charles.
That's why if we're having steak or something like that, that's why I have a smoker and stuff. So we have all that, you know. So I can put my ass to work on the smoker, and you can do all the other stuff, and I'll do the smoking, and there you go. See?
So what happens if you're on the grill, right? So say you're on the grill, that you actually got to watch your food, not smoke, because you can sit there for a while, like you said. But if you're on the grill and you're watching the food so it doesn't get burned, and you have your woman coming up behind you and she's trying to dance with you and all this other shit, that wouldn't bother you?
Nope, because I know how to pay attention. I know how the food works.
Okay.
Because again, remember those little. Because here's the thing, and the way I look at it: little moments make big memories.
Yeah.
Okay, and yes, I understand. Don't worry, I understand. Hold on. I know you women are just independence is a big thing, and there's nothing wrong with that, and I love that. Okay, but sometimes, and I'm then like Donna said, sometimes, right? Don't do it all the time, and don't do the shit like you're talking about, like you're standing in there over the top of them because they're fucking whatever. But sometimes, taking a moment to sneak in and just get that little extra moment, doesn't that make it feel good?
Yeah. Yes, definitely. Yes, Charles.
See? There you go. I'm not doing it all the time, and not whatever. But absolutely, sneak up behind me, wrap your arms around behind me, and all that kind of stuff real quick.
Sometimes I be thinking it's just me though. Is that realistic that happens? Like I don't know. Like after in the beginning stages, I guess yes, we're new to this, and but after like 10 years of that, it's like, is that my unrealistic of why it's just annoying?
Well, I don't know. I had a friend of mine, his parents. They were married for like 45 years, and he still did it.
Oh, that's sweet.
Just saying. So I just think it's at the end of the day, it's showing appreciation for your partner anyway.
Yeah.
You're in there, you're working, you're cooking, you're doing whatever. Why couldn't I come in there and just show you affection for a moment and appreciate the fact that you're doing that?
Well,
how about just going in there and saying thank you? There's nothing wrong with that.
I would rather you just come and say thank you.
But there's nothing wrong with that. But go in and do that.
And shut
Walk
the
up behind him for half a second. Listen. I'll tell you what. Let me ask you a question.
And go right back out.
Exactly. But I'm gonna wrap my arms up around you for a second from behind
men
too.
not listening, and then we say what we mean and mean what we're saying. He wants
to change our mind.
I hear you. No. Did you hear what I said though? I hear what you're saying. And I hear your point, but I'm also asking if there's a compromise, though. There's a difference. I'm asking if there is a compromise.
I just gave it to you.
Exactly. So there you go. See?
Thank you.
So we have a compromise.
You get the hell out.
Good.
Because for one, we talked about this. I think I was up here a few days ago. Physical touch is not nowhere near the top of my list.
Right.
So I really don't like, the touching and hugging and I mean, when we getting it in, yes. But anything other than that, please don't.
But that's also learning your partner's love language too, right? So if that's not your love language, that's not your love language.
But you see, that's where the compromise shit comes in again, because now, but if
No. You never compromise on their love language. That's one thing I'm going to always say. And this is the problem with a lot of men, is they want to compromise on make someone compromise on their love language. No. You learn their love language, and if it's something that fits with you that you can handle, do that. If it's not, move the fuck on and find someone who you can handle. Because a lot of times that's what happens when you get boundaries that get broken and things of that nature. No, learn their love language and respect that.
Why do you think that people always want to change the other person's? Like, to me, like it seems so simple, right? We're not compatible. Let's just move on to the next. Let's just move on to the next one. And for some reason, for some people, they're just so stuck on fixing it or compromising or bending or having a conversation about it. To me, it's like, why we just now? If you invested a lot of time in it, then I can understand. But if you like in the beginning of stages and we're not on the same page or something, it should be okay that we just let it go.
I have been advocating since I've been on this app for that's just not your person. And so I was in a live, I think it was never live, I don't know. But some lady told me that's why I'm going to be single for the rest of my life, is because I have to compromise. I think we were talking about It was something that a man did. I don't know if it was smacking at the table. I don't know what it was, but I was like,
God.
And at the
I was
table.
Look
like,
at that while you're eating.
if it annoys me, he's gonna annoy me for the rest of my life. And so they're like, oh well, if he pay bills, then
See, I don't give a shit about that.
we're not gonna make it that far.
Because it's gonna annoy me every single time. I don't give a fuck how much
Exactly.
fucking you pay. Every time you do that shit, it's gonna annoy the fuck out of me.
Right. And I do remember what it was. The situation was a man that you go out to the restaurant, they take you out, and they order chicken tenders and French fries. Could you deal with this man? Because that's all they order every time y'all go out.
Right.
Could you deal with this man? And I was like, absolutely not. That's really boring to me, and I just feel like we're never gonna leave the country.
Yes. Right.
If they don't have chicken tenders and French fries over there.
It's a personality trait as well, because if you're so used to eating the same thing over and over, you're used to the same, you're gonna have the same routine of everything else. To me, I would think you do everything the same over and over and over again, and there's no adventure. Like you said, go and travel in the country. You're gonna be scared. You're gonna be thinking about what you're gonna eat there because you don't want to work. Because are they gonna have chicken tenders and French fries?
Right.
I said it again. Hey, Slay.
So I said, I don't have to deal with that. I can just say that's not my person because, I want somebody with an extensive palate or just willing to try it because what you've been through and if you've not experienced it, I can't down you for that, right? So just be open and willing. But if you tell me you don't want to try anything else, this is what you're going to order. I'm kind of like, yeah, about that.
And again, just billion, and I always help men and women as well. There are billions of people in the fucking world. Just because that person is not your person, it's okay. You could go to the next one, and you just keep on trying and trying and trying and trying. That's what I've been doing. I've been trying and trying and trying.
Right. Because one thing I learned when I was jumping on top of these cars trying to bust out windows and stuff. One thing
Just as crazy as I am. Just as crazy as I am, Donna. Yo, you gonna listen to what the fuck I gotta say.
Exactly. Where do you think you're going? You're not going anywhere.
I love it.
But
Are you a hood jumper?
She is a car jumper.
I am.
A car jumper?
I jump out of the car. She jumps into the cars.
I jumped in the car too. I've jumped in. I've put it in park. No, where are you going?
I love it.
But
Don't do that no more.
I just learned how to cut people off really quick. My cutoff game is so strong. You might be my soulmate, but it's not this lifetime.
Oh, I love that you said that, Donna. I believe it because I think those types of people come into our lives because we didn't get it right the last lifetime. So now we're trying again this lifetime. And so guess what? It's not working this time either. I'll see you next lifetime. I'll see you around again.
We might be butterflies, but next lifetime.
Exactly. I'll see. It's okay. It's okay. I always gotta tell man, it's okay. It's all right. We don't get along now, and it's move on to the next person. And I think that some men don't will hold on to. Hey, good morning, Miss Brenda. I'm trying to make it work. I did this. I did like I paid the bills. That person's paying the bills. Okay.
Right.
That don't
But
mean
just because you're paying the bills doesn't mean that she has to compromise on her love language. I'm sorry, it's just the way it is. Just like you shouldn't have to compromise on yours. There's certain things that and I'm 100% with Donna and you, Adrian, on that. That at the end of the day, if it's something that annoys the piss out of me, I'm not going to be around it. I literally will walk away. I'm not going to deal with it.
Charles, what's
because I don't want to deal with it my whole life.
Okay,
Huh?
so with being talking to this girl for over a year, right? And you go out to eat, what would be one of those things that you'd be like, you were able to get it right there and then?
If she's disrespectful to wait staff, the second that happens,
Are you serious, Charles? I don't believe that for a minute. Do you believe that, Donna?
Yep, out. Sorry. If you're disrespectful to a waitress or a waiter, I'm done. I'm out.
But she said for over a year, so
Yep.
that to me was like disrespect would have been first couple of dates. Like the first time you may have been having a bad day. I might give you 2 dates. It depends on if I really like you like that. If I don't like you like that.
I've been on the phone with you for 9 months, boo loving you on the fucking phone, and we having all types of intimate conversations with each other. The first day, if you are rude to the wait staff, I probably give you a pass.
Right. Like maybe, your
You talking
emotions.
to traveling or something, right? It's that time of the month. I don't know. So
But
go ahead.
that's that's an instant no. Because if you rude to them, you'll be rude to me.
Mm-hmm.
If you use the B word a lot, I know you'll call me one.
Right, exactly. Is that like with the which was what this guy, that I was having this conversation with when I was asking about should I block him or should I have a conversation with him? That was one of those things. He was just like, yeah, my baby mother's a bitch. That's what he said. And I'm like, if you so
No,
quick to call your baby mama a bitch from 20 years ago, you know what I'm saying? How quick are you to call me a bitch? And that's one of my trigger words.
Very.
But a man call me, now if a woman calls me, I don't care. But if a man calls me that, So yeah, I can move it now. If I now, that's why I don't talk. That's why I don't talk to nobody on the phone. Donna, are you a talking person on the phone? Do you like having conversations with people on the phone? Women on the phone? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you learn a lot about them? Like, so, because I probably last about 10 minutes on the phone with a man before, and I already know that, yeah, this is not going to work out.
I mean, I get those conversations too, where I'm already rolling my eyes. If I start rolling my eyes and we're just on the phone, I already
Right.
know this is not going anywhere.
Right.
And there's been a couple of instances of that. But then the ones that I do like talking to is probably because I really like their voice, and that's for personal gain.
You're so stupid. Can I ask you this? I'm going to ask you this. I'm going to sidetrack this. I've noticed that a lot of men don't know how to have phone sex. You notice that?
Yeah. Oh, so they be wanting you to lead the whole conversation. That's not how that works.
It doesn't know how that works. It doesn't have because I know I'm good at it. You know what I'm saying? I know I'm really good at it, but you're not good at it. You're not motivating me to be good at it. You know what I mean? Like it's a give and take type of situation. You gotta get me
something to
motivated,
work
especially on the
with.
phone.
I can't just. You got to give me
So
something to work with. But
I
that's
can
how
explain to you why a lot of men are not very good at phone sex, if you'd like to know why.
they're boring. Go ahead.
Well, not so much that they're boring, it's that they don't know how to communicate.
Well, I guess you're right. That goes
So
back.
if you don't know how to talk,
Right.
you're not going to be able to talk about sexual things on the phone. You're just not going to be able to do it.
Because
So,
you can be just descriptive. That's all that
but a
is.
lot of men are not capable of that because they don't know how to do it.
And I ain't trying to teach somebody how to fucking do it either. I guess that's why they get blocked too.
Yeah, I don't understand that because it's not even like you have to go look up some new words or
I mean, because it's just imagine you being around me, being inside me, and we could go from there.
right.
Use your imagination.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. But okay. But I do know that they're not really good at it. But not even that they're probably not good at
He
it. They
said
don't.
she doesn't know how
I
to
don't
either.
even
So
think
there you
they're
go.
not.
There's a woman who doesn't know how.
Hey, Miss Sugar.
That's true. But
I'm moving the fuck on. I'm not teaching nobody how to fucking do it and communicate. Because if you can't communicate, at the end of the day, that's all I want to do, communicate anyway. And I really have rather have it in person. I really don't want to sit there and do the shit over the phone. But you got me turned on because of other things, right? I like you for other reasons. So now, right, now we're about to do some sexy talk or whatever. And now you sitting there and you turning me off because it's not, I got to sit there and teach you how to fucking turn me on. That's why, again, I'd rather meet somebody in person and not talk to them on the fucking phone because now you're turning me off over the phone. Because if you ain't turning me on over the phone, then you're definitely not going to turn me on in person. Maybe. Because maybe you're just so fucking fine.
right. Right. But I don't know. I think sometimes I'd rather people be quiet and just let me look at you. Hush. Don't
Yeah,
say
but just be quiet.
Yeah.
Just be quiet. Now, in the bedroom, and we getting it on, yeah, I want you to talk no kind of nasty shit to me.
You can talk again. But I
Yeah.
think those same people that don't know how to have you know what? I don't think they talk in the bedroom either. Because it's the same thing. You know what I mean?
You're right. I would think because you're not using your or it's just been that it's just been so long since they had some they don't remember.
Well, that's a terrible thing. It's like riding a bike. You should never forget.
I don't think so either. But the shit, the men I be talking to, I'll be like, "Are you kidding me?" I'm like, "You really can't." And I'd be like, "They're not." Those are the ones that get blocked too. Because I'm like, "Cause listen, if you ain't like I was talking to about the other guy, if you ain't fucking me, and we ain't being friends. There's no reason for us to be even on the phone with each other. You blocked." Hey, Swag. Hey, Nancy. Hey, Crystal.
Yeah.
I think Orlando, Florida is here. Good for you, Antonio Brown. So, So I don't know. How was your weekend, Donna?
It was chill. We didn't have baseball.
Oh, that's a good thing.
Yeah,
That's a real good thing when there's no baseball. So you were just relaxing the whole weekend?
I'm chilling. I've been chilling. It's been storming a lot here. I don't like that for me. So I wasn't even able to really get out of the house.
No, I get that because I can put people in a fucking mood too. But
Yeah, I mean, I just don't like going out in the rain. You know what I mean? Like trying to go to the bar, but you all soaked by the time you get in there. I don't want to.
no, that's well. The thing about Florida though is that it'll rain really hard for a good 15 minutes, and then it stops, and the sun comes out, and everything is all good. Even though it did rain when me and my friend was eating dinner, and so by the time we get out, the floor was still wet, and my dress was really long, so the bottom of my dress got all fucking dirty and wet. But like I said, we was only out for like 2 hours anyway, so it really didn't matter. And by the time like I said, I was so damn drinking so damn much, I didn't even care at that point anyway. I was
Yeah.
I was so damn happy. But there
I
were
just,
people walking around with a big ass fucking umbrella. I can't see why they walking around with an
and
umbrella.
I just don't want to do that.
Right.
I
Why I
want
gotta
to
walk around with
be
the umbrella? I'm about to have fun. I want to dance, and I barely want to walk around with a purse, let alone a purse and an umbrella.
exactly.
Oh, I don't want to do that either. Yeah. So
I didn't make it to Coyote Ugly though.
yeah.
Um,
Have you ever been to Coyote Ugly?
yes, ma'am.
It's fun, and I'm sad that because she's been living here. She's from San Francisco, San Diego, and she's been living here about 2 or 3 years, and she's never been to Ybor. So I already know what Ybor is like. It's just ratchet as hell. You know what I mean? Like I already know what it's like. I know it's definitely turn up town, but they're starting to gentrify it. They're trying to make it a destination for people to go to, and so there's a hotel that right there, and it was very inexpensive. So and I'm only like 20 minutes from there, but she wanted to, so let her have the whole experience and let's get, white tea wasted. So,
Right.
right, so that we could just walk and I don't got to worry about driving or taking an Uber or nothing. So we passed by it.
Wait. Why tea wasted? What does that mean?
Oh, your type of wasted is way different than our type.
Yeah, it is.
Like, you mean
I
like
love
falling
it,
over
though.
and haul your ass to yeah, okay, gotcha.
I love it. I love to be right. Like,
I know. That's when you
that's
just
a good
don't.
time.
We definitely have a yeah, okay. I copy that.
Yeah, it's a definitely different way.
And by the way, Coyote Ugly is awesome. I've been to Coyote Ugly in New York, Las Vegas, and the one in Florida. By the way,
I hadn't been to the one in New York. I've been to Vegas and in Tampa. But
I never been to the one. I didn't even know there was one in New York. The only thing I remember, I thought it was just in the movie. You know what I mean? I didn't think anything else.
no, it's in New York on. Oh, where the hell is it at?
I was going to the underground clubs. I wasn't going to those type of clubs. Look, he's gonna look it up. Charles is a pain in the ass. All right, so he's such a pain in the ass. Maybe the other day there was a man on my live that was talking about he was gonna take a helicopter from.
oh yeah.
Yeah, and Charles sat there and looked up the flights and to see if the guy was lying. I was like, Charles, I really don't give a shit. But he was like, but look,
14th Street. It's on 14th Street.
It was on 14th Street. Okay, thank you, Charles.
I didn't even know that. But we all knew he was lying. There was no need to go look it up.
But that's what I'm
No,
saying.
no. Here's the thing. Hold on. Let me explain my reasoning. Okay, so hear me out for a second. Now.
I'm listening.
She was determined to give him the benefit of the doubt when he said he could only find one flight
Right.
from Jacksonville to where she's at. One helicopter flight, and there's only one company to listen. I have been dealing with aviation since 2015. Okay, I understand how aviation works. When you're talking about private flights with helicopters, there's not just one company that does charter flights with helicopters in big cities. I know this for a fact.
Okay, so even though trouble, we know for a fact he was never gonna do it in the first fucking place.
Right.
Then why did you give me the benefit
From
of
the
the
day
doubt?
he was talking, and it was like, yeah, I play golf, and blah blah blah.
Yeah, come on, we smell that shit a mile a fucking
I
way.
just freaking. I hate when men just. It annoys the piss out of me. It just
I don't know
does.
why it shouldn't.
I don't know why.
I'm
there's
gonna
one-
prove that he's fucking lying.
People,
It can say come.
we knew he was lying. It don't have to be proven. What was proven was he wasn't coming, and that's what we knew.
And what was
Didn't
proven
show
is,
up.
again, men make these excuses that, oh, they keep on saying, oh, women have it so easy, women have it so easy. And I like to make it as easy as possible for these men so they can't make it to be my fault. Because at the end of the day, I never want it to be my fault. It's not my fault for anything. Yeah, you're gonna come out in a helicopter? Sure, yeah, I'll give my number. Yeah, sure, you're gonna do this? Yeah, sure. Not that I really expect it, not that I really even want it. I just want to show it wasn't my fault, it was your fault that you didn't come.
Right.
That's all I'm doing.
I like to just try people. I'll put you to
Try, okay, that's even better. Yes, try people. I like to try them. It's
Yeah.
not because I really want them.
exactly. But I'll put you to the test. Oh, you coming to see me? Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay. I got you.
Right.
Oh, you busy? No, I could have 1,000,001 fucking plans, but no, I'm not busy.
Right.
No, not this. No, not. And that's what pissed me off about this guy about the whole weekend shit. Because Don, I mean, you heard what I was saying. When you say, "Hey, passion," if I'm telling you I'm gonna see you over the weekend, that does not mean the whole entire weekend. Does that mean the whole entire weekend, Donna?
It does not. It needs a couple of hours to be exact.
I would say over the weekend means we're gonna set up a date where we're gonna meet each other on that time and that place, and then we're gonna see each other. Now, if it works out, and I may be seeing you longer. We might be overnight, but at the end of the day, it wasn't a sure thing that you were gonna spend the whole entire weekend with me.
Right.
Well, and what confuses me is you told him that you had plans with your girlfriend that Friday night, right? So my question was, why didn't he just say, well, what about Saturday?
Because he didn't hear
But
that.
I know you said he had an assumption of all weekend, but I'm just saying, my question would have been, well, hey, what about Saturday? What do you
What
got
about
going on?
Saturday? Exactly. Because that wasn't his plan. His plan was that he was gonna stay at my house the whole entire weekend.
Yeah.
That was weird to me. Why the hell would you assume that you've never met a person, but you're going to go stay at their house? I mean, listen, I have been speaking with the young lady that I've been speaking with for over a year. Do I assume that when I go up there to take her to dinner that I'm staying at her house? Hell no. The first thing I said was, I can get a hotel room, we can go to dinner, I can stay in a hotel room, then I can drive back the next morning. It's that simple. But I didn't say a damn word about the fact that we're going to go stay at her house or go do anything like that, or even assume that we're even going to do anything after dinner.
Right. Because I don't even know if I like you.
Exactly. So why would you assume that kind of shit?
I don't know. Because I'm a woman and he chose me, I'm supposed to choose him back, I guess. I said,
Well,
A lot.
that doesn't mean that I'm going to... and here's the other question I have. Why is it this... And I've had this problem with women, too, on the app, when I have been speaking with people, well, before I was speaking with the young lady I'm speaking with now. A lot of times, they wanted me to change everything that I'm doing to suit them. Well, I'm not going to uproot my life just to change for your time frame. Does that make sense? If we're going to go on a date, we'll figure out a time to work for both of us. But I'm not going to uproot my whole entire everything and change my whole schedule just to suit you.
because they're making something work that's not supposed to be working. You know, that's what that is. I just want a man. I don't care what kind of man. I don't know who the man is. I don't care. You available, I'm available. That means we need to be available together. And it's weird. People don't change. People are who the fuck they are. And if I don't like you because you're in a different location, that's why I don't date outside of my state. Because it's like, why am I going to go for you? You know, I don't expect you to move, and I'm ready to fucking move. I will move though. And this is like, but I'm not even gonna do that shit today again because I don't even know you yet. I don't know you. So why are we even? I have never lived with you. I don't have to spend every day with you. I don't know how you. Why would I pick up my whole entire life just for you? Because we have seen it so many times on this damn app. People have done that shit, and has it really worked out for them? Both of you guys got me on.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people that are, you know, wasn't it you that had the question with somebody else? Somebody else's life had the question. Would you move to someone or with someone after you've been dating them seriously for 6 months? Somebody else's life.
That's a long time. That's not a long time. 6 months is not a long time.
No, it's not, exactly. And that was my answer was, no, I'm not moving anywhere after 6 months, as we haven't been together for more than 6 months. So you're talking about uprooting my children, uprooting everything else just for 6 months.
I mean, like somebody like me, I don't have no responsibilities. You know what I mean? So That's what I probably would do it. If it was a place that I really enjoy, I wouldn't move in with the person. You know what I mean? I would because I have nothing to really uproot anything. I'm not um tied into anything. So yeah, I mean, I would still keep my house. Of course, I'm going to do that because I'm always going to have. But I would rent somewhere else just because some people you need to be around them. You know what I mean? Because I don't need to be around you all fucking day. I don't need to be around, but I would have my own spot, and you would have your own spot, and we could mingle. So I would do that if I really just enjoyed that person. And again, nothing's tying me down. But if I have responsibilities or a job that I can't just transfer, or I have a child that they can't just move, like I'm not uplifting my kid from school just so I could be with a fucking man.
I wish I would. I wish I would.
Not after 6 fucking months. You know what I mean?
I don't care if it's after 2.
You know what I mean?
I don't care if it's after 2 years. I'm not uprooting my child, especially because he's in high school. I won't.
Right.
Well, I mean,
the child knows better, right? So like, Mom, what the fuck are you doing? The child knows better, right? So like, Mom, what the fuck are you doing?
Right. He makes trying to beat my ass. Like, girl, have you lost your mind? Like, we've been doing this thing for this long, and you decide no. But after the next 3 years are up, I'm open. We're going to college. I'm open to, you know what I mean? Like, I said I was going to get me an apartment wherever he's going to college. So I can walk.
oh no, you didn't say do that to him, did you?
Right.
Don't do that for the poor kid.
When my son told me that he was going to Africa for deployment, I was like, can I go to Africa too? I wanted to go with him. I was like, I want to go to Africa. He's like, no, you can't stay on base. I'm like, but why not?
Because you're not married to him.
I know.
It'd be kind of weird. It's kind of illegal. Just saying.
It's my baby. You know what I mean? Especially when they're boy.
And I know my kids' friends will probably tell me, hey, your mom's being weird again. She's outside.
Yeah, my daughter, who's 17 right now, she told me that my retirement plan is hers. She said flat out, "You don't get a choice, Dad. Sorry." I said, "Oh, okay, whatever." So she's dragging me wherever she's going, I guess. So whatever.
Did you hear what Slay was saying? I think it was yesterday in my live about how the guy that she was seeing was a mama's boy. Because he kept on telling his mother about their
He walked away or something.
Oh yeah.
Why can't I hear it? You can hear her?
No, hold on.
Can you hear that, Donna?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, because Charles always got some loud ass background music on or something that he does.
Is it that loud this morning? Really? I have everything shut off.
I don't know.
At first, it's like
is that the TV?
a radio or something. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Charles. Hold on.
Yeah, see Charles multitasking over there, watching
and no, that's my son has his phone on, so he's watching something on his phone. That's why. Go ahead. I can mute. Go ahead.
Okay, so I was just talking about. No, it's fine now. I don't know. You must have moved around. So this woman was saying how she had a boyfriend and she just broke up with him because he was a mama's boy. She called him a mama's boy. She would never go out with a mama's boy again. And I said, okay, well, what makes him a mama's boy? And she said that he would tell his mother about their sex positions.
Oh no.
Right. And I was like, oh yeah, girl, run from that shit. But to me, that's not a mama's boy. There's something else going on. That's fucking weird.
Exactly, because I don't want to hear about.
I don't want to hear about. No, I don't want to hear. Me neither. I don't want to hear about that shit. I don't even want to hear about their girlfriends. But my kids know I'm crazy. They don't even introduce me to people. Because I do the same shit. So they don't even really introduce me to people. Let them tell it. Nobody has a girlfriend, which I know is a lie. But why is that? Because nobody's gonna be good enough for your baby?
No, they just know. Like I just be around here cussing and doing all types of stuff. So they be like, that like is crazy. Now we'll just wait until it's really serious, and then we'll like I have met a couple people, but no, they don't be bringing people around me. And I'm
the same way. I tell my daughters, y'all are nuns. My son, they're bishops or whatever. I don't want to hear nothing about anything. Nothing. I don't want to hear none of it. My girls are nuns. Absolutely, they're all nuns. I don't want to hear how my daughter has a kid, She's still a nun, and my granddaughter was immaculately conceived. I'm just saying. Yeah, exactly. Because I don't want to hear it. I don't want to know it. I don't want to know.
Yeah, I don't want to hear it either. I will
I
not.
mean, I love the grave baby. She's a precious thing, and I absolutely love her. But I don't want to know how she was created. I don't want to hear none of that.
That's just weird to talk to your mama about. Now, talking to your mama about, okay, well, she did this, and I didn't like this, or what you think about.
Yeah.
But to go into that part.
Yeah. Like he was telling his mom, yeah, mom, I'm about to flip her. I'm about to get into it right now. I'm about to flip her down and rub her back and do it. Like he was like very.
Absolutely not.
Yeah. So she was telling me how she did it. It was only 3 months that she was going out. So I was like, well, that was good enough time. You know what I'm saying? That was enough time to really know that this is his pattern. He's not going to change. She did talk to him about it. He didn't think there was anything weird about it.
Of course not.
Well, what I was saying, I don't know if you saw my comment earlier yesterday in your live, but I said that that's not a mama's boy. That's somebody that's trauma. There was something that happened to that man when he was a child.
I understand.
I think so.
That's why I was asking, well, how old is the mama? Because sometimes I think that when we grow up with our kids, so if you have them like 15, I don't know, because I have my child young, my first one young too, and I don't want to hear none of that shit. But I do know parents who they'll smoke trees with them, they'll drink with them, they hang out, and they're more like friends than they are mother and son or sister. They're more like friends than they are actually a parent and their child. So do you think it has to do with an age thing too?
No, I don't think that's it. Because I am my kid's friend. And they know, like, I'm not finna smoke with you and do all that. But I know my oldest kid, he's 31, I think. I don't really know how old he is, but whatever. He's over 30.
It's been so long.
Right. I think he's 31 though. I know he drinks.
Right.
And, like when we go on a cruise, I see him at the bar. You know what I mean? In school, when we in the club on the cruise.
We're like getting white tea wasted together.
Right. Because my oldest and my youngest live here. And so if he orders something from the liquor store, he'll buy me something too. Right. He knows I drink, so he'll buy me something too. So not necessarily that we drinking together per se, but I mean I know he drinking.
Right, exactly. And again, as long as we're sitting there slobbing, being drunk together, being all loose, like we're not doing all that stuff. You can drink with adults, you know what I'm saying? I know you're drinking, but it's just like, but I don't want to see you being sloppy drunk, because I'm gonna say something if I see you sloppy drunk, because I'm gonna be a mother at the end of the
Yep, exactly.
There is. He will come up here and mess with us. He's annoying when he's drunk, and I don't really like it. I mean, like, get your annoying ass out of here. Go to bed.
Yeah, my son is very emotional. He always ends up crying.
I cannot stand people that can't hold their liquor. That pisses me off. I don't care if it's my child or who's. I don't like.
And I don't drink. So I'm usually the designated driver. I'm usually the one that's watching everybody and looking, making sure they ain't doing nothing crazy. You know what I'm saying? I'm the one, like, I'm the responsible one. So I can't be around that. I want to be able to enjoy my time. If I gotta be enjoying my time because I can't enjoy my time because I'm too busy babysitting your ass, then I don't need to be going out with you.
Yeah, and I'm talking friends too. If I know you can't.
Friends too, exactly.
Exactly, I agree.
Right. If you in the bathroom throwing up, I'm not.
Right. I am not the one to take with you because I don't like that. So I'm not holding.
I ain't holding your damn hair
or nothing. I'm just gonna be over there with the porcelain god by yourself. I'm not even going in the bathroom.
I will say this too. Like, there's some lives that I get into in TikTok, then my daughter or son will come into that live, and I'll be like, yeah, this is not a place that you should be. I don't even like them in that kind of a situation, because again, then I cannot enjoy myself being fully open and enjoying the conversation, right? Because now my children are in there, and now it's it's a hindrance type of thing because I am a parent still at the end of the day,
Right. And my son does. I'm constantly kicking at my son out too, and because we'll have a conversation that he want to come up in the box, and I'm like, I don't want to hear your answer to this question. You know what I mean? So I'll kick him out. I'm like, all right, this is not your conversation. Get the hell out of here. Because like you said, Charles, I'm not comfortable in the conversation because you're here, and I don't want to hear about your relationship issues or your sex issues. I don't want to. You could do that shit. Look at TikTok is very big. Go ahead and find somewhere else to fucking go and talk about it.
Exactly.
The young people live or your peers live, but I'm very inappropriate in my live, and so they probably, like I said, my kids know I'm crazy. They be like,
Exactly. So like when I say it, it's one thing, but it's like, but when they say, because when she was saying that she does it to him, I'm like, well, I'm pretty sure I said a lot of inappropriate shit that I shouldn't have said in front of my son. I'm pretty sure you're like, again, they know their mother, they know their mother's crazy. So it's like, so they know that the mouth is just gonna slip out and just say anything. But I don't want to hear your shit. I don't. I don't want to do that either. So
it's different when you hear your child say it, right? I mean, it really is. It's very different. And when you're in a conversation where you are talking about certain things, and then your child gets into that conversation, you're like, no, this is just not, just no. That's why I can't imagine that guy we were talking about being able to do that, or the mother being willing to listen to that.
that part.
I can't, I don't fathom that because
I guess they don't see each other as that have that motherly role and that mother role and son role, that parenting.
now let me ask you a question though, because and I'll ask this to just kind of throw an idea at you guys to get your opinion. Do you think maybe it was one of those situations where, because I have seen this before, mothers, also fathers, who have done this when they're single parents, they will treat their single mothers will do where they will, or some single mothers, let me correct myself, some single mothers will treat their son like the man of the house type of thing.
Absolutely.
And will basically, how do you say that, vicariously make them their partner type of thing. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, I do. I know what you're talking about, because my son's father used to always tell my son, "You're the man of the house. Make sure you take care of your mother, because your mother's crazy." He instilled on him he was the man of the house, but it was still my responsibility. No, you're still my child, and you don't pay no bills in here. So it was still, even though my son had this idea that he was the man of the fucking house, he knew that he wasn't. This is my motherfucking house. So that
Right.
thing. If a mother allows that to happen, let my child run my house, and again, it's a parenting issue more than being a single mother, because I think it's just a parenting issue.
Because telling
I
a
just
boy
noticed it more with single
that he
parents.
needs
So I
to,
noticed both sides.
well, I mean, because it is to a certain extent. Because telling a boy that he needed to step up and, like, this trash, I should never touch this trash. And you know what I mean? If it's a nail coming out of the deck, I don't know. You need to go handle that. Or what, like, for
Right,
instance,
that part. Right.
my dog unalived a possum out here in the backyard.
And you wasn't touching that shit. I don't blame you.
Right. I was
The
like,
man of the house, can you please come and clean this shit up?
so that's when you become the man of the house. You understand? Well, the oldest one do pay bills in here, but he still know, like, it's still, don't touch my thermostat.
Right.
Don't,
Right.
like, you still got rules, and I don't care about you paying bills.
There's still rules, right? Because at the end of the day, I'm the mother and you are the child. And I don't care how old you are. You are not the man of the fucking house. So,
Right.
and that has to do with the putting the boundaries and the guidelines on that. Now, if a mother, I don't know, because I'm not that type of mother, and obviously Donna's not. I don't know what will go into a woman's head to think that just because you're a single mother with a boy child that he has some type of say so. I have no idea why they would think that.
But I've seen it done. Like, I've heard stories, not seen it. I've heard stories of you let this child think he's the man of the house, and when you finally bring a man to your house, that boy is checking that man. Like,
Yep.
what you doing here, partner?
Right, I've seen that too, and as I've heard on lives that I've heard men say that the child is supposed to do that, and I thought that was so weird too, because I know he's still a child.
Yeah, I think that's very weird also. Yeah,
And I don't care.
exactly.
Wrong. You're not gonna check nobody that I bring in here.
Right, because again, that's an adult, right? It's not just mommy's boyfriend or the man that might be. It's still an adult, and you should have some time. Good morning, Yvette.
Hey, D.
And so it's over. It's respect your elders type of thing. You still a
Right.
child and be in a child's place.
Well, and it's not even so much respect your elders type of thing. It's this, right? That I'm the parent, and if I choose to bring someone into my home, that is someone I have chosen to bring into my home. And you will respect the fact that they're a guest, or you will respect the fact that I have chosen to do that because I am the parent, and I will make my own decisions. And you do not have the right to stand in their place or stand in front of them and things of that nature, because that's not your place. If something needs to be addressed with that person, I'll address it. My kids can come to me, and then I'll address it directly.
Exactly.
That kind of thing. I
Right.
just, it's weird for me to say, well, I have been in this situation before, where their, 13-year-old will stand up in front of me and understand that, and I'm not touting my own horn or whatever, but I am 6'3" and 300 pounds. So I'm a pretty large man for a 13 or 14-year-old to stand up to. That's not really, and for you to teach him that that's okay, that could get him hurt with the wrong person. You got to think about your child's safety more than anything.
Absolutely.
No, because and I've been in that position because I got married and I brought so my when I got married my son was 12 years old, and so yes I brought there was a man coming in the house and I used my husband and it was because I got teenagers so it was a constant battle of well that's my mommy, well that's my wife, well that's my mommy, and they were
Yeah, that.
constantly having that bickering between both of them, and I'm constantly in the middle because now it's like, okay, well you're the adult, you're my husband now, but this is also my child type of thing. So I mean, it's so complicated. That's another thing why I would never do it again. I won't do being a step parent because or doing that because again, the child again has been all his life been alone with your mother. It's only been me and my mom, and next thing you know, here comes a man trying to tell me, who's gonna get. They would fight over who got the biggest piece of chicken. Like dumb shit. Now again, now as they both, I'm not married no more, and my son is 30 years old. Now my 31, the one that kept on fighting with him the whole time about who the man of the house was. He's the only one who actually calls my ex-husband and check on him. I'm like, all those fighting that you guys used to do when you was younger, and I was in the middle of. Now that's your best friend. You know what I mean? So I knew. So I think, but I don't. I think that well, from what my ex-husband explained to me, he said that it was like the lion or something in Animal Kingdom or some shit like that. And there's a certain age that the child would sit there and they would, test them. And I don't know if they do it with the regular, if they were biologically theirs, do they still do that? I don't know. But is that a thing, Charles? You ever heard of that?
So I've heard a lot of times, or I've heard sometimes where people try and use that. And so the alpha is challenged by the younger in say the pack or things of that nature. Yes, but there is never people misuse that, right? An alpha is challenged by by a younger male, but it is never a younger male who is already in the herd. Does that make sense? Or already in the pack, how you would say that, right? So you would never have a young, let's say a wolf. I'll use wolves for example. You'll never have a young wolf that's already in the pack that understands the alpha is the alpha to challenge the alpha for its position. Another alpha from another pack will come in if he is younger and will challenge for that pack.
Right.
But you'll never have it in the pack. Does that make sense? So that's not. They misuse that a lot.
Well, my ex-husband was definitely misusing it.
So what I think it is, with like step parents or whatever, I just don't think you build and foster a relationship with this kid. You just want to come in there and think that shit is supposed to click automatically.
Exactly.
Like, you got to let this kid know I'm here for you like I am for your mom, and we in this thing together or whatever. Like, you just come in like, little boy, go sit down. Ain't nobody studying you. She mine now.
Yes.
Because that's not.
I think that's also a control thing, right? What do you think about it? I think it's a control thing as well, because a lot of times I have seen where men will just walk into there and just say, you know what? Now I'm the big dog and I'm the one in control. Well, no, technically you're not, because she was in control of this house by herself long before you ever showed up. And so you do need to build that bond with everybody.
Absolutely. Good morning, Pastor.
What about
What's going on?
brother?
Good morning, AD. How you doing, baby girl? What's up, Donna?
I'm
How you doing, baby girl? What's up, Donna?
I'm bananaed off my other page. I was live for about 15 minutes and I got bananaed that quick.
It's funny. What's up, Charles?
Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm good. I kind of want to keep listening, but I do have something to offer to this conversation. But I want to keep listening first because I hear what y'all talking about.
But we're all over the place, Bessie.
I know. This is gone.
My question, what was my question of the day? Oh, about does everybody? Damn, look, I forgot that quickly because we have to be going around. So my question of the day was: Is everybody? Just every what the fuck? What's the right word? It wasn't being healed. It was.
Everybody broken.
Is everybody broken? Because I was talking to so on my I'm on Facebook dating, and on my profile I was being real sarcastic because I was tired of dealing with these men with all these fucking issues. So on my dating profile I was being sarcastic and was saying I'm not yet, it don't scroll left if you got trauma or if you're not healed or if you're broken because I'm not your therapist, right? Go to therapy or some shit. I was real sarcastic. So a guy went back in my inbox and he was saying that that everybody is broken. And I'm trying to think, I don't think everybody is broken. You know what I mean? I think there are people, I know I'm not fucking broken because again, I healed from my situation. And now I know what I want and what I don't want. And I move the fuck on and I'm not going to, it's like, so I already know what I want. So to me, that's healed. I'm not sitting there going back into the same situation over and over again. So I don't believe that everybody's broken. So she got the bag, she got the dough. All right, sorry. So that's what the actual topic is. And we just been going from there. Well, I guess when you came in, yes, we were talking about man of the house. How we got on that subject is I was talking to a girlfriend yesterday, and she was saying that she broke up with a guy because her boyfriend kept on telling his mother when he was smashing her. He was telling her about all the different positions, and she was saying, I would never go out with a mama boy again. And to me, that's not a mama's boy. To me, that's something else going on because it's like, I would never want my son to tell me about the different positions he was putting girls in or when they were having smecks and all that other stuff. So we started talking about that. And then we started from there. We went to, what mama's boys are and how sometimes with mama's boys, especially if they're single moms, they think they're in a position of, I'm the man of the house. And then we're talking about what the situations that, then when you get married to, being a step parent is hard. Because especially, they want to like buck up, I've been living with my mother for me, I've been living with my mother for 12 years and his father kept on telling him, you're the man of the house, take care of your mother, she's crazy. So we had that idea in his head and here I go and get married and there's another man who is an adult male in the house and they were constantly battling with each other on who the man of the fucking house is. And I was stuck in the middle of it. So we were talking about, does that happen? So my ex-husband's excuse was, that's a pride of the jungle or whatever the fuck, he related it to animals. And so we were just talking about that. Does that happen in a step parent situation or does that happen in like regular situations where it's their biological child? Do they still have that little bucking that comes up because they're teenagers? That's what you're talking about. That's why I know I said a whole lot. And I know it's
I picked up exactly where you were going, so I'll respond to both.
okay.
I make it a little long-winded if that's okay. Because
No, it's not. We tired of talking anyway, Vessel.
Yeah, we don't want to hear you. No, just kidding. Go ahead.
So, as far as the subject of the day, right? People being hurt, and this is just my immediate response. Sometimes we probably should sit and actually think about our responses and actually put something in concrete. But the truth of the matter is, most of us are versatile. I was getting ready to say fluid. Somebody told me not to say fluid. Don't use that. Right. So most of us are versatile, and we change based on what's going on with us in that moment. And so, if I had to say that whether or not I felt everybody was hurt, I would say everybody is human. We all have human reactions. We all have emotions. We all have responses to stimuli that causes us to feel or act some type of way. And whether that's a safety guard that you put up because you were hurt by something and now you want to protect yourself from it. Well, I would say that that's what people are calling broken. So I don't think that that's broken. I think that's just a human characteristic that we all should possess. Matter of fact, I think we should be honing in more on that because who don't protect themselves? Who don't see red flags or who don't see the signs of something that's going to be hurtful to them, and then they put up a guard to protect themselves. Nobody. We learned at a young age to if we put our hand on the stove, we're gonna get burnt, and it only took one time for that to happen. So to say broken, I don't like that term anymore. I think people are hurt. I think people are naturally get hurt. I think people that put their emotions out there, they transition from one space to another, and they meet somebody that they're willing to give their all to again, and maybe that person will hurt them. Maybe that person won't. But they were strong enough and had enough willingness to try it again. So broken, we're human.
Let me know when I can.
But are you?
Go
But
ahead.
you're some. But we're not all broken though, right?
Yeah, right. I don't agree with the word broken. I think we're
Right.
human.
And so, even in being human, even in having hurtful things done, going through things, that does not mean that everybody is going to do it. That does not mean whatever you've been through, you put it on to the next person that you talk to. Because that's what she's saying. Like,
Right.
it's projection. Like, I'm over here, I've been broken, so everybody is broken.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of what I got from the conversation she had with him. And so, if you're not ready to let that shit go, then you probably don't need to be talking to nobody.
And when I
I
was
agree.
listening to it, so this is what I put on my face on my Facebook dating app, right? Because what I notice is that when I'm talking to, hey, beautiful, you in my prayers and I love you so much. Mwah. So, um, so what I'm noticing on this dating app is that as soon as I'm talking to the guys on this dating app, they always want to talk to me about their ex-wives, their ex-girlfriends, what they did to them, the baby mamas, all this shit. To me, that is like you are not healed. You are still broken from what happened to you 20 fucking years ago. I am not your baby mother. I am a whole different other woman, and I'm not good. You're gonna get out of me something different than you getting out of that other person, unless you are still that same person from 20 years ago. And so again, I put it on here. I put it on the app. This guy got mad and was saying to everybody, I think a healed person, like you said, if I guess we all go through shit, we all human, we go through shit. Now if I repeat, if I sit there, and there goes my son. If I go sit there and keep on touching that fire, to me, vessel, that means I'm still broken. But if I learn my lesson, I'm like, nope, that fire is gonna burn me. Now I'm healed. Now I moved on from that brokenness. Does that make sense?
I understand where you're coming from. So check this out. Look at it from a different perspective. The more times you experience something, the better you're at handling it, right? The more times you at work, the more times you do that thing at work,
Right.
the better you get at it. The more times you experience relationships, the better you get at it. There are people that literally walk on hot coal. Same principle when it comes to putting your hand on the stove, but they get to a point where they can walk on hot coal because the number of times that they dealt. So I mean, it just depends on how you look at it.
Well, that means you're a glutton for punishment. And you choose to keep doing that shit.
Maybe
Sorry,
you
I'm
just
not going to keep choosing to
or
do that
maybe you
shit.
got a high tolerance for pain, or maybe you like it.
No.
You just
So
callous.
here's
Maybe
my opinion
that's
on
not
that. So
something
if
that
you're
bothers you.
okay, hold on. So here's my opinion on that. If the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over again, with expecting a different result. you're going to keep walking on hot coals. You're going to keep burning your damn feet. There is no change in that. Your feet are still going to get burned. So if you're going to continue in the same type of relationships or the same type of people dating the same type of person, that's on you because you're the one choosing to follow the definition of insanity.
Y'all gonna talk crazy to me when I say
What
this.
I was about to say.
They say people that are that say that they're what's the word I want to use in the church? What they call them? People that are prophets. They sit close to God and they hear things and they see things. We say they crazy. We say they crazy, but they just see the world in a different way. They're wired differently. Doesn't mean that they're wrong.
So what does that preacher have to do with you walking on hot coals 15 times because you knew your feet were burned?
What you're saying is that just because you are your tolerance for pain or your feet being burned is a problem for you, it's not a problem for everybody else. Me going in and out of relationships, you may say I'm broken or hurt and I need to leave that person alone, but that may be my safe space. That may be my what keeps me thriving. Me being alone may be the problem.
It's when you are
then,
broken and you go and you end up hurting somebody else because you're broken. So you probably do need to sit down somewhere. You probably
It's like if I've been cheated on all my life and I'm expecting you to cheat on me, and so now I'm beefing with you over something that has nothing to fucking do with you.
right.
All the fact, people cheated on me in the past doesn't mean that you're gonna cheat on me. So I'm not actually healed about it because I'm still thinking about all the past hurt in my life.
Correct.
How's
And you
that
go
hurting?
into it automatically checking phones and
Right. Who you with? What you doing? Why
right.
does that mean? You know what I mean?
So
Exactly.
do you lose your desire just because you're hurt? Does that mean that you lose your desire to ever want to be with anybody else again?
No,
No, it
but
just
it's
means
just
that another
no,
person
but you
for me.
don't. No, but you don't belong. Here's the thing: if you're going to continue to bring the same, this is one thing I've learned. If you're going to leave if you're going to go into a new relationship, leave your baggage at the damn door. Okay, the shit that happened in the past is not me. Just because you and I are now in a relationship, I'm not the one who did that shit to you, so don't put that shit on me. It's that simple. Just because you have a desire to be with somebody, that's not me who did that shit to you before. So fix that problem, get over that, or heal from that, or whatever you need to do from that, so that you don't put that shit on me the next time. Because
Give
you're the
me
one
give,
bulleting your own relationships every time you bring that shit into it.
give me an example of bringing something forward.
I just
Oh,
told you.
that's not a problem. I can tell you. She just did. Cheating. So listen, if you were cheated on before in your last relationship, okay? So here's the thing. So if I was cheated on in my last relationship, and instead of getting to the point where I can now trust people again, and I go through therapy and I fix my own shit so that I'm squared up, right? So I don't assume everybody's cheating on everybody. Then I've done the job that I need to do to be able to be past that, and I can look at someone differently. But if you're going to go into that relationship and assume, just like Adrian just said, that I'm assuming that you're going to cheat on me, now I'm going to immediately start out by saying I need the password to your damn phone. That automatically is the same thing as that you're down bulleting your relationship because you already know that you don't trust that person.
right.
Okay, so watch this. I'm with you, and I'm playing devil's advocate for a reason.
Go ahead.
So if someone whether you've been healed or not, and someone is presenting the signs to you that they're a cheater, they're doing things that are uncharacteristic of commitment. Are you not going to assume that something is going on? Are you not going to put up that safety guard and protect yourself?
So
Hell no,
that's
I'm
what
walking
we're
away.
talking about.
Well, that's a safety guard.
No,
You're
we're
walking
talking
away.
about before the signs are even there. You just go
Yeah.
in automatically assuming that this person is going to cheat on you. That
Because the last
not
person you were with who cheated on you.
And you
Exactly.
should know, like
seeing
for me, I know
characteristics
when I
of
I'm sorry, Donna. Go ahead.
not seeing characteristics of a cheater because we are. Well, I don't know. We all know what they look like. I know what they look like.
Right.
So That's something totally
Ooh, I
different.
gotta explore that one. You gotta tell me what a cheetah look like. But go ahead.
Look in the
Well,
mirror.
that's
Now
You
play.
look like you. No, it looks like you. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. I don't even know. That's for real. But so even before anything is displayed, you just automatically assume that somebody is going to cheat on you because that's the one we're using.
Right. So like so for me, I already know, right? So if I'm having a conversation with somebody, again, usually it's when I first talk to them, meeting them, and they're sitting there talking about their baby mamas and what they baby mama did, and they were cheating on, and they got another baby by somebody else, and I barely even know you, and you telling me all this information. To me, you got to work on yourself because this happened 20 years ago, and you still thinking about it. Is it that now you're gonna bring that on to me? Now you expect from me. You now you looking at me. Now you don't have that healing. You're gonna look at me like, is she gonna cheat on me? Is she gonna because you still think that you still holding on to something from 20 years ago. A healed person's not gonna think about the person like it was yesterday. I mean, you talk to some of these men, they know the dates, the years, the times, they know every fucking thing. And that shit happened 20 years ago.
And I would just like to give a PSA in dating.
So
We
stupid.
don't care. Don't talk about your ex to me because that's the quickest way for me to call you back.
Exactly.
I don't care. I don't want to hear it.
I don't wanna
It's gonna be this long, drawn out story. I don't care. Okay.
Yeah, no, I
So
don't.
if I'm using it as a reference, well, let me go here. Let me go here because I know what that's gonna be. Um,
Thank you.
if we're getting to know each other, and I need to reference it to make a point,
Why?
and then I make that point, and then I leave it there, and don't come back to it. Is that considered don't talk to you about it, or
Why?
yes.
referencing a
What
point?
What could you be referencing your ex month about?
I could tell you that I could say, you listen, my last relationship was bad. I went through some stuff. I did the work. She cheated on me, and it really took me into a dark space. I
Nope.
just want to make you aware that I have been through that.
Nope.
That would be a red flag for me if that was something that you presented.
And then I'm gonna say because I want something. Oh, I can understand that, Vessel. I truly believe it. If I wanted something bad enough, I'm gonna sit there. But for me and Donna, and I don't know if I'm not gonna talk to you, Donna. For me, as soon as somebody talks about says everything you say, I'm moving to the next one
Well, no,
because
you're
you're
spot on.
fixing it.
Because why are you coasting me into something?
Right,
You're trying to make me be a woman that you want instead of the
right.
woman that I
Telling
am.
you or something.
So, like, I had somebody to tell me, "Oh, their wife passed away," and I sympathized in that, but you keep bringing it up, and I'm like, he's not even here anymore. Anyway, that's probably mean, but still,
It's not because I was listening.
like, but to tell me, oh, in the 30 something years we were together, we never argued, and that was my first, and blah 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 blah, and kept coming back to that we never argued. So you're trying to make me be, and so I was like, sir, I don't know what size shoes she wore, but I'm sure I don't fit it. I'm pretty sure I don't fit it.
Right, exactly.
If that's what you're looking for, you can look further.
I can understand that. We're in the getting to know each other stage, I'm inquisitive. I want to know. I want to know things about you, and if you're willing to share,
Can I tell you anything though? And in the beginning stages, usually wasn't that what they call? Hey, perfectly dangerous. Isn't that what they call you get the
Exactly.
representative or something? What that is?
Right.
What that shit is? I don't believe in that
well,
shit.
I'm
Exactly.
in the beginning. That may be the case, but in the beginning, I'm intrigued by you, and
That's
so
fine, but you should want to know
there's
about
so
me.
many different
Okay.
conversations that we can have.
Don't want
Like,
to know
But
about our
here's
I
relationship.
wouldn't be one of them.
Right.
so really quick. Here's something that I would point out. Then, Vessel. Here's the thing. Right at the end of the day, if you're wanting to get to know them, get to know them. Don't
Right.
worry about what's in your past. Get to know them. Right. So talk to
Not
them
them.
about them, or talk to them about the two of you and what your experiences are now. The past is the past, and at the end of the day, again, like I said before, if you're going to come in and you're going to say, "Listen, my last relationship, I was cheated on, and I was hurt by it, and all this other stuff," then what you have just done again has bulleted the relationship because now that woman that you're talking to now sees you as you're going to assume that she's a cheater, and that's going to make a problem right there automatically.
Just by you saying that one little statement, I'm gonna be like, oh, this is about to go through my phone. He about to
Yep.
do the absolute most because he been cheated on. Because what's understood don't have to be said.
Right.
Um,
And now we're in a relationship. If we're in a relationship and now we get starting to get serious, I do want to know about what happened with your ex, why it didn't work out. You know what I mean? Like I want to know because now because people really don't change their path, but we have to be But in the first time of me meeting you,
See you later.
I don't really want to. I don't want to hear that shit. It completely turns me off. Right, perfectly dangerous. It does turn me off. And then you could be inquisitive, but you could be in the conversation that we're having. I could get to know who you are. So tell me about what's going on with politics, what's going on with the weather, what's going on in sports. How was your day today? Like you said, there's a lot of conversations that we can have. Knowing about your past is not one of those conversations that I want to have with you.
Right.
I'm like I said, I'm inquisitive, and I'm also a good listener. When I'm meeting somebody, I don't think I close doors on them. I think that I'm able to sit back and receive whatever they're willing to share, and then quantify, or what not quantify, but put it in this right category for that moment. When we
So
small talk, we sometimes
That's not
we
small.
start off somewhere and then we go in left field because it
Lauren,
triggers
perfectly.
something in us, right? I don't want to just shut a person down. It may be just that moment.
But there's
But let
billions
me
of
ask you a
people in the
question,
world.
Bessel.
Go to the
Really,
next one.
when okay, your first date, if she brings up her ex and how her ex was doing this and her ex was doing that,
That's a red
are
flag.
you
Run.
telling me that that's honestly that you're going to be an interested party in that relationship or that situation when that's the first conversation that they want to have with you?
AD, what you say about me the other day?
I
You
say a lot of things
remember?
about you.
You said that you said that and you said on your life, you said I expect the best in people, or
Right.
yeah. So
Well,
I
expecting the
assume
best in
coming
people
in.
That's a you
still doesn't.
problem. That's not the person's problem because you should realize that. Because to me, that's like a Napoleon, not a Napoleon compliment. It's to me that makes you feel better. That you feel like you could save this person, and she's going to be better for me because I'm different than that person. And a lot of women do that where they think that they're not going to be that person. I'm going to show this man that I'm not that way. And so some people, it's the actual other person who likes to. She's so freaking gorgeous. There's people who like to be
I was
the
going to say she
savior
just
thing.
woke up this early in the morning. She looks that good.
Look
I'm
how
just saying.
gorgeous she is. I love a pretty face.
What's up, perfectly? How you doing?
Good morning, everyone.
What did you got to say about this
Is
beautiful?
this who popped up on your live the other day?
Yes, it
Yes.
is.
Yes.
Hey, perfectly.
You don't notice people have titties let out? Is that what it is?
Oh God. Okay.
No, I'm chilling. Go ahead, go ahead.
They're there.
No,
Don't
I'm
worry.
hiding
They're
them today. I'm hiding them today.
there. For now. But what were you saying? Because perfectly dangerous, you go through this all the time, don't you? It's
Huh?
so cold here. You go through this, right? Don't Isn't that what currently was going through? With somebody kept on that you are not your ex. I'm not, or that man is, like he kept on, and you had to did him too, right?
Yes, I
Mhm.
did. Behind it. Because, you know, I get it. We go through certain situations with our exes, but to automatically assume that the new person's going to do what the ex did turns me off.
Mhm.
Because, again, and the funny thing about that,
Exactly.
I will argue with him. And I'm like, why would you put me in the same category as your ex-wife? You said I'm unique and you say I'm different, but you're putting me in the same category. He's like, well, but and I'm like, I don't want to hear that. I have not once said anything about an ex. I have not once put you in a category. I have not once tell you my fears because my fears is me sleeping at 8 o'clock and my man is over there cheating because I'm sleeping.
Right.
Because he don't know how to contain his downtime.
Right.
But I will say, me and him are still friends, but I will say he was one of the best dates I ever had as a first date.
Okay.
When he took me on my first date, he not only listened to what I wanted to do, but he also actually listened that I didn't want to talk about.
So watch this. So if you was to share that story to me right now, right? What you're saying is that most people are going to assume that they can't compete with your ex when it came to a first date. So you shouldn't share that information with me.
Well, I don't because my situation is different though.
So
Right.
what if I
But
don't?
she's
What if
also
I'm
not
not that type of
comparing
person
her.
that judges that moment?
You know why?
But
Because I'll tell you this, Vessel. My situation is a little bit different because again, I don't have an ex. I have a late husband, and
So
it's been told to me by certain men. I feel like I'm competing with a dead guy. Now, mind you, I never mentioned him. All I just say, I've been with this man for 15 years. It would have been 21. My situation is a little bit different than everybody else's. It's not that I'm choosing to be single; it's because I had no choice.
Right.
but wouldn't that still be the same thing though? Even and again,
no,
my
you're missing it.
No, no,
Yeah.
no.
So
Hold on,
here's
Charles.
let me
Hold on,
hold
Charles.
on.
Let him talk. Go ahead.
wouldn't that be the same thing though if you're still living in that memory of him?
No, it's not.
Because
It's
are you
not.
bringing it up? Are you bring like so? Would
I
you
only
be?
bring it up when usually men be like, "Oh my God, you're such an amazing woman. Why are you by yourself?" And
Okay.
then that's where I have to bring it up. Like, well, I'm not by myself because I choose to. I'm by myself because God made me this way. He took my husband.
Right.
But
Right.
with me, for the
So
last 3 years, I healed and I made sure I did my work because I didn't want to keep bringing that up in every conversation or
Exactly.
all the time.
Right.
Because it's
I
like
was just
I
gonna
don't
say
want to
that.
heal.
Right.
And if I keep pulling back the same thing I'm trying to heal from, and this is why I'm really selective when I date because I'm tired of repeating the same thing. I'm not good talking about it because it's like how I'm supposed to heal from this man, but I'm gonna keep talking about it.
Right. Oh, that's a great point. That's a great point.
Well,
Exactly.
and here's the other thing that I wanted to point out, though, Vessa, what you were saying was what I was saying was you missed it. Was she flat out said that she does not bring up her exes in that conversation. She doesn't talk about her past in that, especially on that first date, in that first conversation.
Yeah.
Again, here's the thing: you
Hold
have
on,
heard it
Charles.
from
1
three
minute.
different women.
Charles, 1 second. Vessel. One thing I learned at a very young age, and I had uncles tell me, first impressions always count.
Absolutely,
Right. That's true.
first impression is everything.
Your first
Absolutely.
impression is everything. If you're getting to know her, you ask her what makes her tick. Or like if you notice that, her eyes is doing something things, like you gotta notice what a woman is doing or how she's looking at you. Her color of her nails, like do you like this color? Like draw
I was gonna
interest,
say
like
that too.
to get to know her.
Right.
Because
Okay.
all right, and let me tell you something about our first date, and I'm gonna tell you how I killed it. And I'm a good listener.
Oh God.
he
Okay.
told me that he likes the Mets, this and that. We had a whole discussion about it because he didn't believe that I remember that the Mets was in the World Series since 1987, and he was impressed by that.
Strawberry baby.
Yeah,
Okay.
I love me some Don Ronnie was my mom's favorite, but neither here nor there. So when we went out on our first date, I asked him, how do you want me to dress? Now I asked how you want me to dress so I could dress the occasion. He said he's like dress proper, wear some sneakers, we're gonna be walking. Say yes. Do you understand I had a Mets jersey on that day? And he noticed that and he was like, I see what you did there. And that's brought up the conversation even more because he was interested of how I listened to this man and put it on our first date.
Right. That's how you get to know somebody. Right?
Because
But
you
not
asked
asking me about your past is not gonna really get to know you. Right.
Exactly.
who I was 20 years ago is not who I am now.
Right. And that's another thing too. We grew up.
Even who you were 5 years ago may not be the person you are now. So why?
You're absolutely right, Donna. You're absolutely, and I'm not the same person that I was when I lost my husband. Now I'm a little different. Now I see life a little differently. I
Right.
see life less stressful. I see life more grandful. I see life, even though people be like, oh, but you see what the world's going on. I see what the world's going on, but I choose to live in a different life.
Right.
Okay. And I can understand that. Me personally, I'm more of a foundational person as well. I think that the entire package is important and not just what I see today. I think a lot of time we get the representative. Go
Yeah.
with me. We get the representative, and that's the foundation that we have. And then once we move past the foundation, I mean the representative, we get into the core of a person. but we don't have any reference point to the foundation of who they are. If you grew up as an orphan, in my opinion, I think that I should know that. If you lost your parents at a young age, I think that I probably should know that. If and the reason why, and it may not be in the first conversations, but at some point I need to understand the foundation of the core of who you are, so I can understand why you move, so I can even be more compassionate, be more understanding, be
I
I
think
can.
you're talking about X. We can talk about how I was raised, and all the things. We just don't have to talk about every ex that I've had, the reason we broke up, what I did, what they did, blah, 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 blah. So asking me,
That's fine, right? We don't have
what was
to,
your,
but
what
if
was
you
your
did,
childhood like? What was your adolescent? What was your young adult? And I can go on and on about the time I had when Cash Money took over for the 99 2000
wow, I thought you was say rapping.
without mentioning any ex that I've ever had. You will know the type of person I am, know the foundation of who I am as an individual and how I got to where I am today without bringing up not one
Yeah.
of a relationship.
But
Not
I
one.
will say this as well, right? 3, 4 dates later on, he asked me, he's like, "Do you like me?" And I was like, "Why?" He said, "Because you ain't asked me no questions." I was like, "The questions that I asked you, I felt was appropriate for that first date."
Yeah.
Because I do believe there's a time, there's a place for everything.
That's what I was saying earlier. There's a
You know,
time.
because my thing is, I'm not gonna give you my foundation if you're not gonna build with me.
Correct.
I'm not gonna sit there and tell you what I've been through. Only, and hear me out. I'm not saying that you are like that, Vessel, but there are a lot of men like that. Oh, let me make sure she thinks that I'm this type of man, like you said, representative, only just to get sex.
Right.
Listen, let me tell you something. That's one thing about me. You gonna get me.
Well, right.
I'm
But,
transparent.
that's
I'm
not all.
transparent.
We
Me
clear
too.
that that's not all men because we wouldn't be having this conversation
Yeah.
if
Right,
that
exactly.
was all men.
Yeah.
But some men ask about your ex so they can pretend to not be the person you just got.
Dealt with, right.
Yeah, I'm not
better
gonna
than
ask
your
you about
I'm
your
not
ex. I'm
doing
never
you.
gonna
I do
ask
that,
you.
that. I would never do that to you. I would,
Exactly. And then
and women do
once
that to men too. Women do that to men. I think honestly, probably women probably do it more to men than men do it to women. There's a lot of women, right? So they will sit there and ask about because they want to be better than you. Ask, oh, I'm better. I'm going to show him that I'm not that person. That I am loyal. That I am trustworthy. But meanwhile, they're just saying it and they really don't fucking mean it. They're just trying to catch you. They're trying to
months and months down the line after y'all done screwed, that's no longer a thing anymore. They did it just so you can be fond of them to want to get them some. That's how.
I believe that. I definitely believe that. So that's what we were. That was my thing because I was talking about earlier to Perfectly Dangerous. I know you just came in here about when I'm on this dating app, right? And so in the dating, the first thing that people keep on asking me is either why are you single or how long you been single or and with this particular guy, he told me that everybody has everybody's broken. Do you believe that everybody's broken?
In some way, in some fashion, but not everybody.
Right.
I do believe that there are people that are broken, but are choosing not to cut people while they're broken.
Wow. Okay. What does that mean?
Like, for instance, you know what they say, hurt people hurt people? I believe that because I was one of those people when I was hurting, I would just be like, that. Now that I'm not hurting, then I'm now I don't even say anything to you because my thing is that I noticed my pattern of wanting to hurt you. I am not hurting no more.
Right.
So that just
I'm
means
already in a good place with myself.
you
So
were
I'm gonna hurt
broken.
you, knowing that you trying to hurt me. I am not gonna do that. I'm just gonna block it, just keep it moving.
Black and keep moving. Right. You're not trying to make it work.
I'm not trying to go the back and forth.
Yeah, that's horrible. I ain't gonna lie. And this goes to what y'all saying. Hurt people. What you're saying. Hurt people. Hurt people. If somebody's hurt, you probably should let them stay where they at. Especially
But
if
wait,
you done the
Vessel,
work.
I've got to call you out on this because
Hold on,
earlier
hold
you
on. I know,
said
Hold on, Charles. Hold on.
I know you're gonna call me out, but especially if you've done the work yourself to be better. And like Adrian said, if you feel like you got this need, or there's you're always attracting needy type people, then you probably should assess that, because they will hurt you. They will hurt you because you're putting yourself on the line.
Okay, Charles, go ahead and call him out because he contradicted himself.
He did.
He is you are contradicting yourself 100% on that one. So earlier you said that that people that you see the best in people, right? And you want to, but it's okay for them to sit down and have this conversation about the fact that they had their ex and assume that their ex is going to do what they're going to do and things of that nature. But again, then you just said that they probably should be left them alone, or they shouldn't be messing with a relationship yet. Earlier you said that they should. Some people have to. Again, which one is it? Should they be in a relationship when they're still broken, or should they wait till they're healed and then go into a relationship?
You know, when a person lead a conversation out with a "you probably should," you normally that's a reckoning moment, aha moment when they say that. You know what? You probably
Fighting words for me. I shouldn't do nothing about breathe, all right? I shouldn't do nothing.
There's only two things that are guaranteed: death and taxes. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, is that all I need is air. And only shit is breathe. That's it.
I can say I've operated where I've been in both spaces where I felt like, okay, I'm perfectly fine, and I met somebody else perfectly fine, and then I've also felt like I was fine, and I met some people that, you know, I was compassionate to their situation, and it didn't stop me from still wanting to be with a person. I was okay waiting around and being there through the process.
How'd that work out for you?
But no, Vessel's a healer. That's what it is. Vessel used to heal people. That's what it is, because I was in the same predicament at a very young age. I wanted to help everybody. I didn't care what situation was in. When I see you, I see the best in you, not about you.
Yeah.
And I want you to see that. Now, the thing for me is I love helping people. Me and Adrian had our conversation. You know, I told her what I needed to tell her because she needed that at the moment. And I'm going to keep reminding her, because as friends, even though she may be broken at that minute, but she's not going to be broken forever, not being under my umbrella, not being my friend.
Right.
You
Right.
know? Now, it's up to her to understand that I'm telling her that I love her and I want her to do better. Now, if she chooses not to do better, you know what's going to happen? I'm going to remove myself, because I want to be surrounded by people that want to do better. Just earlier today, I went to go get some milk. Not these milk. But I went to go get some milk, and there's a gentleman that I'm always seeing. He's 67 years old. Every time we see each other, we always joking, we always laughing, like all the time. And he's like, I need to tell you something today. And I was like, what? I know you ain't get me pregnant, right? And he was like, not yet, baby. But he was like, I love you. And I was like, what? He's like, because every time I see you, you always make me laugh. You always have a joke. I never see you complain. Even when I see you at 6:30 in the morning, I never see you complain once. I may see you with a face, but I never see you complain once. Like I said, complain about what?
Right. And I love that, because I don't like a negative person. That's one of those red flags to me. If I say, how was your day? And you walking around like, it was okay. I had a hard day at work. My back is hurting me. My job, to me, is like, I don't want to hear none of that shit either. I don't want to hear none of the negative, because you can find the good in something. And I wasn't the one to cause that emotional chaos in your life today. So why am I going to take out, again, hurt people? Why am I going to take my frustration with my job onto the other person? And you're right. I think we all want to see the best in other people, but we could show them and we could talk to them. But unless that person's ready to go ahead and do the work, like, what's it? You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink.
Yep, that's true. But I have a question for you, Adrian.
If they don't see the best in themselves, then you can't possibly do that. That's something like you got to do that self-healing. You have to do.
But I have
Good morning, Mr. Darrell.
I have a question for you, Adrian. I got to ask this. I got to ask a question.
Hey, mommy.
You said that you don't want to hear any of that at all. So does that mean that you're not going to be that person's safe space at all?
No, No.
to be able to express that?
That's not what that means.
That's what I'm asking, and I'm asking for clarification. Good morning, Arm.
Charles, but she's trying to say there's a time and a place for everything. My thing
Yes,
is
there
that,
is.
listen,
True.
Charles, she's trying to say this. All right, let me give it to you in girls' terms.
Okay.
If I'm trying to get some dick from you, I don't want to hear your complaints.
Exactly.
I'm trying to get some dick. You can hold that shit later. You know what I'm saying?
Wait,
Let me put that shit on
I
hold.
need to know how your penis works and how my vagina works. That's all I need to fucking know.
Because Adrian, I get you when you was like, the more they talk, I get turned off. I get that. Listen, you look good, you smell good. Let's fuck now.
Yeah, but then when you start talk, that's why I said they always talk themselves out of punani, because it's like, because now I'm hearing all your trauma, you want me to be your safe place. I don't want to be your fucking safe place. I can give a fuck about what's going on with your life. Does your penis work? Does, you know what I mean? That's all I care about.
Does it have veins? Does it wobble to and fro? Can you,
You know
put
how
it
to
over your
use
shoulder?
it?
Can you tie it in a bow? You know, that type of shit.
Well,
know
wait
you
a minute. If
fucking
you can
lying.
tie it in a bow, then that means it's not very strong, and that's not a very good thing. So just saying.
It's very soft. It's very
Let's
soft.
avoid the bow tying part. I'm just saying. No bow tying. No bow tying.
No, that's when it's soft, not.
Oh, shit.
Right.
I gotta use that. Does the physical halo? Does
It
the
doesn't mean-
back and forth?
Well, and it better not be hanging low either. It better be standing up like
We
it's
want it
supposed to.
hanging
Just
low.
saying.
I want it hanging very
Like
low.
what?
I want to be like
I don't want it hanging low. I want it standing up like it's
I know
supposed
that.
to.
Do that.
Its job is supposed to stand up. It ain't supposed to hang low.
I mean,
No, yes, it is.
I like it when it hangs low because I can actually get it hard. Like,
it always comes
Boy.
back to being the nasty. It always comes back to being the nasty.
I make my gum from hard to soft, so I can make something soft to hard.
Okay, I love that. I love that. So that was the first part of the question. So the other conversation that we have, and I'm pretty sure you can relate to as well, Perfectly Dangerous, and Vessel, now you can answer the second part, was that we were talking about step parents in the household. And we were talking about how, especially with boys, with young men, if you were raised as if you're a single mother and you have a young man at home and you've been with him for 12 years and he's been the man of the house, right? Or they consider that, like with my situation, my son's father kept on telling my son, your mother's crazy, make sure you take care of your mother, you be the man of the house. So when I got married, he always thought he was the man of the house. So when my husband came in, now he thinks he is the man, whatever the fuck the stupid ass saying is, because to me I think it's a stupid ass fucking saying, because I'm the fucking man of the fucking house at the end of the fucking day. So to me it's like, so there was constant battle of who, that's my mommy, that's my wife, and they were constantly, my ex-husband's situation kept on saying, well, that's what men of the jungle do, or it's an animal kingdom shit, and young cubs are always going to battle, the king of the pride, or some shit like that, whatever the fuck the case is. So we were talking about, that was the second part of our conversation was, is that what men, is it just a single parent thing that goes on, or do men go through the same shit when they are their biological child?
I don't know, because my situation is, like I said, is a lot different.
Right.
I had my first two kids. Their father was in their life, and then when I met my late husband, he loved my kids, and he was like, I know they have their father. Is it going to be a problem? And I was like, no, because I'm the disciplinary. I'm the one that's going to do what I need to do.
Right.
And he was an amazing stepdad, and that's why he became a dad.
Okay. I love that.
He is, my first two kids loved that man when he passed away, like there was his own. Mm-hmm. They don't even call him stepdad. That's my dad.
Right. Now, were they younger, or were they teenagers?
No, they were young. They had him since they were 7 and 8.
Okay.
Well,
when they're young like that, I can understand that.
When we were pointing out, though, what we were pointing out was the idea that a lot of times, and what Adrian we were talking about earlier, is I'll bring up my own example. Was when I was in a relationship with someone, they had a 13-year-old young man, right? And that 13-year-old young man thought that he was the head of the household, so he had the ability or the right to step up to me as a man would, okay, toe to toe. And again, it's not the fact of this. Understand this, is the way I look at it is this way. You have to think about your child's safety. You're telling this child that they are the man of the house, right? That they are the decision maker, or whatever, however you choose to say that. You know, they're really not, because it's your home. You're the parent, right? And then you give them that leeway to stand up to a grown man. And my example was, I'm 6'3" and 300 pounds. You're talking about a 13-year-old child. Can you imagine? You have to think about your child's safety. That could get him hurt if he did that to the wrong man.
Reference, Charles? Like
Well, I know.
Huh? I just use my size as reference because you think about the difference.
Yeah.
You're talking about a 13-year-old kid and a full-grown man. You can't. So think about how you're raising your son to do that, and he's not. You know, my kids. I've always, understand that first off, I'm the parent, right? So if I bring a woman into my home, right, my daughters don't have a right to stand up and step to them toe to toe at all, because I'm the parent and I'm the one who chose to bring them into my home. Now, I have done my work to make sure that they are going to be a full-time or permanent situation, so I'm going to introduce them to my kids, right? But that situation, that my daughters are still not the women of the house, or whatever that term might be. They don't have that right to stand up to her that way.
Well, I
They're
will
still
say
kids.
so when my late husband passed away, right? All his friends was like, "Oh, telling my son, oh, you're the man of the house." I was like, "Don't tell him that. Don't do that. You putting pressure on my 13-year-old son."
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
So my son know he's not the man of the house.
And
Right.
they don't let them be kids either, right? Because
Yeah,
once
it's
you
true,
put
too.
that kind of stuff on your child,
Yep.
now they're an adult. You're forcing them to be an adult when they should be able to be a kid,
Yep.
Yeah, they shouldn't be
right?
worried about grown up problems. The
Absolutely.
child should stay in the
A child needs to stay in a child's place. That's it.
And even the idea of a child being in its place, it's not even so much just being in its place. It's just let them be kids. Kids can be kids, and let them worry about kid stuff. Let the adults worry about the adult stuff. Does that make sense? Kind of idea?
Sense. What do you think about that? And Vessel, let me tell you something. There ain't nothing more attractive than a man waking up early in the morning and working.
I know.
Right?
He got me
I love
wet.
seeing that
Fine.
shit. I love seeing a man working. That's something so sexy about seeing a man working.
Pick up your shirt. Sorry. I was
Don't do that. Don't do that. I don't want to see that either. I don't want to see
I do. Leave me alone, Adrian. Rub your eyes.
So, Vessel, so is it this, because we're talking about boys, and the conversation started perfectly. I'm going to go back a little bit. It's because a girlfriend of mine, she came on my live, and she was saying that she was going out with this guy for 3 months, and he will constantly talk to his mother about their sex life. Oh, Mom, I'm about to smash this girl real quick, and we're going to do this type of position. We're going to do that. And she was saying that she never wants to go out with a mama's boy again because of that. And to me, I was like, that's not a mama's boy, because my sons are mama's boys. I was like, that's not a mama's boy. That's something, I would never want to hear about my son's sex life. I don't want to hear about that shit. I don't care. Now, they might have hurt mine a couple of times because they be slipping in and out my fucking lives. And I got, my mouth doesn't stop. But again, I'm the adult and you're the child. So I don't want to hear about, so that was this. So to me, it was like, that's not a mama's boy. That's just to me, that's just something fucking else. You guys are friends. There's no mother, there's no parenting going on. That's just a friend, a mother and son who act more like friends than they do as a parent and child. But so Vessel, I know that you have girls. So all of us have boys, and I know Perfectly Dangerous, you have a girl, and Charles too. But do you see? Well, how do you feel about step parenting with daughters?
I would enjoy it. I would love it.
But your baby's still young too.
I don't mind though. No, my thing is like if a teenage daughter is cool with me, I'm cool with her. But if she wants to be like, oh, you trying to take my place, you trying to be my mother, no, I'm not. Like that's not what I'm trying to do.
Right, but that's her daddy.
Exactly. I'm trying to make your daddy happy.
That-
Get out the kitchen.
that-
I'm about to give him some head, okay?
So here's the thing I'm going to point out, though. That's on me as a dad because I need to sit down with my daughter and say, listen, I
Yeah.
appreciate the fact that you want to be protective, and I understand that. But at the end of the day, you need to understand that this is an adult situation where between her and I, and you do not have that place. That is not your place. You need to learn how to set your boundaries with your children. And a lot of times, parents, and I will say this, and I have seen this a lot dating single parents. A lot of single parents do not know how to set that boundary with their children.
Right. I agree. So that's what it is, because you got teenage daughters. So if you're dating a woman, does your daughters be like, Dad, I don't like her? Did they do that? And would that count? If what they say?
Yeah, it's important to me what they say. But my thing is, I protect that space. I ran into this as a problem. I don't allow too many people in that space, simply because of
Same
that.
here.
And some people want you to include them in that part of your life. And so they tend to, either it's all or nothing you, right? And so, I'll let a person, that I will let a person walk away on. If it's got to be all or nothing and I got to allow you to be in my kid's life like that, then okay, bye. Right? But Charles said it right. I've seen where, from a woman's standpoint, going into a situation where her son was 6 when I met her, turning 7 when we moved in together. She held on to that protective nature and was always protecting him from me, no matter what I did. And y'all see me parent as a father with my daughters. I did the same thing. I was being a parent. I was being a father. I was nurturing. I was being a provider. I was there for him. He's a boy, right? So I was trying to give him manly advice, manly lessons, right? Raising him. I guess because of that, it just, that protectiveness, I raised him and he's my son. And you can only say so much to him. You can only do so much to him. For example, I couldn't even teach him how to cut the yard without it being a problem. Now you see how that's a male thing,
Right.
right? It was.
It's a parenting thing for the mother. It's a parenting thing, because why wouldn't you want somebody to teach your son how to mow the lawn?
Right.
If I'm not around, I'm not around you. I'm not in your life no more. You should at least your son knows how to mow the lawn.
And what's funny is it's full circle. Now he's 25, and guess what he just asked me to do?
Teach him how to mow the lawn.
Teach me how to mow the lawn.
Vessel, and like I said, I'm talking from my experience. It's insane that I don't want to be with somebody and move my kid into your house, or we move in together, and I gotta protect my kid from you.
Right.
Why even move in with you? Because again, when I moved in with my kid's father, my late husband, I was comfortable with him.
Right.
With my two
Exactly.
I have a daughter, and I don't play that with my daughter. And when my daughter was like, Ma, I'm comfortable around this man. Okay, do you understand that was a lift, like a weight lifted off me?
Right.
And the relationship now, like these two, my daughter, my oldest daughter, and her stepdad, were like this, like 2 peas in a pod.
Right.
Now, do you think it has to do with age, though? Because I know, because when I got married, my son was 13 years old and my youngest was 8 months old. So the relationship that my son had with my oldest son had with his stepfather is different than the relationship he had. Like, so with the 8-month-old, that was his dad. You know what I'm saying? Because he raised him since he was 8 months old. He grew him up. And so, but the 13-year-old already been raised. He knows who his fucking dad is. He's been around his dad. And it was like my dad been telling me this whole entire time that I'm the man of the house. So that's why, and I think because they were teenagers, I don't know if all teenagers go through this, but because I know I went like that with my biological mother. I was a teenager in the household, and I thought I was grown, and my my mother was like, "You not grown," and So to me, it's like, is it a teenage thing too to have that concept with even your biological parents?
I don't know.
No, that's a parenting thing. Again, that's a boundary.
It's a teenage thing. I think we all experienced that back in the day where you was like, you keep putting that wind in your chest, I'm gonna knock it out because our hormones, our testosterone, and all the things happen around. So to answer your question, Adrian, it is an age thing because at 7 or 8, they're still boys, but at 13, 14, they start, getting a little testosterone and start smelling themselves, and then girls get involved. I did this 3 times. I can tell you matter of factually.
So I'm gonna disagree on that point. Here's why I say that. Again, it is a situation, I believe, that it's a parenting issue, right? When it is that situation, they may be teenagers, but again, that is not your place. You need to be a child and worry about child things and allow me to do what I need to do as a parent. Right? I need to do my job to make sure that now, does that mean that I'm not going to make sure to ask my children if they're comfortable with someone once I am to that point? But first, I'm going to make sure that the relationship is even going to be a permanent relationship before I ever introduce my kids to that other person in the first place, right? Then, once that happens and we know it's going to be a permanent relationship, then we will start to build a relationship as a family. That's one thing, right? And I will listen to my kids to a point and understand if they are comfortable, do they feel okay or whatever, right? Again, though, the idea that they have the ability or the right to stand in a position of authority in that relationship that you are having with someone else is a parenting thing because you have not set that boundary.
So
They need
Charles,
to understand if you're not there.
that is a parenting thing. For them to feel like they can stand up against a man, that is a parenting thing. However, for them to be more vocal about who you're with and that type of thing, that's an age thing.
Right.
It's 7 or
Oh, yeah, I can see, yeah, what you're saying, yeah.
So,
They're
so
just
Charles,
like-
you have sons, right?
Yes, I have 4 girls
Okay.
and 4 boys.
And
Yeah.
did your sons, when they were teenagers, did they ever be like, you tell them to do something, they felt they had a little bit more bass in their fucking voice? When
Exactly.
They were
Oh, I've had it, and I've had to make a very, very, very specific point. But at the end of the day, I am the parent and you're the child, and you do not have that right.
right.
Right? You have a right to I allow you to have a voice, absolutely. And you can sit down and talk to me about anything you'd like, and that's not a problem. But you're going to come at me with respect, and we're going to have a conversation respectfully.
Right.
You do not have that place in my home.
Right.
But that's again setting that clear boundary.
Right. So, but we gotta go back.
But what I'm saying is, it happens because of the way our bodies are made and the things that are in us. It happens. Like, I will knock my kids on their shit. Don't play with me. But they do it. Every single one of them has done it.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, they didn't learn from the one before them. I don't know. But
No, I agree, and I think it's even harder. So now, if it's hard for an actual biological parent, how much harder it is for a step parent
right.
to come in and have to be with this child who's very mouthy because of their hormones, and now you're like, yo, what's wrong with your kid? Like, why is he sitting here bucking up to me? And they don't realize, oh, this is what they do,
Yeah. Well, when my daughter used to argue with my late husband, I would stay out of it. I'll stay out of it because you're like, Ma, he told me this. I was like, I heard what he said, and I also heard what you said. Don't be disrespectful. All he said was clean up after your stuff. You took it and went it another way.
Mm-hmm.
I stay out of things is because, again, they need to learn how to co-parent. I mean, coexist in this whole house. But I'm not going to let nobody disrespect. First of all, he's an adult. I'm not going to let my child disrespect any adult that's in this house.
That's what
That's not what I'm gonna do. But I'm gonna let him handle her because, again, I cannot tell him I love you and we together and not let him reprimand my kids.
Exactly.
Because if their dad is not around, because he said one thing my mom used to tell me when she was young, when I was younger and I couldn't get it, but now I get it now. Like, I hate watching other people's kids. And I'm like, Ma, why? She said, because I gotta watch them over than you because I got to make sure I got to give this kid back in one piece.
Right.
Right.
So with that being said, if my husband used to be like, well, you're under my care, and I want to make sure that you go back to your mom and your dad in one piece. So he was very, hand-on with my kids because he wanted to make sure that he knows how I feel about my kids.
Right.
He just want them home in back peace.
No, I agree with you.
And now for him being in their lives, my kids are striving. They're really good.
I love that.
You know, my daughter tells me all the time, Ma, I feel dad's with me, Ma, and I'm like, you have your father too. Whatever, Ma, I feel like dad's me. I'm like, all right, you know what? I'm about my business. But me being the parent, I chose to make sure that my kids stay in the kids' place. Now, again, you got to understand, kids watch their parents do some stupid shit. They dated stupid men. So kids are going to voice their opinion to you, especially if you make bad choices. And you can't be mad at your kids for that.
That's true. And you can have that opinion, and again, we can talk about that stuff, but again, you need to have that conversation respectfully.
It is, right? And this is what I always tell my kids. Again, even though they're my kids and they're supposed to respect me because I'm their mother, but respect goes still two ways. Just because I'm your mother, that's a title. I'm supposed to respect you. Respect you back.
You right, Vessa, did you want something to say? You have something to say?
I was going to ask a question in reference to how I handled going into the situation. I was always concerned that going into the situation when I entered it was I needed to make sure that I understood it wasn't just me and her, but yet I was going into it with me, her, and him. And being in a position to be an authority figure over his life, I didn't want to go in as the disciplinary. Because my first thought was if I'm too aggressive with my discipline, it's going to cause a problem with our relationship. And so me and her had a conversation, and I told her that I was okay not being the disciplinary, but being the enforcer. Or, if I see anything, I bring it to her attention. But as far as being the disciplinary, she be that. I think I made a mistake with that. I think I relinquished. Yeah, I do, because even though I was trying to protect the relationship and be protective over both of them, I still should have just stood my ground on being a disciplinary. Yeah, I think I made a mistake there.
No, and let me tell you something. I really do. I understand that because when my stepson used to come into my house, especially in the summer times and breaks, everybody was clean. Everybody was doing something. And my stepson would leave the fucking room a fucking mess. And no, we waking up on Saturday mornings. And hold on, I just want to show you something real fucking quick. See? Why would I expect anything less from a fucking man when my son wakes up early in the fucking morning and does this shit? Sorry, I just have to brag.
Exactly.
I didn't have to tell him shit. He just went ahead and did it. And not for nothing, that is what my ex-husband taught him. To wake up early on a Saturday morning and get your ass out there and get to work. And again, he knew that because he raised him since he was 8 months old. Now my older kid, the 41, who now was 30, that would have been the one to go outside and go mow the lawn, go outside and do this, go outside, and my son would be like, huh? What are you doing? But since the younger one was raised with those already rules and boundaries, he got raised a different type of way. So I guess, again, I think that age does matter when a step parent goes in the house. So going back to what I was saying, is that everybody's up Saturday mornings, everybody's cleaning, and here's my stepson playing on the video game, doing whatever the fuck he want to do, and I would be like, yo, clean up the room, and because of that, guilt comes in sometimes. And it's like, but he's on vacation, he doesn't have to clean. After a while, I stopped arguing about it, and I was like, now of course, now my kids are like, why we gotta clean and he don't gotta clean, but I just didn't want. I don't want none of that. I don't want to argue with your son. I don't want to argue with you about it. So again, I think it's a parent because you should know better. Why are you not telling your son to clean up after himself?
Yep.
Like she said what she said, go do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's making excuses for him. Like, didn't she say get in there and clean up that damn room?
That,
I
and,
was, Donna, I was the same way.
I'm a mean mommy. So my whole thing is, if I'm telling you to clean your room and you're not cleaning it, I'm gonna make it that you have to clean it. So everything is getting off the bed. I'm tearing that fucking room apart. Because I would do that with my kids. All your shit is on the floor. I'm taking shit out the drawers. I'm one of those parents that I'm gonna make you clean. And he was like, why you being so mean to my son? Why I'm doing it to my own kids? Why I can't do it to yours? That's how they learn. But but was it wrong? Because you know what I'm saying? So it goes to like where does the discipline go way too far? And then like I said, after a while, I was just like, fuck it, I don't give a shit. Go ahead, let your kid live in a dirty fucking room. Whatever the kid is.
I can't. And that's why even with parenting and being step parents is scary, people, because if me and you living together and your daughter has an attitude, and I'm telling her, today's Saturday, we got to clean up the room. Saturdays is the day. And want to have an attitude. And if you see that and don't correct him, even though you're her biological father, I'm going to have a problem with you now.
Yeah.
Because if Saturdays we clean up the house, if this is our thing, you should have been like, you know what? You heard what she said. Go do it. Mm-hmm. With no problem. And then I'm looking at him like, you know what? Let's go to the room. Let me give you some head. Because, baby, you just backed me up. Let's go.
And that's important, really, really important, is supporting your partner is really important. And here I have had relationships before where the competition or the battle ensues between her and I because she chose to not back me in a conversation or a situation, right? Or, and that's important. At the end of the day, if I say something, you need to back me up. And if you say something, I need to back you up. Now, we may not agree, okay? But if we don't agree, then you and I can take that to the bedroom and have a sit-down conversation about the fact that we don't agree.
Right.
Okay? But don't have that argument in front of the children because then that undermines both of us.
Yep, exactly. But I also think, again, no, and I don't even know if this is an age thing, but especially an older boy or going into a young man does not want a man coming in and just telling them what to do. Again, you have to build a relationship with that child. You know what I mean? Like,
oh, absolutely.
You can't just come in and be on a disciplinary tip, but you don't be like, hey, you want to go fishing? Hey, you know what I mean? Like, I just don't think that's fair at all either. And I think sometimes that's what people want to do. Like, I don't really want to do nothing with your kid, but I just want to I am going to discipline them and tell them what to do. No, you're not.
We were saying about that earlier. That's a control thing, right? So they want to come in and just control everything. Well, no, you don't have that opportunity to just do that. You have to build that bond. You have to build a relationship. Now, again, that was why I was talking about earlier. Is when I do relationships, I'm going to make sure everything is permanent before I ever even introduce them to that to start building that bond, right? But again, we're not going to be living together until that bond is created and we have all decided that this is going to work. Because if this is not going to work and you're not going to be that person who's going to build that bond with them, then I don't need you around. Yeah. It's the truth of fact.
Exactly.
Right? No matter how much I care about you, at the end of the day, I have to also ultimately, and a lot of people hate when I say this, but ultimately my children are number one because I don't have a choice. I have to be a parent.
That's correct.
But also I believe there's a factor too. It goes back to parents, right? Mm-hmm. I remember I was talking to this gentleman, and the reason why it didn't work out for me, it was the way his daughter was speaking. Because I have a thing, if you hear my daughter, I have a 10-year-old. If you hear the way she speaks like a normal 10-year-old that I want her to speak like. Mm-hmm. She don't say period. She don't be poo. She don't say that shit. Because I'm old school.
Right.
When I have adult conversation, it's adult conversation. See your way your ass out of it.
Right.
When my kids, what I do is I tell my kids, I said, when you be on your phone with your friends, do I interrupt you? No. Right. So don't interrupt me. Don't come in my conversation. Go. So like I said, I still have a lot of old school value in me with that. But I also know that if a parent doesn't want you to be happy, they can control their kid's mind so they can make your life unhappy.
What do you mean?
For instance, when I was dating somebody, now this is before I met my late husband. I was dating somebody. Me and the man was going good, but the ex baby mama had a problem that he moved on. So the little, the little girl kept giving me attitude every time she would come home. And it was like, you was fine in the beginning when the mom didn't know about me. Oh, Miss Crystal, I like how you cook and I like how you do my hair. And I'm like, because like I said, she's a little girl.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do anything less than that.
Right.
And after the mother found out, because the little girl told the mother, and the little girl started coming with an attitude. My mama said, I'm not supposed to do this. My mama said, you're not my mother. My mama said this. And it's like, oh, since I'm not your mother and I'm not going to take care of you, you and your father can fucking go.
Because I probably would have told her, hey, little girl, fuck your mama, okay?
No, because Donna, I have 4 kids. My oldest is 27, 26, 17, and 10. My oldest 2, this is some of my accomplishments, even though they're not mine. But my daughter went to Syracuse. My son went to U Albany. My daughter's in marketing. My son's a Suffolk County cop. My son wants to be he wants to do financial, which is my son, my youngest. And he also got basketball prospects looking at him. My youngest, she wants to be an artist. She wants to be an illustrator. These are the things that I want if your kid is going to be in my house, I want to explore that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you good at? It's not that I'm trying to be better than you.
Right.
I'm going to make your job less hard.
Right. Just so you think so. Okay. So in that instance, to me, it was more. I felt like my ex-husband was letting his son get away with this shit because of the guilt factor.
Yeah.
I'm not with him full time. I'm not there raising him. He's always with his mom. So I'm trying to be the greatest dad in the whole entire world, but not saying anything. I'll put myself involved in this stuff.
Yep. And then he leaves that on you because now you look like the bad guy.
Right.
You got rules and regulations and you got shit that you got to do in your house.
Right.
Right.
No, and that is a problem that happens a lot when you look at the
happens a lot.
situation.
Right.
And here I'm going to bring up 2 points that were just brought up that you both brought up. The one problem that was on her mother, okay, is the fact that she took her anger out on her jealousy and anger out on you by talking to that child and telling that child those things. And she did that on purpose to make your life harder because she was jealous of the situation, right? And that is, again, that's a bad parenting situation completely.
But isn't
because
it
she knew what she was doing wrong.
The father had talked to the mother and they had a conversation.
Absolutely,
The father
100%.
talked to the daughter and say, but listen, there's rules in each household, and when you're in this household, you're gonna have to abide by these rules.
Well, it's not even so much that. It should have been a situation where he should have checked her right off the bat and said, listen, just because you're jealous of the fact that we're having a relationship now doesn't mean that you need to badmouth the woman that I'm with now to our daughter and then turn her against her. Because what you're doing is essentially turning her against the woman that I'm with now. And that's not okay just because you're jealous.
Right.
And my thing is this, if I got my first 2 kids through college, and if I got my first 2 kids and my last 2 kids to doing this, you don't think I want your kid to be good?
Right.
You don't think I want your kid to succeed? That's crazy.
I hate that. Ooh, that just hurt me so bad.
And that's the reason why a lot of people, again, going back to the dating scene, a lot of people are scared to go on the dating scene.
Yeah.
How your kid is going to act, how they're going to perceive me. Because even like with my 17-year-old, right? When I started to date this man, I was like, hey, Mo, I'm just going to give you some heads up. I really do like this man. You're not going to meet him yet. It'll be a year until you meet him. And he's like, Ma, I'm not going to say anything. It's your life. Only thing I want is for you to be happy. Mm-hmm. And even when me and him had a little mishap, my son came up to me and my son was like, Ma, he's a good man. I never met him, but I see that he's always making you happy. Talk to him. And for my son to do that was just like, you would think that, typical teenage boy, I don't want no man in my house after my dad goes there. He wasn't like that. because I had a conversation with him, even though he's a kid's supposed to be in his place. But I still, as an adult, I still got to have these conversations with him because he's still part of my life. He's still my child.
Yeah. And he has emotions and feelings and all that other stuff as well.
And his emotions and feelings do matter to me.
Right. That's correct. Like they all should have a voice or whatever.
Because then at some point, my kid ain't going to respect me every time I try to come to him about something. Like every time I make a move, every time I do something, I'm always consulting
That's the safe place. That's why it starts when they're younger, about being a safe place. Because it starts with again parenting with your mothers when they're younger, and a lot of these grown ass men who don't feel like they need a safe place because they never had a safe place with their mother.
Right.
That's not true. That is incorrect.
That went back.
Hold on. The difference between the safe place that I'm talking about and the safe place that those men are talking about, the difference is if I feel that I want to open, if I want to open up to you because we're together and I'm dating and we're in a full relationship, right? And I want to one day open up to you about something that I'm going through, right? I should be able to do that. Now, does that mean I need to dwell on it? No. Huh?
It's the same thing. A child.
No, there's a very big difference. There are men out there that want a safe place because they have to have them as a mother. There's a very big difference.
The whole point is the safe space is where that you can open up to a person that you trust. It's the same thing.
That's not going to judge you for what you're opening up to, right? So I'm able to just sit there and just speak whatever I want to speak. I'm going to say it. You don't have to agree with me. You don't have to approve me. You don't have to validate. You don't have to fix it. You're my safe place where I could be vulnerable with you.
Right. Just let me get my shit out.
Just let me get my shit out. Right.
That's my point. But I'm not talking about you having to be a safe place like a mother figure. There are guys out there that have to have a mommy. Right. Listen, your wife is not your mom. She's not. Be an adult, be a man, but still be able to. You have your partner you're able to be vulnerable with them, and that's when I talk about a safe space.
But
that's what I mean by
that safe place is an excuse of now I want you to fix me.
Well, yeah, that's not her job to fix you. Your job is to fix yourself.
Here's an example. Here's a great example that I had, and it's personal. When I was married, I went back and forth on wanting to drink first and then wanting to quit drinking. I never had a safe space to talk about just drinking alcohol. Right? I'm not looking for a mom or nothing like that, but just my ups and downs of wanting to drink. I was heavily in church, and at the time, if I wanted to drink or have a drink, even a beer, I would be judged. You in church, you go to church, you ain't supposed to be drinking. And so regardless of whether or not my urges were there or not, I knew I couldn't talk to her about what I was dealing with. So it got to a point where I was just like, I'm gonna quit listening to you because I'm allowing you to influence my decision.
Getting a little close to the end. Wait now.
I had to grab the phone. Like,
yes, men are so fucking simple. Men are so fucking simple. I swear they are. I don't think you realize how men are. He got completely fucking distracted in the middle of his fucking thought.
That is not our fault.
You lucky I ain't find my pizza outfit. You lucky I ain't find my pizza outfit.
Why did me? I can't. And so me, it's like, go to Jesus about it. Don't go to me. If that's something that you're struggling with, go to Jesus, because he's only going to be able to, because you got to change you. I can't do nothing about it.
I don't even want to talk no more.
Look at how sexy that bitch is. Sorry,
this is my safe space right here. I catch them all.
It should be
I'm like Dragon Ball Z. I catch them all right here.
You catch them.
Exactly. And that should keep him from not wanting to say anything.
All right, Professor, you ready to? Can you continue your train of thought? Do you remember?
Say hell no. I'm just gonna stop. Just no.
I'm quitting working everything.
No, we don't need to talk anymore. I'm gonna stop. Quiet now.
I'm on the way home and everything. Fuck this job.
Not you clocking out. I quit.
That's an auto clock out early, immediate right there. I'm sorry, but yeah.
I mean, because that's how simple it is. Whatever you're going through, it's not that fucking simple.
I would have walked by talking about honey.
I got distracted that fucking quick. But let me ask you something perfectly dangerous. If he come into you and he's just whining and whining and whining and whining, would that make you feel sexy enough to do that? Right. I'm not gonna feel sexy.
Listen, I know when to shut up. I know when my therapy session is in progress. I shut the fuck up and let the therapist do what she do. I'm good.
You look like
I'm here, baby.
that's
I'm here.
Charles, that's how you tell a man shut the fuck up without telling him to shut the fuck up.
Exactly. There you go.
Time.
Perfect.
Exactly.
It works perfectly, and I will admit that it works very well on me.
But it works. And the thing is, the problem with ladies is that when you see a beautiful woman like that, and you're not even paying it no mind, and you're still going on with your point, because I need to be heard. You need to hear me. You need to hear what I gotta say. And you completely are not looking at this gorgeous woman to distract you. You still in your head so fucking much that shit doesn't even fucking matter. That's to me of a healed person and not a healed person. A broken person and not, because a broken person is gonna keep on talking about their woes. A healed person is gonna
before you bust.
That's so stupid.
I'll be like, we'll get back to that later.
Exactly. and you're right, Adrian. I agree.
Sometimes men don't even realize.
That's all.
Adrian, I don't need to be in the big box. What you doing?
My other page is already bananas. I'm trying to, and that wasn't even, I didn't even say nothing, so I'm trying to keep my page. You want to get my page?
Me too.
You scared, right? I'm surprised you had your page this long. All right, Donna, what were you saying?
That's all.
Oh no, I was just saying that some men don't even realize that they're just going too far and just doing too much. I'm glad you two men got the memo and y'all stopped dead in your tracks.
Right, exactly. They understood the assignment.
That's wonderful for y'all, and I need y'all
We learn quickly. Some men
write a
learn
book
quickly.
or something, because Adrian, you're right. Like, some of them will just keep going, not even seeing that I just put on my heels and my trench coat with nothing else on, and I just listen. What are we talking about? What are you talking about?
But you know what? As women, and I'm not a picky woman, but sometimes we gotta distract our men when we hear them, venting, and we hear them. And it's not that we don't want to hear you, men. It's that we want you to calm down first, and then we'll talk. You forget what you mad about.
Yeah, but
Do you know that I'm going to be really honest for just a second, if you want me to, if you don't mind.
Charles,
do you know
that's what we like about you.
Okay, well, the truth of the matter is, I'm very easy to disconnect from that bullshit, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because there's one very easy thing that gets me every single time. That little back hug that you women do, when you walk up behind us and give us that little tiny back hug from behind, done, over, it's it. I'm good. Yep, done, perfect.
It does.
Moving on.
It really does.
You know what I used to distract my ex-husband? I used to tell him there was something in his nose. I'm like, you got something in your nose. That would automatically stop the conversation. He'll be in the bathroom for hours trying to figure out what the fuck I was looking at in his nose.
My distraction is that a gun in your pocket?
He's so stupid.
Is that a 9mm or is that an Uzi? Which are you carrying, sir? Oh, that's my wallet. Oh, all right.
It's a 12 gauge. We'll go with that.
Right, but like you said, we see it on this app too, because I've seen it too, that a man is going off about wah. A perfectly dangerous woman, or Donna or me would come up in this panel, and we distract and we talk, like they'll say something smart with a smart, like, oh, I like you in my box or something like that, haha. And then it's going way over their fucking head. And they still want to be on that point of, but it's about me, and she's like, she did this, and she did this, and she did this, and like, I don't want to hear about that shit. To me, that's the person that I don't want to be around.
Me neither. Because as a man, as soon as I tell a man, yeah, I like you in my box, I need him to tell me, maybe I don't mind being in your box.
Right.
That's the proper response.
But the first, the proper response is
how big of the box do you want? And you wanted to come by Amazon, FedEx,
No. It's how much of a run at it do you want me to get when I go after your box? That's the question.
Oh,
No,
no.
listen. At this point, my box is breakable and it fixed right back up. Okay.
Vessel.
Vessel. I'm sorry, Vessel. My
Like going
bad.
to the gym, you can break it down and it'll rebuild itself.
Uh-huh.
It's a muscle.
You
It's
really
a,
paint with your bracelet on like that?
What?
Yesterday you was painted with a gold chain on. Now you painting with a
still two chains.
He's a high dollar painter. He's
high
showing them how much they're paying for that job.
absolutely.
If I just have y'all to know, I done went through 3 cups of coffee. I done had lunch. I really appreciate that.
I had 2 cups in one, so I
I'm
get
done
it.
with the coffee and now I'm down to the water because now I feel like I'm like
I need to get one more cup.
I have been drinking my water as well.
I'm at 3 cups and oatmeal for my breakfast and all that good stuff.
I had
I'm here with you.
a protein bar. That's what I had because I think I've been live since maybe about 5 o'clock this morning.
I had wheat for breakfast.
But you said Perfectly Dangerous?
I had wheat for breakfast.
Yeah, what for breakfast?
I had weed.
I did. I ain't gonna lie. I did have a gummy this morning. I did have a gummy this morning. I wasn't gonna do anything. Oh shit! I locked my son out the house. I wasn't planning to do anything today. I was earlier, Perfectly Dangerous, but I had this man. I don't know if you can listen to this. I know that Charles has got heard me repeat it like 20 different times, but I had a man tell me this. I met a guy on the Facebook dating app, and he told me that he asked me what you doing this weekend, and he said something. I want to see you this weekend or whatever. And then next thing you know, Friday comes. That was Monday. Friday comes, and he said, "What are you doing?" And I said, "Oh, I'm going out with my friends on Friday, and then Sunday I'm gonna help out my mom." And he was just like, long story short, he got an attitude with me because he said that he was planning to see me over the weekend, but he never. So to me, and I'm like, he's in my same state. He's in Orlando. He's about an hour away. If somebody tells you that they plan on seeing you on the weekend, does that mean the whole entire weekend, or does that mean one day?
No, that means that he's very irresponsible with his dates. Because if a man wants to see you, he's going to tell you the time and date so you can make your plan, especially a week before.
Correct.
I don't want to hear that shit.
But his assumption was that it was going to be he was going to stay at her house, and he was going to stay at her house for the entire weekend, and they were going to spend the entire weekend together. Was his assumption? He never even specified it.
That to me. So when he told me, so now when Friday comes and he's texting me, "What are you doing this weekend?" And I'm telling what I'm doing. He was like, "Well, have a great weekend." I said, "Okay, have a great weekend as well." Now 2 hours later, he sends me a text message. He's like, "Can I ask you something?" And I'm like, "What happened?" He said, "I guess we're never gonna meet." So I was like, "What does that mean?" So I called him up and asked him, "What does that mean?" He said, "Because we have plans for this weekend, and now you have made plans with somebody else." So I said, "Well, we have plans on Friday and Sunday." And he was like, "Well, I plan to be there the whole entire weekend." Well, you didn't tell me that. How was I supposed to know you? Because to me, like, you're only an hour away. Now, if you're out of state, then I could think something different. But if you're only an hour away, you could come out here in the morning and leave by nighttime. You didn't have to stay. I wouldn't assume that you meant the whole entire weekend. I'm just thinking one day. So he was like, "Yeah, but you know that I just put my mother into the nursing home, and I told you that I'm gonna have more time now." Like, okay, again, that doesn't mean that you were gonna spend the whole weekend with me. And then to my point as well, or to like Charles was saying, where were you staying? Because where were you staying? Because now if you already had a hotel, I would think the first thing you said is, "I spent money on a hotel. I thought we were going to spend the whole weekend." So you didn't book a hotel. Were you assuming that you were staying with me for the whole entire weekend? So that was how I started my weekend this weekend.
So a man that is really about that life, they're gonna tell you from the jump, "I'm going. My mom is in the nursing home. I have plenty of time. I'm gonna get a room on Friday, and we can spend the weekend together, however that is." But it's gonna already be said. There is no, "Oh, you made plans." Well, you didn't make them. Hell.
Exactly. I was supposed to know what your plans was, and then he said, "Well, I wanted to drink, and I didn't want to go drive back and forth." Okay,
Well,
again,
say
something
that then.
to be explained. Something that's a conversation to have. I'm not supposed to know that that's what your plan was. What you gotta say, Vesta? Because I know you
I'm
came
gonna
with
say
it.
that exactly what Donna is saying. I date long distance 90% of the time on my dates, right? And the person knows I'm coming, and I'm gonna be there for 4 days because I'm coming from out of town. You know,
Right.
I got a room. We talking about where we're gonna stay. We're gonna be at a resort. We're gonna probably go. You know what I'm saying? Lock in for a couple of days. We're gonna go out for a couple of days. You gonna know exactly what the agenda is. I'm gonna cook.
Right.
We gonna cook. We gonna. You know what I'm saying? Like we gonna have a whole kitchenette set, and because I'm gonna be there for 4 or 5 days. Shit, we going grocery shopping, goddamn.
Right.
Like, you know what I'm saying?
And that's
So
understandable if somebody's out of town. So I would think, if you saying that you coming from a different state, you coming from New York, yeah, I'm expecting you to be here a couple of days because you're not. It's not something a trip that you could just come and go in the same day. But if you only live an hour away, I wasn't assuming that Saturday. I didn't have no plans for Saturday. We can hang out Saturday. But the thing to me is like now you flipped it around like it was my fault. Or you had plans, but I didn't have plans for Saturday. You could still hang out on Saturday.
That's that passive aggressive shit I don't like.
Passive aggressive.
Because
Right.
I don't care if you are 10 minutes down the street. Tell me what your plans are. It's point blank simple. I'm supposed to know that we gonna hang out the whole weekend when you never said it.
Right. And then it's like, I just met you. It's not like we already in a situation. I met you on a fucking dating app. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know nothing fucking about you. So why would you think that? I don't even know if I like you for 5 minutes, let alone a whole fucking weekend.
Right. Oh, and I was gonna tell you.
I don't know if you're gonna steal something.
Because I just went back to my app, and I've been getting when I go live, I get them to answer the questions that they ask me in this thing because I'm, how my mouth is. I get real smart real quick.
Mm-hmm.
But I
go
also,
ahead and ask us that one question.
huh?
What's that one question that you always be asking?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't ask any questions.
I don't ask questions either.
I don't.
I like to ask questions. I don't ask any questions.
I don't ask any questions. They ask questions.
Mm-hmm.
I have no
I
reason.
ask questions when it's necessary.
Wait.
Correct. But it's
Can you
basically
cook?
about a conversation. But I actually I see all these men. That's basically my hashtag right now is men stop whining, because we just go on this whole rant about if you're a woman that want money, keep scrolling. If you this, that, and the other, keep scrolling. Well, all that says to me is you're not a man. So you're right. Let me keep scrolling. But to go on a rant on a profile is crazy.
Right. Right. Because again, now you're just showing me who the fuck you are.
Right.
You know? Right. Exactly.
And I can promise you, I'm gonna keep scrolling because there's nothing attractive about that.
There's nothing attractive about a whiny ass man.
Right.
I don't think I am nothing. I like confidence.
Okay,
You know what?
I have a question.
What?
I have a question. You said about the whiny ass man thing. I understand that, but you said don't go off in a profile. What does that mean? I don't understand what that means.
So they'll be like,
Like what I did on my profile. My profile I went off.
I don't think that was. I don't.
So
think
that's
that
not
was
very
going
attractive,
on.
then, Adrian. No, just kidding. Anyway, go ahead.
I know it's not. Does it stop him? No.
It does not. But you're a woman. You're a woman. You can do that. So there are double standards. There are.
Well, that's okay. Good shot. You said it before I did. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll say it. And it's because we are made totally different. We are not made the same. I can do shit that you could never do, Charles. You could never. Okay?
That's true. I
That's
agree.
that's
And
what
they
makes
think
multiple
they get a
times.
twisted. Men think they can do some of us. And that's why they're whining.
Hold on.
Right.
All of you talked at the same time. What was that, Adrian? What can she do?
I said, well, that's the problem. That's the reason why men are whining, because they do feel like they're the same as us. They do feel like they can sit there and whine and cry and complain and do all that other stuff that women do, but then they get mad because they're supposed to be our leaders. So how are you leading if you're doing the same thing that I'm doing?
right.
But go ahead, Donna.
Correct.
Okay.
But no, so just the whining and saying, if you're a person that just want to go out on a date, or if you just want some money or want me to pay your cell phone bill, that's what we was talking about earlier. These women have ran through you, and now you broken, and
Right.
it's bleeding out into your profile. Nobody is gonna talk to you like that
Yep.
because you're mad.
Yep.
Right.
Especially what you post too. Especially what, like, I'm like that, Donna. Like, I look at a man's profile to see what he spews and what he reposts. And if I see that he's one of those he-man hating type of woman, I am not going to talk to you.
Exactly.
I am not going to talk to you because I saw your views and I already see how you think. I don't like the way you think without even knowing you.
Correct.
You go on my page, I don't talk about anything. I just keep it cute. And like me, I'm old school. I just rather be seen than heard because you're not going to like what I say.
Right.
Period.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's just me. Because I know if I say certain things, women going to be thinking I'm a pick-me or I'm this, I'm that. I don't do none of that. I don't want to do none of that.
Right, but entertaining profile is very limited too, is what you could
You know,
like.
and not only that, but you know how many times I could have came up here with all the dating stories that I got on this fucking app? Baby, I could have made millions off of this shit, but I just choose not to because
But the men on this app is not serious. Like I would never. The men on this app is not serious.
Not a one.
They just want
Not a
to.
one.
They just need me. It's easy access for all that. They could be whoever the fuck they want to be.
That
They just
part.
I would never. I did it. I'm one and done. I would never do that shit again. Because now, especially the longer you in the app and the longer you get to know how these men are on the app, you could smell them through the phone.
Yup.
You could smell them through the fucking phone. Or what kind of man they
Did
are.
you just say you could smell them through the
That's
phone?
how obvious it is. That's how
Oh,
obvious.
okay. Obviously. Okay.
That's
gonna
what we
say,
don't
'cause,
like the cologne.
I mean,
we have
I
on
smell like
today.
Polo
wait,
Red,
wait,
so
wait.
I hope I smell good.
Or we don't like your cologne.
Oh,
we have on
that's
today
not
either.
even, that's not even fair.
All
That-
right,
oh
all
my
right.
God.
Children. But I'm saying, like, that's all. That's what's just is actually fun. All
That's
fun
very
and games,
distracting,
all
ma'am.
laughing. But you know what? That's what we should be here for: laughing, joking, having adult
Exactly.
conversation
Absolutely.
without any intentions of actually something really happening. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're just adults having talk, having conversation. This is not a fucking dating app, and I think a lot of people get twisted about this whole way. If, like I said, if you want to go on a dating app, to me, the intentions are we dating. So I'm going on a dating app. Donna's going on a dating app because everybody's on the same page. We're all coming here to date. If I'm on TikTok, there's people that come on TikTok for different reasons. Some people do go for dating, but some people just want to have conversations. Some people want to be content creators and make money. Everybody's on here for a different reason. So we can't assume that everybody wants to date. But on a dating app, I have more of a different expectation. So yeah, you're gonna get on my profile. What the fuck is going on? But again, it's very limited. So the question that I always get is, how long you been single? Can you cook? Why you single? Motherfucker, if I knew why the fuck I was single.
I wouldn't be single.
Because I'm fucking crazy, that's why. How long have I been single? Since yesterday. Yesterday. I've been single since. But to
that's
me,
me.
what does that matter?
Right. That's me. But I just
Or what me, you know what I'm gonna start asking now? What is your longest relationship?
I mean, I don't know about that.
I'm not asking that because I don't care.
No,
17 minutes.
It does. To me, it matters.
Yeah.
I don't.
Well, later on down the line, maybe. Like once I know what my intentions with you are, like if I get, like if I don't even know if I like you yet, I don't give a shit what happened with how the longest your relationship is. Now, if we're dating, I'm starting to like you. Yeah, now I think I need to know exactly what happened. You know what I'm saying? So let me figure out what exactly going on with you. But if I'm first meeting you. You knowing about you know how long you've been, because a lot of times, I mean, because we could assume in the first what happened. If you've been married for 28 years and now you're single, you know, I could automatically assume you just want a wife. You tired of being lonely. You tired of being alone. If you haven't had a relationship, if you don't have any kids and you're 55 years old, I can automatically assume that you was a player and when you were younger and now, like, so I can automatically assume, and I don't want to come up to my own conclusions. I really just want to get to know you first.
Right.
Before you jump into those conclusions about your all that other stuff. The
And
details.
perfectly, the reason I say it doesn't matter, because this is where men have the advantage too. If you really like this man like that, it really don't matter. If that man exudes certain qualities and stuff, he could have been in a relationship for 6 months. For whatever reason. You know what I mean? But it doesn't matter because if you really like him, you're going to go roll with it. So, like, I don't think being in a relationship 20 years or 6 months kind of tells me who you are. Because again, we're
Also,
not
I'm
the
a
same
different
person as we were 20 years ago.
Right.
No. Donna, I get that. I totally understand what you are saying, but understand a little bit of my point of view. Because some people don't have long relationships So some people don't understand what it takes to have a relationship. And I say that to say this because there are some men that I have spoken to and will have a discussion or disagreement and they will back down really quick. And I'm like, why are you doing that? Just because I'm mad at you, that doesn't mean I stop liking you. Oh, because this happened to me and this happened to me. And I'm like, oh, okay. When you're in a long ass relationship, you know what sometimes it takes. You're going to have to compromise in your relationship. For me, even now, I learned how to compromise. And it sucks because I had to be in a 15-year relationship with a man to understand compromise, to understand him even better.
Yeah, I definitely get that.
I like to me. I think that I would definitely want to know eventually. Like eventually,
I do too. But like I told you, there's a time and a place because, like you said, when you start liking somebody, you want to know things. Can you hold a relationship?
Right.
What is your longest? Do you know that it's not always going to be good days? Because there's some people that have a bad day with a relationship with somebody and they want to break up and that's it. And it's like we just had one little discussion. You want to break up so fast?
Oh, that's probably me. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's me too.
But exactly, But I like compromising. I like to compromise. But not everybody can do that.
Thank you. And again, you have to. That's why when like, because I'll get some angry man because I always say that I don't want to get married, and they're like, oh, you shouldn't be teaching that to young women, and you're over there preaching about not getting married. I'm like, no, I think everybody should be married. I think everybody should be in long-term relationships, and that is one of the questions. Like when men come up on the panel, like, because they always like to give their advice, but then I'm like, but wait about you. You know what I mean? When was the last time you was in a relationship? So that's definitely one of those questions because I definitely think that's important because if you're in a relationship, if you've been in a marriage or long-term, then you learn those skills, those compromising skills. You learn, and you're only gonna know how to do it unless you actually been in it. I can sit here and talk all fucking day to you about how to do it, but you're never gonna know until you actually experience it.
Yep.
So I completely understand.
I honestly agree with Donna, but at the same time, there's always a double-edged sword to everything.
Yeah. Right. But the thing is, the only way that you're gonna get is actually jump off the ledge, put your feet in, put your toes in there. You know what I mean? Like let's try it and let's see what happens. But you can't being broke. You can't let the track pass because then it goes. Because to me, I honestly I don't want to know because then it opens up a whole bunch of shit. So now you're telling me, oh yeah, I was married for 20 years, or I've been in a relationship. And now it's opened up the questions of, because this is what happened to And again, I don't want to hear that shit.
Right. Because there's always two sides of the story.
Right, exactly. And I'm always
and that's the ex-wife. Now he could tell me one thing, but can I talk to your ex-wife and she's gonna tell me the same?
Right. But which is what happened.
He's gonna tell me a whole different story.
And that's probably why I don't want to hear it.
That's exactly why I don't want to hear it. Because I'm going to be on the woman's side. Unfortunately, sorry for you men that are in here. But with this particular man that I was talking to, I had a great conversation one day with him. The second day, it goes, well, how long you been single? And I turned it around, but he kept on wanting to talk about it. And he started talking about his baby mama took his kids away from him. And so when he said took his kids away from him, I was like, okay, well, how long ago was this? 20 years ago. Okay, well, now I'm thinking, well, damn, your kids is 20 years old. I'm pretty sure because he said he never seen his kids in 15 years. So now I'm like, okay, well, you got a 20-year-old. Why you haven't seen your kids? That's to me, a baby mother. But when you blame yourself, he's like, well, I had to move away. Okay, so she didn't take the kids away. You moved away. So I'm always pointing around to be like, okay, how is it your problem and not her problem? But it was so easy for him to say, she took the kids away from me. And then I was like, well, I had to move away to a different state. Well, why is that? Oh, because I have a restraining order against me. So now we got into this. Like, why you got a restraining order against you?
Oh, that's crazy.
Yup. And then you start trying to puzzle the piece because he's not acting it correctly.
And then getting mad at me because now he's getting mad at me. You putting words in my mouth. No, I'm not. I'm just repeating what you said to me.
Exactly. I'm repeating what the same thing that you said. Make sure that you're saying the right thing.
I've been out of telling. I said, please don't tell nobody this story again. Because again, now I'm turned off. Well, the first day I had a great conversation with you. Now it's the second day I'm turned off by you already because it's like, The way, and then now you get angry at me. So now you talking, and again, it was like that bitch. You know what I'm saying? That bitch took my kids away from me. So now you having that bitch. Shit. This is 20 years ago. You still holding on to that shit?
And that's probably why you have a restraining order right there.
Right. Exactly.
From that,
Exactly.
I am so good. Like, you have a nice
I
day.
don't want to know that shit. Because if I'm just smashing you, now I don't want to smash you no more.
I don't.
Nah, even though you probably gave me that good ass dick because you got all that aggression in you. I found that out when we was in the bedroom.
Right. Again, reason 5,436 of how men talk themselves out of coochie. Okay.
Yep.
Less is best.
Yeah.
Every day, a man will talk. I can be like, ooh.
Listen, I was celibate for 3 years, and nobody believed that I was celibate. And I'm like, no, man. Trust me, it's not like I wanted to freaking be celibate. I was trying to get some to y'all, but y'all just talk yourself out of it.
Exactly.
Look at Vessel.
That's how that works. That's what happens.
What are you shaking your head, Vessel? Look at her, Vessel. Look. She want to distract me. She distracted me.
That is
All right,
not
keep my
fair.
page and keep your page. Behave. I know, right? I mean, it makes your mouth water,
That
right?
is not fair,
I get it.
ma'am.
Oh, Charles came back. Hey, Charles.
I've been back, but and then I was going to say
Charles.
something, and then I got sidetracked, and yeah.
It's fine. I'm a side.
I forgot
Change my
that.
name. I'm gonna be sidetracker.
Sidetracker. I don't know what that means.
Sidetracker. Yup.
What were you gonna say, Vessel?
I was just listening to what y'all was saying, and I was thinking to myself that a lot of people, depending on how long they've been in a relationship, that's what they're most familiar with. And I was thinking, if you've been in a marriage for a long time, all you know how to do is be a wife. All you know how to do is be a husband, especially whether it's a good one or a bad one.
Yup.
Right? It doesn't matter if it's good or bad, right? That's what you've been accustomed to.
Yeah.
You either picked up all of those bad habits or you did something right. Maybe you weren't the problem. But you used to being a husband or a wife or in a long time relationship. So that's what I was thinking. That's all I was gonna say.
But that's
Like,
my
you must
problem
be a
as
wife.
well, Vessel. I know how to be a wife. I don't know how to be a girlfriend. I don't know how to date. And it's not that I don't know how to date. It's just I'm a nurturer. I took care of my man for 15 years. When
And
Right.
the difference between having to do it and wanting to do
I
it.
wanted to do it because my man provided for me to do it.
Right.
You hear what I said? He
Yeah.
provided for me to do it because there's a lot of men that don't know how to provide to do it.
Right.
So the things that I used to do for my husband, I know somebody wouldn't mind me doing now because when my husband used to come home, he ain't have to cook, he ain't have to clean, his blunt was rolled, his stuff was already in the bathroom. This man didn't have to do shit but just work.
Right. And that's what wives do, right? We do
That's
that.
but that's the thing that I had a problem with the man that I was talking to. I was dating. I would try to cook for him and I would try to do this, but he's so independent now. He don't know how to let me, and that's the part where I get it because I'm the same way. But if I allow you to be the man that you want me to be, and you're not allowing me to be the woman that I want to be for you, then we have a problem.
Yeah, I get that. Because I dated this guy. I don't know if I dated, but I was fucking this guy, and we was in a hotel room, and because that was my ex-husband's friend, that one that fell in love.
Donna, did you hear that? That was funny.
But I was fucking him, but he thought we was in a relationship. But anyway, so it was one of those things that now we in the hotel room. I'm picking up after him. I'm taking the water bottle off, and the first thing he was saying is like, "I got two hands," and I'm like, "Okay, I know you got two hands." I said, "But why can I just be? I'm helping out. I'm a nurturer. If I see something, I'm gonna fucking do it. I'm gonna fix it. That's just who I am as a person." But he had such a problem with like, "I got two hands." I'm not like you know how when your mother scolds you for not doing something like that. It was like one of those things. So yes, when I've noticed, even when they've been alone for a long time, they don't know how to be They don't know how to be with the person.
You
So
want
let
to
me
hear
just
something
put
about that? I went on a date last year. I went on a date. Me and this guy went on a couple of dates. So the last date, it was like the fourth or fifth date that we was on. He was like, "Would you like to come back to my house?" And I was like, "All right, cool. We'll go back to your house, but let me go home and freshen up." So while I was home, I went to the liquor store and I went to, Marshall's. I got a $5 candle and I got him, a wine bottle. Because one thing about me, I'm not coming to your house empty handed.
Right.
Even if you're a single man, I'm going to bring you something, some goodies, or like I said, that's me. I don't care about what society says. Me.
No, that's just what.
Wait, did I hear
I
snacks?
like to do. And do you
Okay.
understand when I gave him the bag, he took out the wine bottle and then he took out the candle. And then he was like, "What you trying to say?" And I was like, "What are you talking about?" He's like, "You trying to say my house stinks?"
Oh, really? See what I mean?
I just said yes.
I'm serious.
I would have walked right back out. You know
What do
what?
you think I did? I smoked his weed and then I walked back down.
You and your
Donna, I was leaving with
Wow.
If I was not leaving with dick, I was leaving with weed. One of the two.
exactly.
And that right there just showed me the type of man that he was and he is. And that just showed me what type of woman that I am and that I am.
Right.
Because again, not many women are gonna come to your house with a little care package or a little gift.
Or again, carrying on the trauma of dealing with those women who never did it, so that when you do it, it's like, why are you doing that for?
And then
They're already on defense again.
And then not that they trying to spin the block, they try to spin the world because they're not gonna come back over here.
So men talk about women being bitter. I think some men are bitter too.
Oh hell yeah, they're bitter.
Like
yeah.
to go in somebody's house and if you came in my house and you gave me a candle, for me to just come back and be like, so you think my house stinks?
Right.
I got some
You're already
issues.
on defense mode because you think that
Right.
you're taking it personal.
I got some issues going on, especially when I know my house don't stink.
Right. Exactly. It's called confidence, right? If I'm confident in that my house doesn't stink, I'm not going to automatically take it the wrong way. But if I think like, well, does my house stink? Then all of a sudden I'm gonna assume that that's what you meant. So it has to do with insecurity again. The baggage from somebody else going on, the baggage of what's going on with you, what happened in your past. You putting that shit on me.
But that's just a negative thing to say because there was a way you could have asked, does my house stink? Because I'd have been like, thank you. Should I light this now? It's saying the same
I
thing.
would just light it and not even say anything.
That's true too. But I mean, if you really wanted to know, like I don't care that much. But if he really wanted to know, then should I light this now?
Yeah.
I would never be like, so you trying to say
That was the first Donna, but this is the first time me going to his apartment. Now if I was there a couple of times, then I understand why he would say that. But the first time, are you kidding me?
Yeah, no. He that would again a broken petty. What every word that you want to say
No,
about
but it gets even worse because I saw him last year and he tried to talk to me. And like one thing about me, I lost somebody very important to me. So me losing you, I don't got no qualms with you.
Right.
So he was just like, I wanted to apologize how I acted. I spoke to one of my male friends. He was just telling me that you was just one of those ladies and stuff like that. And I was just like, yeah, I am one of those ladies. I am one of those women.
right.
Hang out and talk again. No,
Absolutely.
that I am not one of those.
Sir. Let's hear from here. And then again, at this old ass age, they ain't gonna hear.
No, but it gets even
Pretty much,
worse.
it's a wrap.
Because after he said, after I said no, thank you, he got into another rage bait. He was like, oh, let them other niggas simp over you. I'm not that. All because I said no, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Because you blew it before you got blown. Okay.
Right. That point.
Oh, baby, he would have got blown. I even had a little, I had lingerie. Donna, I had lingerie under my dress. I had lingerie under my dress, and his favorite color was purple. So, baby girl, I was coming to show up and show out.
When you said, let me go home and freshen up, I already knew what that meant. I already knew. I am so clear.
It's squeak.
Like,
See that?
Hold on, Vessel's praying as we pray, my Father. I want this woman to be in my neighborhood right now in front of a trench coat and nothing on.
We're not allowing no men to whine over here. And I'm glad I haven't heard a man whine all morning long. I really do appreciate that. And don't
true.
man come up here. Right, Don? This has been pretty good. I guess because they don't know I'm on this page.
Yeah, but
it's true, because this is usually the whining live.
what I will tell you this is, even though me and this guy is taking a break, but I'm still giving him room to improve that because I do like him. He is a good man. He is somebody that is worth just giving him some time to improve.
Okay.
He's like, if I don't improve within the next 2 months, I understand why you got to do what you need to do.
Plus, is
To give
his
him
dick
some
still
space.
good? Is his
Huh?
dick good? Is his dick good?
The whole package is good. It's just the timing and just other shit that he allowed to consume him.
What you like that, Vessel?
I just want to put my little crowdfunding out here. If y'all run across any of them independent men that don't want women to do nothing, can y'all send them my way? Because, goddamn it, I'm tired. Okay?
Look how to.
And if they want to do everything, I am okay with that.
Donna, I had to learn to let this man do for me because I'm so hyper, independent. Because again, when my husband left, he taught me a lot of things to do man ways. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I'm the mom and dad.
Yeah.
He opens my door. He's always buying me flowers. He's always taking me out. He's always making sure that I feel comfortable. I have never felt safe and feel calm with a man until I met this man. Now, don't get me wrong. We go through our trials and tribulations, but I still have not felt chaotic or anxious or depression. Like, he's really gentle with me.
Yeah.
I really like this man.
Oh, I love
I
that.
love that. Yeah.
I love this man. We gonna read the room, but I love this man.
Yeah. I like that.
You know, but
I really hope it work out.
I hope so too because I do see a future with him. But if
Right.
you continuously bring the baggage into this relationship, it's not gonna work for me.
Yeah. I feel you on that.
Me too.
Because I be looking at him and he's like, "Why are you staring at me?" And I'm like, "You have no idea." He's like, "No idea what?" I was like, "I just want to take care of you. I just want to take care of you. Like, you take care of everybody else. I want to take care of you."
Okay, perfectly. So then is it his problem or your problem?
It's both of our problems. Because
Yeah.
I don't want to be categorized because I already went through it with somebody always putting me in the same category as his mother. Exactly. I don't want to be category with the same ex-wife or what she did. And I tell him, baby, I'm not trying to spend your money. I'm trying to save you money.
Right.
And the last 3 months, I've been helping him save money. I've been helping him do certain things to, save. And he's like, yo, I really need you in my life and I don't want to lose you. Let me fix this. So when he said, I don't want to lose you, let me fix it. Okay. I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Fix it.
Is that maybe his love language or
That ain't a love language because we ain't going to talk about somebody else.
No, anyway, it's supposed to be your love. For what Donna told me, it's supposed how you like to be loved, not how they like to love you.
Yep.
Right?
Because my thing is, don't sit there and tell me you want to learn to love me, but don't know how to read it.
And don't know how to love you.
Listen, I can give you the whole blueprint how to love me, but if you don't know how to read the blueprint, you're not going to learn.
Or want to.
Right. But you,
never mind. I know exactly what you're talking about, baby. But no, seriously. But again, the reason why I'm choosing to do that because I see his value. I see his worth. I see that he's a man's man. I see that he's gentle. I see that he's trying with me. I see that he's patient with me. And when I see that, I'm gonna work with you. Even in friendship,
Sorry. I love that you have that in you. I don't have that in me no more.
I do. When I love having it in me too, but that we're not gonna talk about that. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I don't have that in me no more because I ain't trying to work for nothing.
That L word.
If you don't got it all fucking together,
I
then
love love.
I love too. I love everybody. I love every man I with, but I love myself more.
I still love it, And for me, they said time heals all wounds, and no, it doesn't. Love does, and I say love does. Honestly,
You really want to love somebody to change?
No. Adrian,
you know what heals them? Therapy. Therapy heals over.
No, therapy heals, but love also too, Donna. And I'm not talking about from a man.
That's it.
I'm talking about from everybody in my circle. You love me. How many times you healed me when we had our conversation?
And you've healed me.
You understand what I'm saying? Remember when we had that conversation when you was like that, and I'm like, Adrian, but you don't need this. You got this here.
Right.
And believe it or not, that's what
You
there
know,
is.
because all my friends that love me, they heal me every day.
It's unbiased. It's unconditional. Because to me, it should be unconditional love, right? So I'm gonna love on you without expecting anything in return. When you and that's with your friends, I'm gonna love you. Gonna love on me because you're not expecting anything in return, and I'm gonna love on you because to me that's what love is supposed to be. But if I have love on you on with the condition of you need to be healed and ready, then to me I'm not really loving you.
Yep.
There's an expectation. There's a give and take type of thing.
Now I think
every time
it's conditional. I do.
Yeah, and one thing I do, Donna, and I tell Adrian, I say, Adrian, you know I love you, right? She's like, you do? Adrian, I love everything about you. Your spunk, your mouth, your attitude. Like, I gave everything I love about this woman because she may feel insecure on certain things, but I want her to know those are the things that I love about her. Because that makes her who she is.
A man made me feel insecure. A man made me feel insecure because he like.
Hold on, all right, Adrian. You want me to send you another video?
This is so nasty. It's so nasty. She sent me a video of how that machine worked.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it was interesting. Have you ever heard of the machine, Donna? Yeah.
I'm glad you came out real quick.
I was curious. So she said she was going to show me Hey, Omar.
Now, I hadn't seen how it works, but
I saw the Google video, the YouTube video, the Amazon video, but I wanted to see it in action. I wanted to see it actually working. So she sent me her video of her actually using it. Yeah, it was definitely interesting.
yeah,
I was like, oh, okay.
I've seen the demonstration without the actual person. Yeah, so I'm clear.
So you're a teacher too? You're a teacher too?
She's a teacher too. I wanted to see what this shit. That one, Mama Money. I wanted to see what it actually did, and actually was worth it. I mean, I was like, I said I'm about to crowdfund for one. I'm about to crowdfund. I mean, it was cheap. It was on 88.
That's way more distracting in and of itself.
What?
I'm just saying.
The
fact that she sent her video to you. Now my brain is thinking her video. And no. Oh my gosh. Y'all are distracting the shit out of people today.
It motivated me, Charles. It actually motivated because I've been losing motivation because I think I'm like addicted. I don't know if I'm addicted to corn, but like the corn is not really doing it for me anymore. So it's like, I need a different type of, it's been so long, I don't even have a memory anymore. So I needed some type of motivation. So when she did, I told her, I was like, thank you. I needed that. I needed some fucking motivation, and she motivated me. So,
well, hey, if it did it for you, it did it for you. That's the key, you know.
Listen,
absolutely.
A friend in need is a friend indeed. You know what I'm saying?
That's right. There you go. Absolutely.
That motivation.
I mean, that's a friend right there. I'm just saying.
She was like, send me the video. So I sent her the video. She's like, no, not that one. I was like, which one? She's like, the other one. I was like, you sure? She's like, yeah. Adrian, it's creamy. Send it. All right.
It was creamy.
It was creamy. It was a double stuffed Oreo.
It was definitely creamy.
I'm just saying, now that's being a friend. Now I'm just saying.
I gotta get one of these. Yeah.
Donna, it came with 5 attachment and 6 speeds. Donna, I was about to ask if it wanted a cigarette. I was about to ask if it wanted a sandwich.
Yeah, it was definitely.
Yeah, that machine is very powerful.
I asked them, like, were you able to walk afterwards? Because that shit is powerful.
I could not walk. I was out. I was like, literally, it looked.
Let me ask you, did you suck it off afterwards?
I'll show you that video.
Master don't even know what to do with himself.
Listen, I'm just saying that now since the video's there, it should just be set up on OnlyFans, and you should charge like $100 a person. There you go.
No, not that not that
True.
video. That video is a little exclusive. That's gonna take more than $100.
And it was only for friends who give her unconditional love. It was only for friends who give her
No,
unconditional
that was what I was going to say. Thank you for saying that
Yes,
when I
you
was
did.
completely distracted by you talking about her video specifically. But anyway, that was what I was going to talk about. You said unconditional love. There is no such thing as unconditional love. I'm sorry to tell you this, but there is not.
What I said too.
Because
Yeah.
you don't believe that. All right, so let me explain. Hold on. Now I'm gonna address that, and I'm gonna prove to you that there is something called conditional love.
Okay, all right.
Everything is conditional when there's love. If you know that someone was messing with a child, would you still love them?
No.
If you were dating them, then that's conditional.
That's
I don't
conditional.
Again,
agree
that's
with them.
extreme,
I don't agree with them,
but
I
it's
wouldn't want
conditional.
them. I wouldn't want. I wouldn't. I don't have to be with somebody, be their friend, in order for me to love them. They're a human being at the end of the fucking day. Yes. Is it fucked up with them? Do they have issues? Do they have something going on with them? I don't gotta be. They don't have to be part of my circle. They don't have to. They don't have to be in my area. I don't have to have conversations. But they're still a human being. There's reasons why people do things. People again, hurt people. I don't think people just wake up and decide to be that type of way. There's something going on. So again, I don't have to be around them. I don't have to have them around my children. I don't want them around any of my other children. But I wouldn't want them to. I was going to be very descriptive in what I was saying, but I'm not going to say it. But I wouldn't want them to be burnt on the cross.
But here's the thing: love is a powerful word, and when you say you love somebody, you give someone a lot of power. And
Yep,
so,
that's true.
no matter what, I mean, Charles did go way, way left field, but I had to explain that to somebody too. And what I said was, your friend or a gentleman you know came and did some foul shit to your daughter. Are you still going to love them? Because nobody says you have to aid anybody, because people think, if you go to church, if you hate people, you're going to hell. But love is powerful, and to give somebody that power, oh, you've done something to my child and I still love you anyway. Although you're saying I don't have to be around them, but I still love them, you're still giving them power. And I just don't
Listen,
believe that's just
listen. If you do
I
something,
understand what you guys are saying, but don't you love like food, right?
I do, and I give it power to
food
flow
doesn't
with
mess
my
with my children. Just saying, but no. Here's the thing. I will love them. I will love them all the way to wood chipper therapy.
Okay. No, I understand what you're saying.
I had a scenario, right? And this is the honest God truth. I was really digging this girl, really digging her, right? We was dating for a long time, and I was fully committed, locked in 100%. I think we dated for almost a year before I really told her how committed I was, and in this process, I told her that I wouldn't go anywhere, that I was going to stick with her through whatever, and I was going to be there for the long haul. As soon as I told her that, maybe a month, 2 weeks after that, whatever, when she got mad, I got the fuck you. I had never got it in 2 years. Then I got another foul statement, something like, I'm trying to be discreet with what I say. Something like, you ain't that person anyway for me. You get what I'm saying? It was, as soon as I said that and I showed that level of commitment, that's when all the foul shit started coming out.
Well, that's
Before I showed that level of commitment, it never came out. Never. So once you tell a person how deeply in love with them you are, or how much you love them, or you're committed to that level, if they're not there, you got to be careful, because they may say something to you, one that's going to be detrimental to you, but yeah, they will take advantage of those moments, because they saying, oh, he ain't gonna leave anyway, she ain't gonna leave anyway, so I can say what I want to say
You
now.
think that's what it was?
But what does that have to do with unconditional love, though?
It's not that. It's not necessarily unconditional love. It's to protect. Once you start letting people know where you stand, then you can be taken advantage of, or even they then open up doors for you to say stuff that they wouldn't normally say because they've lost that level of protection. You've lost that level of protection.
So, but here's the thing.
It's true. It happens.
After so long, I'm sure I may have experienced it before myself, but that's where my love has conditions because it's not going to stop me from loving you, but it will stop me from continuing to love you. I don't have to if I don't want to. I have an option. I have options. And so that's where I'm like, no, love is conditional because I just don't have to no more. That's like,
Right.
being in a situation that you're very unhappy with because you're like, oh, I love him. Getting your ass beat every day. Oh, I love him.
Right.
Absolutely not. I got choices.
Thank you for my roses. I don't understand. And best of all, to me is, I mean, I don't know. I guess Donna, you said I've never been in a situation where out of nowhere, after 2 years later, you tell me that I want to be with you, and next thing you know, I'm flipping the script on you because you want to be with me. That just sounds so childish.
It sounded like they were cool with where they were and they didn't want anything else. And then when you said that, it was almost like self-sabotage. Let me go ahead and end this because I didn't want to go this far. This is going too far. That's what it sounded like.
Self-sabotage.
Okay, what was the conversation about when somebody just said, go fuck yourself or whatever the fuck they were saying? There had to be a fucking conversation before that. People just don't wake up in the morning and go, fuck you, I don't give a shit about you. Like,
The conversation was Vessel. Vessel did it.
It was all Vessel's fault.
Vessel did it. That's why you don't want to talk about it.
right.
He woke up and started talking about his ex.
I know what it was. I asked about the ex.
So see?
That'll do it every
Uh-oh. See, I knew it.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
On the man's side, and then she was like, fuck you, Vessel.
You got what you got. You shouldn't have
That's
done
the reason why. 'Cause I would think if somebody has an attitude problem or doesn't respect you, or, I think, how does that just come out of nowhere 2 years later?
it.
Self-sabotage situation. I do agree that I've seen that happen
Like
before.
just because you want to be committed to me, that all of a sudden I'm gonna be my true, authentic self.
Oh, it happened.
Well, it's
That's a
because
long
of the fact that they don't want to be that. You're committed to them, but they don't want to be committed to you.
They don't want to be
right?
that committed to you.
So
Yeah,
they're going to self-sabotage it so they don't have to worry about going that far.
absolutely.
That's fucked
Yeah, a
up.
lot of people
And it is
self-sabotage.
fucked up and it is childish too, but I'm just saying.
It's a waste
it
of
happens.
fucking time, honestly. Because if you just told me from the beginning what it was and what you fucking wanted, then we could have saved ourselves a lot of time.
Now, I can say
Again, that's that communication thing that nobody knows how to do.
Right.
I have self-sabotaged some stuff. I have.
No.
But
Good morning, Rick. Good afternoon, actually.
I'm not going to fool with you for 2 years and then
That's a long
self-sabotage.
time. That's a long,
I'm
that's a long
invested at
fucking
that
time.
point. But a few months, and I don't want to do this no more.
Because after 2 minutes, honestly, because after 2 years, I think we locked in anyway. So you didn't really have to verbally fucking say it for me to know that we fucking locked in after 2 years. That's a long time to like. So why do I have to verbally say it to you in order for all of a sudden now you verbally say it? Now it's an issue. Why wasn't it an issue before? Because I mean, like I said, 2 years is a long time to be with somebody to be what, friends with. What were you guys calling each other before that? Before you even said it? Were you dating other people during that time period? Now he don't want to fucking talk. Yo, you fucking hear me.
That's,
You fucking hear
that's to
me.
you, you know.
He fucking hear me.
Mm-hmm.
But look, you don't want to see. And see how there's always one side of the stool. So you always look at
Evasion.
certain parts, and then when you start
Evasion
asking
of the
questions, the story starts
conversation.
changing. Right. Now you don't want to fucking talk about it because
I mean, it's not a question. The whole thing is, we've seen a lot of people do that before, right?
not for 2 years. Honey. That's no time.
Okay, so not the 2 years, but the love bombing once, or people taking advantage of situations when they find out how much you care about them, then they start doing shit out of character. Again, that representative is up front, and then once you realize you got a person, then they start acting a goddamn ass, like they ain't got no fucking home training no more.
Yeah, that's
So,
true.
so when you say something like let's do an example, right? So, what you knew, like I was this type of person, right? And it wasn't bothering you before, and then all of a sudden, as the months go by, that's starting to bother you. Right, so like Perfectly Dangerous is a gorgeous woman, right? She has her videos. If you look at her content is very provocative, it's very sexy, it's very sensual, right? And all of a sudden, you didn't have a problem then, but now we a year in, and now all of a sudden it's a fucking problem.
He ain't hit no shit.
Why is it a problem now?
That's an insecure man right there. If he can't handle the fact that she's still doing her videos, so I'm
But
just
that
saying.
happened to me as well because I have spoken to men off this app, and all of a sudden, oh, you're gonna stop. What do you mean I'm gonna stop? That's how I met you.
Right.
When I met this man, he was like, that's how I know you. I can't be mad at that. But he also noticed that I stopped posting as soon as I got in a relationship with him.
Right.
He noticed that. He's like, I see you don't post the way like you used to. I said, because I have respect for our relationship.
Exactly.
Yeah, and some men are just insecure. Like that just happened to me a couple of days ago. So I was talking to somebody and they was like, oh, I got to go do this to make some money, blah, blah, blah. I was like, yeah, I haven't been live all week. So I'm going to go live today. No, they asked me what I was doing. I was like paying bills, which that was an opening for you. Okay. It was an opening. They didn't get the memo. So and I was like, yeah,
Not the bill opening. What?
that was an opener. And so
That's a big opening. That's a big door.
I said I was gonna go live. I said I haven't been live all week. I'm gonna go live. Go in here and see who want to pay these bills or whatever. And they hung up on me
Then he hung up on you. Well, damn.
because he was like, "I'm a man, and you gonna say that to my face?" But we had already talked about,
Right.
you know,
And-
how I got my followers. You know what I do on my page.
Right.
You know, either you come in there, or you see me.
Right.
Don't try to mess up my money. Why would you do that?
Exactly, especially when you know that I'm doing it for the money and I'm not doing it for the attention.
Hey,
It's the
sister.
attention that I'm looking for. It's the money. You already know that. That's how you met me. It was all about the fucking money. So now, why is it different now?
Especially you ain't giving me none. Like if you had to hit my cash app,
Then I wouldn't have to go online.
I'm not going live. I'm gonna sit on the phone and talk to you. You know what I mean? But
I agree.
you can't get mad about something that you knew I did, and now I'm not changing. You ain't gave me a reason to change.
And I would think that has
Now,
to do with
perfectly, I understand how you change, and that man is giving you a reason. I don't have a reason. Ow.
And I think that has to go
I-
with men too. I think that men who are very flirtatious on a live, right? And they talk to a lot of women, and they good, and they. So you met me being flirtatious. That's what attracted you to me, is because you know how
Exactly.
a friendly man I am or a friendly woman I am. Why all of a sudden now, when you see me being friendly, it's a fucking problem now?
Yeah.
So that to me, that's you insecure
That's it.
about what's going on.
I was just going to say the same thing. That's an insecurity issue right there. You know, if Perfectly is already doing that, or Donna's already doing those things, and at the end of the day, or you Adrian, the idea is to mold together and fit together, right? And not to change someone because of the fact that you are feeling like you can't handle that or you can't understand. And a lot of men can't handle this, right? So if we go out, right, and let's say that, and I'm going to just randomly, if we're going out to dinner and you are dressed up to the nines, right, and you are looking absolutely stunning, I am going to be very proud when a man looks at my woman. Because guess what? She is dressed like that for a reason. Because she wants to look good, not only for me, which I truly do appreciate, right? One. And two, she's going home with me. Go ahead and look. You're welcome.
Well, I say this. I want to look good for me first, but I want to compliment you at
But yeah,
the same
I
time.
was gonna say that.
what I
first.
mean is it's an
Absolutely.
appreciating factor, right? I want to make sure I appreciate that.
Charles, the first date that I went on the third date. The third date that we went on, we was fully dressed up because he was like, I want to take you to, because he knows I love Frank Sinatra. You know, there's a Frank Sinatra, impersonator. They think it's really good. I never been to this place. I heard about it.
Oh, blue
I was
eyes.
excited. Like I was just and I fully dressed up. Like you see my body, but I wasn't having my tits out, my ass wasn't out. I was dressed for the occasion.
Right.
We were sitting in the back, we were sitting on our table and stuff like that. Two gentlemen came to our table and told this man, "Your woman look good. You have a beautiful woman." And he was like, "Thank you." And I'm looking at him, he's looking at me. One of the guys didn't acknowledge him. He was like, "So you really get it offline?" I was like, "I told you."
Right. That part too.
I told you, just because what I post on social media is not how I am in real life. I tell people this, Charles. Y'all like Perfectly Dangerous, but y'all not gonna like me in real life, because in me, real life, I don't take shit from nobody.
Well, you don't take anybody from anybody on here either. But
Charles,
again,
I'm cool with everybody. I'm not cool with everybody in real life. I don't want to.
Right. That's true.
You understand? When I dress, I'm with my kids, I'm fully covered. Like, I am fully, I've been looking homeless sometimes, and you would think, what? Because for me, there's a time and there's a place for
Exactly.
He also gets a kink off of how not y'all men, but the men be in my DMs and in my comments, but meanwhile, he's over here next to me, naked in me.
She's so silly.
You gotta choose your battles.
What should happen. So when a man is confident, that's what should happen.
Yep. And that makes me Donna makes me wanna fuck him even more.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So let me ask y'all this. Let me ask you this. You see how look flirtatious you been with me today?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So once we get together, that should never stop.
It's never gonna stop.
You get what I'm saying? Like I shouldn't feel like you doing your stuff online and you giving me the sloppy seconds. You don't do that shit with me.
First of all, no,
that
you're
would
right.
bother me.
No, but what he gets in life, in real life, y'all getting the sloppy seconds. Let me just say that.
Exactly. Right.
For Valentine's Day, I was with him for 8 hours. For each and every hour, I changed it to a different lingerie.
Right. And that's the thing, right? If I ain't got a problem with you doing that, I definitely need to feel the real effect.
But you see, the difference is that the lingeries that I had, it was already brand new. Nobody saw him on TikTok. Nobody got to see him. He got.
Yeah, I don't put my shit on TikTok.
You know what I'm saying? And then after he saw them, he's like, "Are you gonna put that on TikTok?" I was like, "You already know, baby."
Right.
You don't see him, and he knows that my creativity and how I put things together. He knows I'm gonna do a good job at it.
Right, and that's fine.
Again, my point though was this: is
Vessel just the insecurity just showed up in Vessel too.
Hey, no, I don't care about. Listen, I take that insecurity, but that's true. Even if that's an insecurity, it wouldn't matter to me if that's insecurity. Still, I want you to give me. I want you to give me what you giving them. Like she said, I met you like that. Don't get me and then get over here and act like you Mother Teresa.
Yep.
Fuck that. That ain't what I signed up for. That ain't what I was attracted to. I could have got enough of that shit.
I will say this. He saw the difference between how I am on here and how I am in real life.
Correct.
He saw the difference with me within a minute, within the first conversation. He already knew. We had a conversation on a Thursday. The next day, he already was asking me out. He was like, "I don't want to rush into anything. Can I take you out next week, Thursday?" I said, "I would love that." He said, "I already have the date. I already have the time. I already know where I want to take you." And let me tell you how romantic this man is. Oh, my goodness. Donna, I was going to give him head the first night, but I was like, no, let me be a lady about it.
Listen, there's no judgment here. Do what you need to do, girl.
I wanted to, but I had to be a lady about it. He took me to the botanical gardens. Over here, there's like a whole place where they got roses, flowers, bugs. I haven't been there.
The botanical gardens.
Yeah, I haven't been there since I was 7. And he said, now mind you, I didn't know where we was going until I got in the car. And he was like, "I'm going to take you to our first place." And I was like, "Okay." He's like, "I'm taking you to the botanical gardens." I was like, "I haven't been there in years." And he was like, "I remember what you said." And I was like, "I said a lot of things." He said, "You wanted to stop and smell the roses." This man took me to the biggest plot of roses. Had a whole conversation. Didn't even talk about anything that was important. Just talking about like our upgrowing. We had a lot of quiet time in between. I love that too. Because it wasn't the fact that I didn't want to say anything, which was the fact that I was actually enjoying, I was embracing, I was loving everything. Then he was like, we gotta go. I was like, oh, you taking me home? He's like, no, I got one more place to take you if that's okay. I was like, of course. Took me to this fucking fancy ass restaurant. He timed it so where we can watch the sunset go down.
Aww.
I wanted to marry that man right there and then. I wanted to get on my hands and knees. I'm like, would you marry me? Like, that was the most romantic thing that he's done. And that's why he still does romantic things. And that's exactly why I want to give him some space and some room to get it together. Because I don't want him to lose on an opportunity on a good woman or in a good man because of your past experiences. And this is what I'm trying to tell everybody. Don't let your past experiences ruin something that can be amazing for you now.
Well, listen, he got a brother, uncle, cousin, nephew.
I know, right? He's the only brother. He got two sisters, and I understand why he's such a gentleman. And he has a 12-year-old daughter. So when I mean true gentleman, he's a true gentleman.
Well, baby, I'm at an age where I can date the brother or the daddy or the nephew. The age I am.
Listen, if you don't want to hear something even more weird and even more sexier, I had jeans that were ripped, right? And I got stung by a bee. And we talked about it and we joked about it. And he was like, yeah, I got stung by a bee too when I was young. And we goofed about it and left it alone. Do you understand? 4 days later.
Oh, that's thoughtful. I love it.
You see? And he knows I love me some Care Bears. He knows I love my 80s. Like, that is exactly why I really do love this. Listen. He's careful. He's kind. He's gentle. Like, I love a gentle gentleman.
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
It calms my nervous system down. It makes me feel more sexier. It makes me feel like I can conquer the world. Every morning, every time, I'm always getting a thoughtful, like he is a thoughtful man, and that's exactly why I'm choosing to make sure that he can get it together because I don't want to lose out on somebody good because of somebody else.
Right.
And most of us do that because of what somebody else did to us.
Yeah.
Not me.
It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. I don't want to do no work. I don't want to do any work. I'm being the laziest I could possibly be in a relationship. I'm being lazy. I ain't doing
Hold on. He got me that for Valentine's Day.
I love it.
I like these things. Well, this is what I bought, but he knows that I like these things. Like I love when a man listens, man.
I love it when a man listens to. I can't stand it when I gotta repeat myself. I hate repeating myself.
Yeah.
What you say?
Or even, or even a man that pays attention. I know this same dude, although there is no action behind the words, but was like, I noticed that you have a Pandora bracelet. I was like, yeah, I actually have 3, and one of them is completely empty. That again was an opening, right? Mm-hmm. So to listen is something serious. To be kind is something. The just because is amazing.
Yup.
Because that takes work, right? So to purposely look into what this person likes, what this person doesn't like, you're investing your time and your energy on, I really like this person, so I want to really like to know how this person moves, thinks, what they like. If you're not putting that energy into it to know these things, then it's like, why am I doing all the energy? Why am I doing all the work, the bending, the compromise, and all the stuff, and you're not doing it because you're just receiving it? So to me, that's like, that's that conditional shit. You're only doing it because you're getting something in return. Even if you're getting it for a thank you, you didn't think. I had a live one time that this man really thought he was upset because, and I think you remember, Charles, that it was just like he was upset because the person wouldn't say thank you every time they gave somebody something. And I'm like, you should, and it was just like, yeah, she didn't say thank you to me. I'm like, well, you shouldn't be doing it if you're looking for thank you.
No. the debate was actually he was mad because she wouldn't say thank you when he opened the door.
Yeah, something stupid like that.
And here's the thing, hold on. Now, I will say that I did to a point agree that you do need to say thank you because it's courtesy, but you're not obligated to, you don't say thank you for everything in the damn house, right? So, I mean, now I do just because it's a natural thing. I automatically do it, right?
Yeah, me too.
But it's an ingrained thing in me, though. But it's not something that you have to do every single time, right? Okay. Anyway, moving on. This conversation is not going to work out.
Thank you perfectly. Thank you.
Stupid Donna.
Not nice, Donna. Not
So
nice.
fucking easy. You're so fucking easy. I swear to God, y'all. Yo, I really understand. Y'all are easy as hell to get over on.
Excuse me, ma'am, but I am not easy, but okay, I'm easy. Moving on.
Exactly. Please.
I know you
Excuse
lying.
me.
And that's most men.
They most healed men, I would think.
I was about to say most, not all.
Yeah, not all.
Most men.
Yeah, some men will see that and not even pay it no fucking mind.
Right.
And
They're gonna
because
keep
they were
lying.
on point. They needed to be heard. You
Right.
need to hear my point. I'm gonna have to tell you what I feel and what things are supposed to be, and I'm supposed to teach you something. And all that of a sudden, it's regardless. Like,
Right.
Listen, fuck my point at that moment. Just saying.
Oh, you bet.
Give a fuck less about the damn point.
What you say?
I don't remember what I was trying to say, so we're just gonna move on. And yeah, moving on.
Exactly.
speechless. I love it. See, I love a man who doesn't talk. That should be like,
Right.
shut the fuck up. Just be quiet and just look at me, damn it.
Right.
Exactly my point. The less you talk, the better off you are.
Right.
What vessel? What?
Vessel, what's going on? He's not talking to me.
He's
Vessel.
speechless too. He's speechless.
I think it's time for my lunch break.
He's not talking to me.
What you gonna eat, baby?
I know.
A boxed lunch? What are you thinking? Of course it's a boxed lunch. I'm just saying.
Wait, Bruce.
There you go, Charles.
Bruce,
You got it, did you? There you go.
it was not me this time, Groove. It was perfectly. I know I usually be with the shit, but it wasn't me this time.
No, it's definitely perfectly dangerous. She's definitely on dangerous time right now.
Oh, she is having a good time.
But I just love her for this. Like, yes, that's how you do it, sis. Absolutely.
And it's that simple. I don't need to have an argument about it to prove my point about it. I could.
Am I the drama?
No, it's not drama.
Not
It
at
ain't
all.
drama.
Now, let me
It's
tell
far
you,
from
certain
drama.
places probably, but not over here, no.
I
Over
would,
here.
I would like to call it
definitely
the
it's
white
definitely a
glove
romance.
effect.
A suspenseful romance.
Don't play with me. I will change. Y'all didn't even notice that I changed it to another lingerie, but we're gonna die.
Yes, ma'am, I did, but we won't talk about that part either. But
Yeah, we
yes,
noticed.
I had
The
to
other one
change
had straps that went up.
again, we don't talk about it. We just, we're just sitting back and enjoying. We're not going to point it out.
Supposed to, as you're
like
supposed
men
to.
like
Right.
that.
Because I was enjoying it too. I was just like, oh shit. This is
I know,
good.
right?
Y'all lucky I can't find my schoolgirl outfit. I can't find it, and I have two.
Man, hid it from you. Your man hid it from you.
Right.
May I encourage you to please hunt it down and find it? Just saying. But anyway,
All right,
sorry.
let me go do that. Hold on.
Look at let
Do that.
You're so silly. All right. I'm starting to get
You
tired.
got to be quicker on the draw.
Quicker on the draw, is that what it is? Well, I'm glad that you're enjoying it, honestly, and I'm enjoying this live. I appreciate you guys on this live. Like I said, it started being bad, bad live because I said I got bananas on my other page, and I wasn't even talking or nothing after like 15 or 20 minutes. So I was able to be on this page for a good amount of time. So I appreciate I think it's because Donna, they don't know that I'm on here, so all the whiners are not over here. So I'm glad. I'm glad we were able to have a conversation because at the end of the day, that's all I really enjoy is just a conversation. We get to bounce everything. There's no right or wrong answer. Everybody has their own point of view, and it's okay. It's okay to have their own point of view. So I am getting tired, so I am going to go end the live. But as I always do, as I always end the live, I always like to talk about thinking about something that we purposely. We always could think about the bad things, but purposely, what happened good yesterday that you're thankful for, right? Besides getting up and breathing, yes, we obviously know that we up and we're breathing today. I thank you so much for I could tell, but to be thankful, and so I wrote down yesterday. I was thankful that I was rested. So I did go out. I did go out Friday night, and hanged out with my friends. Saturday, I had the shit. So I'm glad I didn't have the date because that alcohol in my system was not working out for me. So I rested all day yesterday, and it was okay for me to rest. One thing that I'm learning, it's okay for me not to do, because when you're a mother and your wife, you're constantly doing. It takes a lot of work to not do anymore. So so I was able to rest yesterday. So I'm thankful for that I rested yesterday. That was what I'm thankful for. Charles is gonna say ladies first. Okay. Donna.
Ladies first.
I knew it. See, I was gonna stop you. I'm glad. I'm thankful for that too, Adrian. And I did appreciate watching your video, hanging out with your friends. I really love that. Thanks, and thank you for the roses. Thank you for so. All right, Donna, tell me something that you're thankful for. Something that happened yesterday that you're thankful for.
So I'm just small things in life for me. I'm just, well, in most things, don't y'all get that twisted. But okay, for real.
I understand.
So I had a goal when I was in here earlier this week. I was telling you I was off work and we wasn't gonna have baseball because I was supposed to go play, but they decided to cancel it. And I was like, I need to clean out my garage. I just moved here, and my garage looked like I just moved here. So I was able to get my garage done and put up some stuff and, just get some shit organized.
Right.
And so that was because I'm usually the one that never finish a task. And so to be able to say I can park in my garage now because it's good.
I love that. And that's not a little thing. That's a big thing. To move and have to unorganize and unpack. I mean, Perfectly Dangerous, honestly, she redid a whole entire household. So it is a big deal to do that. It's not a little, but the result is always so much better when you're able to see the results of that hard work. And I think that's with a lot of things. And I think that's with relationships too. I think that the harder we work at things, the more we appreciate it. So right. I think that you worked hard on it, and now you appreciate that you're just able to go ahead and put your car inside the driveway. So right. I love that for you. Thank you for sharing that with me. That's perfectly. Look, she's Spider-Man.
I couldn't find the school, but I was Spider-Woman for a second.
All right, let me see Spider-Woman. Spider-Man. Okay, you good. Spider-Woman.
I'm trying to cover the boobs.
I know the boob.
They out.
The boobs is boobing.
The boobs is always moving. The boobs is always moving. All right, so Perfectly Dangerous. Okay.
I can't show you the whole thing.
Well, listen, I want to keep my page, all right? And you need to keep yours too.
What is it? It's just a bathing. It's a bathing suit.
It doesn't matter. It's a bathing suit. They don't fucking do. All right. So look at Arrow. All right. Tell me something that you're thankful for. Something that happened yesterday that you're thankful for.
Life, my kids.
Mm-hmm.
My kids. Each and every of my kids are still alive, still breathing, and still here.
Right. No, that's amazing.
Realistically, especially living in New York, having my son 17 years old, I could lose him at any point.
Right.
Like I was telling my neighbor earlier, they was like, your son is really such a good kid. And I was like, yeah, he is.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have to worry about him. He's not with the wrong crowd. The only thing I have to worry about him is somebody just hurting him because he's not the typical Doug.
Yeah.
Right.
But I love my life. I love my friends. I love how my friends keep me stable, keep me above water. And this is why I told, people, love does heal wounds. It don't have to be from your man, but the people that love you and want to see you do better and see you at your bottom, and now they see you at your best and still rooting for you. That I love.
Yeah. I love that too.
I love that because I tell people every day that, like, you know, after everything that you've been through, you're still able to smile. And I say it's because one, God, and two, my circle. God has been sending people to make my situation less shitty.
I believe it. I definitely believe it.
And I'm
Aw.
grateful to that because, like I said, Adrian is one of my circles where she's seen me cry like an asshole, not like that, but she's seen me at my hurt, my worst, and for her to see me now at my best, I love that. I love my friends seeing me do better because hopefully I can encourage them to do better as well. Like if Crystal been through this, I could pull through this too.
And it's by example, really, to me. It's more like how I see how you are, and that's how you know what I mean? Because I can sit there and tell you all damn day long, but because you can tell me how to be positive, but if you're not a positive person, you're fucking stuff. You really ain't telling me shit, right?
Right.
You gotta be an example in order for people to follow that example.
Absolutely.
So, right. So thank you so much, Perfectly, for going ahead and sharing that with us. Charles, should we let Vessel talk first? Charles, you go first, because I ain't gonna
No,
do that.
we'll let Vessel go ahead and go
No.
first. I don't mind.
You go, Charles.
You were here longer, Charles.
Well, I am thankful for my new haircut. I got a new haircut yesterday. I got my kids' haircuts yesterday. They got to get what they
Get your
wanted.
haircut, Charles.
Okay, give me a second. Here you go.
Well, we're playing show and tell today. Oh,
Look at Charles.
I like the little
Charles.
Charles.
What's going on? Okay, Charles.
Donna, just looking at Charles, my credit score went up.
Well, thank you for that. I hope that that's a good thing, but
It is a great thing. You're looking
But,
Charles, I'm thankful for
I will say this. Haircuts have gotten very expensive, especially when you go to professional, not a barber, but a professional hairstylist. The women that do the, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
As my daughter, she wanted a very special haircut where she could keep her length, but have this back and the front side shaved, you know.
Yeah.
So of course I let them do what they wanted to do. $105 for 3 haircuts.
That's not bad.
For the girls, though, not for boys, right? Because girls
I
hair.
was just saying, you had 2 boy haircuts and 1 girl haircut, and it was still $105. So, but it's okay. But at the end of the day, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the fact that she was very good, and you know that whole where they shampoo your hair and they do the whole massage of your scalp and all that. I'm thankful for that. It was amazing.
Right, you didn't go to a barber shop to get it done. You went to like a beautician.
No, we went to a beautician, professional beauty lady person. Yeah.
Absolutely, and the very perfect, like to us, that's cheap because we're from New York, and a man's haircut or just a fade is $40 plus tip.
Well, I'm from the middle of nowhere, Nebraska.
And I know,
so,
right?
you
It's
know.
like, yeah, super cuts is what, $9? So
Yeah, but I wanted to spend the money on someone who was professional, and I wanted to be able to enjoy getting a quality, you know, taking advantage of the quality, and as well as my kids. And I used it. I also was thankful because yesterday I could use it for a lesson as self-care lesson for my kids.
that's good.
To understand that this is self-care for you. Enjoy going to a professional and getting your hair done. Go and enjoy those things that are you know, what they're doing for you type of thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I was very thankful for that as well. But, but of course,
thank you for sharing
I just
that.
feel
And you look you look good on the outside. You feel good on the inside.
That is true.
absolutely 100%.
I
I just need to trim this up a little bit. It's a little scraggly, but
I like that length. I don't like it with little.
eh.
I like that. And just a fun fact: JCPenney's gives free haircuts to children. The JCPenney salon right before school starts, they give free haircuts to the kids. So
Oh, really?
it's
So
hot
we don't have a JCPenney anywhere near me, but you know, we can find one.
I will never go to Nebraska. I love pennies.
Well, Penny's is in Omaha or it's in Lincoln, but it's not here where I'm at. So I'm in the middle of nowhere, but like I said, nowhere in Nebraska. I mean, you know,
I love pennies.
I mean, I have a beautiful view. I'll say that. But.
I'm going out. But
I will enjoy your Sunday. Enjoy your Sunday. Enjoy your
I'm gonna go out.
And thank you for all of the outfit changing. I'm very thankful for that as well, by the way.
See, that's what you men should be saying, Vessel. So you keep
Absolutely.
saying now. You say, I'm thankful for Perfectly Dangerous coming doing the outfit changes and being all sexy.
Absolutely. Thank you for the distractions.
The distraction.
tonight. So when we do come back on live, I might surprise you.
You might surprise. Okay, good.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Have a good day, Perfectly.
Bye, Perfectly. Have a good amazing
See you
day.
later, Perfectly. Thank you for the flirting.
I
You
love
boosted my ego.
I love that we got to talk, about, life shit, but we also got to joke. That's the type of life that I like to be in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely, I agree.
I can't always be serious because life is already serious. I can't.
And that's what this app should be for. It should be what it used to be. For us to just escape from our outside life and have fun on this damn thing. Laugh and joke and kiki. And I don't know how we all got serious all the time. But okay.
But I love you guys. Be safe out there, and I'll talk to you guys soon.
You too. Have a good Sunday.
Have a great, amazing Sunday, even though it's already 1 o'clock. I can't believe it's 1 o'clock.
I know.
I know. And then my mother said to me, she's like, all the running around that she wanted me to do her today, she said she wasn't in the mood. So I was like, okay, even better, because now I don't even have to run around today. I'm to get out of the house. Right, so it's another day of me resting because I work and I'm training a training class, and so I have to be in the office every day this week, and it's 2 hours, 2 hours back. So I'm not looking forward to that at all. So I need this rest to get me rejuvenated for this long week. After that, I'm on vacation for a whole week, so I'm fine by that. But now I know it's gonna be a hard ass week.
Yeah.
So, Vessel, go ahead. What do you think? What happened yesterday that you're thankful for? Mama Money, I want you to put that in the comments. Go ahead.
What happened? Yesterday. So I would say two things. One, I made some mistakes and I learned from them, which is going to benefit me in the long run.
Love that.
And then I know it's kind of weird, but I'm sure you get my point.
I already know you weird.
We make mistakes to learn to get better. And then I'm gonna say I'm really, really thankful for having a sound mind in the midst of chaos and turmoil. There's a poem called "If," and one of the statements says, "If you can keep your head when all around you is losing theirs," and then it go on. That was one of the stanzas in it. But it goes on to lead to say, then you have become or you are a man, right? I'm grateful that, like I said, and thankful that I have a sound mind today in the midst of.
For the moment, because sometimes we lose it. But for now, and I'm great, and I love that. I love that you even recognize it. A lot of people don't even recognize it, that they made a mistake and they need to try and do better later on. So you're absolutely right. Here's my Valentine. Thank you for sharing that with us, Vessel, because I love that, and thank you for contributing to the conversation. Thank you for doing that as well. Always being, devil's advocate, because I love a good devil's advocate. Sometimes I believe too, right? Because we got to hear both sides of stories, everybody's opinion, and I'm not going to judge you for it, and you're not going to judge me for it either, right? We're adults, and we should be able to understand that everybody just thinks differently, and it's okay. I don't have to convince you that you're wrong. Okay, Mama Money, my gorgeous, amazing Mama Money, my Valentine. What are you thankful for? You ready? You know she's never ready.
Okay, I couldn't type because I'm not in the store anymore.
Okay.
So honestly, I ain't really grateful for nothing. I'm hot. I look like I've been in a wet t-shirt contest, riding around here in the fucking hot sun, delivering all these damn groceries. So I guess the only thing I could be grateful for is that I don't have to put on a bra. I don't need a bra.
Okay.
Okay, that's it. That's what I'm happy for. I'm grateful for that.
That's good enough. I like to be able not to walk around with a bra. I never walk on a bra. Hence the reason why the girls are always out. That is a good thing. See, you can always find something good. But you see how easy it is to focus on the bad, but it's really hard. It's easy for us to focus on the bad. It's very hard to find. But there's always something good in the day. Always. So thank you so much for coming up here. Thank you always so much, Mama Money, for being a great fucking moderator, for being a great fucking friend, for just being a great human fucking being. And I appreciate everything about you. Always. Thank you for being around. Donna, thank you so much for giving us this great energy that you always do, always being on this Aries on point fucking time. So it's an Aries thing. I completely think it's an Aries thing. The way that we think. So thank you so much for coming in. I know that I was trying to actually get rid of a bitch, and I hit the wrong fucking button, and I guess they left before. And you know what I'm talking about, mommy? And I was surprised, and so I was surprised that she even came in here. So I was trying to block her ass, and what happened? She left that fucking quickly, and your name was next, and I invited you up. So. So I appreciate you coming up and hanging out, even though I know that wasn't your intention, and you stayed up and you enjoyed the conversation.
It was great.
I know, I appreciate it. I like lives like this.
I don't know, like, I'm one of those people, I don't like to talk to myself in the live. I'm like, y'all come up, because if I got to sit here and talk to myself, but some people prefer to not have anybody up. And so I didn't know if that was, Charles going to come up whether you want him to or not. But I didn't know if...
Wait a minute.
So fucking gorgeous.
No.
So beautiful.
You can say no and not accept my request.
Never tell you no, Charles. Nobody ever tells you no. Nobody.
I don't tell anybody. Even the crazy men that I know are gonna be disrespectful. I never tell them no. I mean, I see it in the beginning. Hey, boo. So like I said, in the beginning, yes, I wasn't letting nobody out in there because I noticed that people, I got bananaed off my other page while I didn't have a panel. So I was just like, well, maybe I don't want people, because again, sometimes when you block them, they don't know when you live. But if there's people on the panel that they follow, they're gonna try to come in and they notice, oh, okay, you must be in Adrian's live. So that's the reason why I was not letting anybody up right away. I wanted them to know that thought I disappeared and not have anybody in there so they could try to come in. So. That's the only reason why I wouldn't listen.
And just FYI, sometimes that's why I don't come up, because I already know how it's gonna come behind me if I come in your box. They even come when I'm in your comments. Sometimes I have to leave and come back.
No, I get it, and I appreciate it. I don't know what you're doing, Mama Money. I don't take it. Good morning, Blue Butterfly.
No, I'm not doing anything. It's just that everybody follows me. I don't block nobody. I only got one dude blocking. That's the regular dude from your live, Santiago.
I blocked him. I went back and looked at it and found him, and I blocked his ass, so you will never see it. Now, I didn't block him off of this page, but I don't think he was following me on this page anyway. But I did go ahead and block him off of my other page, so we ain't gonna have that fucking problem, because I do, you know what I'm saying? I am like, no, you gotta, and I saw how he was too. I don't like people who disrupt a live on purpose or disrupt. Like I said, I could deal with it, and I'll sit there. But when the whole live is getting distracted by something that we wasn't even fucking talking about, because you have an ability to make it all about you and not what we were talking about, I have a fucking problem with it, and your ass is gonna get fucking blocked. So you told me what the name was, and I was like, yeah, you done. So. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I'm not now. I don't give a fuck. You block. I'm quick with that fucking block button now. All right, Charles. I don't know what you're doing.
But you don't have to block him because of me now, because I don't like.
Because he disrupted the live. He did disrupt the live, and I don't like that shit. I don't like. Again, I'm
gonna be.
I don't like that either. Don't come up here and make it about this. This is not your live. Go live if you want to.
It's a good fucking live, and we're having a good live and a good conversation.
Absolutely.
I'm not trying to do all that shit. I don't need content. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people will do it. So a lot of people will leave a person on there because it brings the drama. Now you bring in none. Like, I'm not doing any of that shit. I just want to have a conversation with my friends. That's it. Because I'm tired of talking to myself. I'm tired of talking to them. You're on mute. You're on mute, mommy.
You're on mute.
No, she wants to sign language. What she wants to tell me.
Well, she's gonna have to do it right.
Is you showing me that she ain't got no bra on? Maybe that's what it is.
No, Charles telling myself, show him that my shirt look like I've been in a wet t-shirt. Can't see.
Oh, you look beautiful. You look gorgeous. I love seeing your face.
Girl, I look a hot mess. You see it, Charles? You see how my shirt all wet and like
absolutely.
I'm in a wet t-shirt.
Nothing wrong with that.
It looks amazing.
Nothing wrong with that at all.
We like a nice over here.
Beautiful women.
Over here.
I always appreciate beautiful women, and we do appreciate all of you beautiful women. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Charles. That's beautiful women attract beautiful women.
That's true.
It really is fucking true. You know.
I'm going to correct you on that. I think it's your spirit as a beautiful spirit that attracts beautiful people, because you have a very open and you're very, upbeat, and you know what I'm saying. The way that you are attracts beautiful people around you. That makes sense.
Yes, yeah. Energy is energy. It's all about energy. Good energy attracts good energy, and bad energy will attract bad energy. And then sometimes bad energy likes to suck out the good energy because they don't have any good energy in them.
Succubus.
Suck all the good energy out. But the good thing about people who have good energy naturally, we can refill our cup. Where they need somebody to fill it for them. So that's the difference.
Absolutely.
All right, let me get off this fucking live. I love you guys. I can't believe it's 1 o'clock already. Mama Money did her fucking errands today. Go ahead, girl. Go, you do your fucking thing.
Have a good day.
Girl, I'm doing Instacart. I'm working.
Are you? She working. She getting that money.
There you go.
Go ahead and get that money, lady. Mom, that's why they call you Mama Money. Oh, I love the birds. Oh, the birds. I love that song.
Yes.
Look,
And y'all
okay.
have a wonderful Sunday.
Have a good Sunday.
Have an amazing son. Don't work too hard, okay? But make a lot of money. Make a lot of money. I'm giving that to you.
That's right.
Absolutely.
You don't have to work
Double
hard.
tips.
Absolutely. All right. So, all right.
Have a good one, guys.
Have a great day. Have a great Sunday. Enjoy your day. I'm sorry, Vessel. You trying to come up here again? Vessel, make it fucking quick.
What the hell Vessel want?
I don't know. You're gonna tell us.
Everybody have a wonderful day. I had a good time this morning working with y'all. Well, while y'all watching me work, I've been working since yesterday afternoon, so I did a tuna overnight.
Yeah, we enjoyed watching you work.
I mean, there's a sexy of seeing somebody's boobs. To me,
I'm always here for that. I'm a titty man, but I appreciate it.
I disagree, Adrian. Sorry, the boobs went out on the hardworking man.
I mean, I know you don't want to see a hardworking man, but
I already have one, so I don't really want to see one. But you know, I'm just kidding. I'm giving you shit. Anyway, have a great day.
My money, it's hot out here. Don't get too hot. Drink you some water.
Here comes the man trying to teach you something, Mama Money, like you don't fucking know already.
Order. I gotta go because baby daddy bring the kids back now.
Right.
Okay.
Man,
Have a good one.
You didn't even know to put fucking sunscreen on your nose, all right? And meanwhile, you gonna tell Mama Money to stay hydrated?
I drunk water all the time. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, You should see how nose is red, guy. Because
Somebody hating right now. Stop hating.
Your nose was red.
You've been hating all morning. You hate you. Suck it.
I don't think she's hating.
I'm
Hey,
joking.
who's I hating? What the hell am I hating
You
on?
hating.
Why? Because you got red and I didn't? What the hell?
I think she's telling the truth.
You got sunburned and I want to get sunburned, Russell. You're absolutely right. I'm hating on you because I want to get sunburned. I know better to put suntan lotion on my nose.
Hold on. Look, let me show you.
Let me see. You want to show me the peeling on your nose?
You spoke this into existence.
It's on your hand?
Yeah. He
invented this thing called a cap, right?
Did you see
Exactly.
it?
And he was playing golf, so it's not like you didn't. It was by accident. Like you know you're gonna be in the sun all damn day.
Can y'all see the spot?
Yes,
Yeah.
I see the spot. Yes,
Somebody hit you on the top of the head.
right. The sun is real out now. If the sun is real, like like we have destroyed our ozone level, like, especially in Georgia, because y'all don't believe in recycling, and you don't believe in you burn leaves and all that other stuff. So you guys, yes, please put sunblock on your head and your nose if you're going to be outside.
I'm Italian. I don't burn.
Bullshit. Everybody
Come
fucking,
on, I
you're
don't
not
burn
supposed to burn
I
either.
don't-
What the fuck you talking about?
I don't burn.
It happens.
You don't burn because you're not out there long enough.
Right.
No,
Exactly.
I lived on a ranch and on a farm my whole life. I don't burn.
I don't
You're
believe
not,
it.
you're not out there long
You,
enough.
Charles, you don't get red.
8 and 10 and 12 hours a day is not long enough.
I don't believe that shit for a minute. I ain't never seen a white team man not get red in the sun.
No, I don't. Sorry.
I get red in the sun. Bessel gets red. We all get red in the sun.
Right.
No,
All right,
You
Charles.
don't.
Perfect. I get it.
I didn't praise I was perfect, but I said I just don't get sunburn.
All right. And when you get old, your skin gets thinner too, so you're even more susceptible to get sunburned.
Correct.
Right.
I don't know, maybe.
That
Maybe
might
I
be
get
my
burned.
problem because I never
Right,
got
right.
sunburned before. This is literally the first year that I ever got sunburned.
Yeah, your nose was red.
And it was-
Rudolph
it was
red nose
after-
radio.
It was literally after 2 days too.
Yeah, you were like you looked at like you had one of those clown noses on your nose because it was so red. It was obviously red. Yeah, I could tell that it was bad. All right, everybody's leaving me. I love you guys. All right, I'm getting you out because I know you want to show yourself because you like the thirst trap too, Vessel. Yeah.
Have a good day, Adrian.
I
You have
work
an
trap.
amazing
Look,
day. And
my thirst trap is work trap.
it is. It really is.
It is.
It is. A woman like to be hardworking, man. Ain't nothing worse than seeing a man being lazy in his fucking bed on camera, in his fucking bed, like all cuddled up and shit, and it's like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So, no, so yes, it is Thursday.
That I agree with.
Yeah, I can't stand that shit. All right, I love you guys. You guys have a great rest of your day, and be safe in these TikTok streets on purpose, because a lot of times we like the drama sometimes, but just don't get involved in it. Just stay out.
I'm involved, but the streets is hot. I'm going to Rome.
I know
Thank you
they
for the
are.
distraction, AD. AD, thank you for the distraction.
Anytime, and thank you for the distraction as well. I love you guys, and you have a great rest of your day.
Love you too. See
Appreciate
you.
you. Have a good one,
Have
y'all.
a good day, y'all.
Yo, bye.